Chapter 233 Unknown Pure Aura. Chapter 233 Unknown Pure Aura. Several foot in the pit was an impressive shroud of gray fog that covered everything in sight. However, mingled in the pit were also some crystal black silk, each as fine as a single strand of hair. Despite the fog tumbling around, the silk strands kept still, which made people feel uncomfortable. What is this aura? Ming released his consciousness to feel the thin black threads in the aura pit. He looked as though he was absorbed in thought. The aura emitted from the black silk had a few similarities with the black smoke from within the aura zombies. It looked as though the aura zombie was using this place to train its bodies with pure aura chi and preserve the body from decomposition. The previous aura zombie body showed great resilience towards sharp-bladed attacks. It could even single-handedly crush giant winged blades. Perhaps there's a crucial link there with the effectiveness of this type of pure aura chi. On the other hand, this pure aura chi also seemed to be weak against fire-type attacks. Otherwise, the aura zombie wouldn't have been so afraid of the giant fireballs, nor have the 3 crimson beads that easily incinerated its body. On that thought, Ming couldn't help but feel disappointed. With such a flaw, this pura aura chi would be considered lower grade. After all, no matter how effective its other amplifications was, one's opponent could just take advantage of such an obvious weakness. It was very easy to die if this weakness was found. However, the type of pure aura chi in the aura pit, as well as its deficiencies, would have to be tested by others. Even if this was the lowest grade of pure aura chi, there were still at least 2 to 3 portions gathered in the pit. With this much pure aura chi, it would be enough to use as a backup, regardless of how flawed it may be. After all, with more of one type of pure aura chi, the more successful the condensing the aura into cultivation chi would be. With that thought, Ming stopped hesitating and pulled out an ordinary-looking porcelain vase from his sleeve. He threw it down the pit and began to conjure one-handed signs. After a while, Ming produced 5 identical porcelain vases in front of him. At this time, the black silk in the pit became scarce. Ming didn't intend to use the leftover pure aura at once. With a wave of his sleeve, he stored away the 5 vases. He then searched all 4 corners of the cave. The result was that apart from the pit in the center of the cave, there was virtually nothing else worth paying attention to. So Ming put away the flying head back into his leather bag and returned to the heart of the original formation. He lifted his hand and stared towards the direction of the entrance. He squinted his eyes, and suddenly his cyan short sword slashed into the sky. Poof! A screen of light emerged and bounced away from the sword chi. So, the restriction was still there after all. But this time Ming was left undisturbed. His arm became a blur. Suddenly the short sword surged into the sky and released an array of cyan sword chis. A little while, a roaring sound was heard and the curtain of light finally cracked inch by inch. Ming laughed out loud. Then he transformed into a shadow and rose to the skies. Bang! After landing on both feet at the top of the cave exit, Ming's face was filled with joy. As expected, the corpse of the tall man dressed in black was still here. Without a second thought, Ming took a few steps forward. After he searched the corpse, he also found several high-tier spirit stones, a few pills and glyphs, and a bronze mirror that released blood-red lightning fires previously. Though the mirror wasn't very powerful, it was obviously a totem. It was probably just a lower-tier totem, but a rare mirror totem at that. If he sold it, it could perhaps fetch 30,000 spirit stones or more. It was a shame that this time he couldn't find any methods. Ming was quite disappointed, as he hoped to take a look for the floating ghost tattoo training method. In the remaining time, Ming investigated the leftover black coffins once again. As a result, he found quite a few alchemy materials to make pills, large amounts of spirit stones, glyphs and a couple low-tier sword totems. Although it looked like there weren't many, nor were there any valuable items, he estimated that he could roughly fetch a total of 100,000 spirit stones for the lot. With this, Ming, who was short of spirit stones at the time, was ecstatic. This journey into the caves not only brought returns of 5 of the same unknown pure aura chi, but he also got nearly 200,000 spirit stones worth of other treasures. He immediately took out simple storage glyphs on his body and stored everything within them. He left satisfied after covering his tracks. After a busy and hectic night, the skies outside already began to glisten with light. After leaving the cave, it wasn't too convenient for Ming to not return to the 3rd marquee house. So he headed straight back to the dwelling on the Immortal Dawn Mountain. By noon, Ming sat cross-legged in the secret room and faced the golden skeleton in front of him. He studied it closely. He had already run tests on it. After being covered by a layer of liquid gold, the skeleton hardened to the level of a lower-tier totem. Even if the Cyan Moon Sword was used, it would only leave behind a shallow scar. In short, if there weren't at least 7 or 8 sword strikes at the same place, perhaps it would be impossible to break through. Lu Ming studied it for a while. With some kind of thought, he suddenly grabbed the shoulder bones with both hands. With a pu, roaring red flames rushed out from his arms, and in a split second, the skeleton was completely engulfed in the flames. However, in the flames, the gold-shimmering skeletal frame didn't change in color at all. So it seems that the flames aren't hot enough. Lu Ming murmured as he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The previous golden chair melted in the high heat that was created from the explosive flames from the 3 crimson flame beads. How was he going to replicate those conditions again? After some contemplating, Lu Ming's eyes lighted up. He gathered up the gold skeleton and got up. He walked out of the secret room and left his cave. 15 minutes later, he reached Fan Baizi's cave and lightly knocked on the cave door a few times. It's Senior Qian. The master is currently refining pills, so I'm afraid there won't be time today for Martial Uncle to receive advice on the alchemy. A boy who opened the door saw that it was Lu Ming and immediately broke into a smile. Lu Ming had been studying alchemy for some time now at Fan Baizi, so naturally the boy and Lu Ming were rather familiar with each other. Don't worry. This time, I'm not looking for Master Fan, I'm actually hoping to borrow the cave's earth fire furnace. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. He waved his sleeve and a middle-tier spirit stone fell out. He threw it to the boy. For other, it'd be impossible to use the earth fire furnace. But Martial Uncle is not an outsider, so of course it's no problem. The master is using earth fire furnace number 1 at the moment, so Martial Uncle, please use number 2". The boy quickly took the spirit stone as he said, grinning from ear to ear. Okay, lead the way. Hearing this, Lu Ming quietly nodded. Lu Ming followed the boy's lead and headed deep into the cave. After a while, he was led into a crimson-red stone room. Besides a lonely green pill furnace, there was nothing else inside. Lu Ming looked towards the black shiny gap below the pill furnace and had a satisfied look on his face. He waved his sleeve, closing the stone door. Then pulled out a set of formation flags from his arms and tossed it in all directions. Then a layer of faint light from the white light screen appeared, covering the entire secret room. Having done all this, Lu Ming then pulled out a glyph and crushed it into pieces. As the shroud of light formed, the golden skeleton floated into view once again. Lu Ming raised his arm to the pill furnace with a wave. After a flash on the lid, it levitated silently. Whoosh! With a single flick of his foot, the gold skeleton was kicked into the pill furnace. Lu Ming waved his sleeve again and the lid fell. He single-handedly released it and shot several techniques at the crack below the pill furnace. Pooh! Fiery lights flashed from the crack as it spat crimson-red flames out. The flames wrapped around the pill furnace in a split second. Lu Ming waved both hands at the flames and 2 waves of pure Fa Li rushed into the flames. With a bang, the flames that were, at first crimson-red had become white. They released a blazing heat and even made the surrounding air to buzz. At the sight of this, Lu Ming showed happiness on his face as he continuously used urged Fa Li to pour through. 15 minutes later, Lu Ming left Fan Baizi's cave with a satisfied look on his face and returned to his own cave. After he returned to the secret room, he sat cross-legged and pulled out a jade box from under his sleeve. He lifted the lid and revealed a gold-glistening ball that was the size of his fists. It was the gold liquid that was separated from the skeleton borrowing the fire of the pill furnace. However, the black skeletons disintegrated into ash in the high heat. After Lu Ming took out the gold liquid from the pill furnace, it began to harden in no time. Lu Ming spent half the day in the secret room but still couldn't figure out what type of treasure or material this golden liquid belonged to. Amongst the rare materials he knew, he had never heard of anything like this. This object looked like the black liquid from the people of the sea race. It would have to wait to be identified in the future. With the rest of his time, Lu Ming organized all the objects that he obtained in the cave in preparation to exchange them for spirit stones. In the end, Lu Ming brought over his new book, which detailed the beast transformation technique, and flipped through the pages with interest. The book stored training methods that were mostly quite bloody. Naturally, he would not practice these techniques. However, looking through the secret techniques and spells, his mind was opened. In the future, if he were to encounter opponents who trained in similar cultivation methods, he would know how to find the kinks in their defense and defeat them easily. At midnight, Lu Ming changed his expression as he left the cave for the third marquee house once again. Having already experienced it once before, this time, he headed straight for the old building in the far corners of the marquee house. Upon successfully infiltrating the old building, he flipped onto the rooftop of the second floor with a shift of his body. Then he took a piece of the ceiling tile from the far left and started slowly look to the right. Chapter 234, Invasion of the Sea Race. Chapter 234, Invasion of the Sea Race. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the 13th piece of green tile. With a swift movement of his arm, he took off the tile. Flipping over the tile, he studied the back of it with a fixed gaze. He sees the word Lu lightly engraved on the back of it. Lu Ming raised his brows and crushed the tile between his fingers. Pooh! The entire tile reduced to powder, from which two items fell out. One of which, a swarthy ring, and the other, a white cloth with words densely written on. Lu Ming catched both items at once while he moved his body. He floated up in a ghost-like manner through the window and arrived at the second level of the building. Lu Ming reached and took out a crystal ball. With the use of his Fa Li, the crystal ball turned into a floating ball of white light before him. At this moment, Lu Ming took out the two items to examine. The ring seemed like nothing out of the ordinary, as if it was a simple metal ring. However, from a closer inspection, the inner part of the ring had a blooming lotus engraved on it. Although the engraving was very small, it was lifelike and exquisite. Aside from that, there was nothing else special about the ring. Lu Ming held the ring, turning it over and over again, and studied it. With a slight change in expression, he put away the ring and instead took out the white cloth. The white cloth was very obviously soaked in some special medicine before, since it did not turn yellow over the years. Even the words written on it were still very clear and not blurry at all. On the white cloth, the neatly written words were, in fact, his father's handwriting. Even after many years, seeing such familiar items caused Lu Ming to be in a state of trance. Sighing, he barely restrained himself from what he was feeling and focused on what was written on the white cloth. An instant later he gave a look of surprise. Not knowing how long after, he let out a sigh. He then threw the white cloth while a flame gushed out from his hands, turning the white cloth into ashes. So this was where Mother had died during childbirth. Father was one of the confidants of the third Marquis, and in order to keep Mother and me alive, he went as far as to steal the third Marquis' most valuable ring. In the end he could only save me. Lu Ming muttered as dark shadows was cast his face, hiding his expression. Following that, he sat there quietly in the building, not moving at all. He remained there until the sky turned bright, when he turned into a silhouette that flew out. Flickering a few times, he silently slid beyond the high walls of the third Marquis house. Not long after, at the corner of the Marquis house where the old building was, several glyphs on the walls began to flicker slightly and burst out suddenly. Red flames then started rolling out. In an instant, the entire building was engulfed in the menacing flames. When the nearby patrol guards hastily broke into the house, the entire old building had turned into nothing. However, all the other buildings nearby were fine, without a trace of the flames jumping to them. Seeing this, the guards looked at each other speechlessly. Back at the dwelling, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the futon. He stared at the black ring in deep thoughts as he felt the heaven and earth Yuan converging slightly. The ring could actually gather Yuan Qi. Although this little amount of Yuan Qi is insignificant to a cultivator, for a mortal, carrying this over the years could actually prolong their life. Which explained why the third Marquis valued the ring as a treasure. Even after Father had stolen and hidden it after these years, he was still unwilling to part with it and even sent people to search, demanding to know the whereabouts of it. What the third Marquis didn't know was that even after Mother had died, the ring had never left the house. In fact, Father had always kept it hidden in the old building where he stayed. What left Lu Ming a little surprised was that his own father had not mentioned any other relatives he had, nor anything from Mother's side of the family. All that was written was how Mother had died and the reason for concealing his identity and leaving the mansion. Fortunately, the third Marquis had already died in the hands of the evil cultivators from the Black Spirit group. Otherwise, he would have a blood vengeance with the third Marquis. If the third Marquis were to be alive right now, Lu Ming would probably show up personally. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from his hands. A little red ball of flame emerged on the top of the black ring. However, in the next moment all that was heard was a "pu." All the flame was sucked into the ring and slightly gathered all the heaven and earth Yuanli to make the Yuanli a little denser. A cold light flashed. Lu Ming flipped his other arm, pulling out a short green sword. He then mercilessly slashed the ring. A dang ring sounded. At the moment when the short sword hit the ring, an even more powerful energy rebounded, causing the short sword to bounce high up. Lu Ming then placed the black ring before his eyes, only to see that the short sword had left no trace in the ring. Squinting his eyes, Lu Ming lowered his head to look at the black ring. A very complicated expression appeared on his face. Great tungsten steel. After searching high and low and not finding this, I can't believe I would find it through such circumstance. Shockingly, this ring was made of great tungsten steel. The reason he could recognize the material instantly was because before Spirit Master Lei left, Lu Ming had purposely gone to ask about the characteristics and the appearance of the great tungsten steel. The ability to gather heaven and earth Yuan Qi was one of the characteristics of the great tungsten steel. With all the other tests he did just now, it all proved that it was indeed great tungsten steel. However, seeing how rare this material was, the one who refined the ring at that time probably did not know the true features of it. He most likely saw the Yuan Li fathering ability and randomly refined it into a ring. The same goes for the third Marquis who later obtained the ring. Although Lu Ming managed to get this great tungsten steel, which was what he always wanted, somehow he just wasn't able to be happy about it. The next few days he could not help but think back on all the bittersweet memories he and his father shared. Only after 7th to 8th day passing could Lu Ming finally recover from the state he was in. After a strong fight with his mind, he was prepared to adjust it over the next couple of days, in which he would start using the great tungsten steel to concise his sword Embryo spirit. On this day, however, Lu Ming went to a coffin shop in one of the alleys in Shenzhen where he had intended to return some news. Instead, he received wave after wave of shocking news. What? Jialan is from the Sea race and has stolen the head of the great strength Ghost King. A few spies disguised as core disciples in the Firestorm Way that have also stolen the Firestorm Way's ultimate treasure, Wind Lightning Seal. Not only that, but the first elder from the Heavenly Moon Sect was inexplicably poisoned. Apparently, one of her maids had fled and has disappeared since. The Sea race even declared war against the coastal countries and have all been occupied by the Sea race. Now the 5 Sect has already combined forces and rushed overnight to the Dexian country's border with the coastal countries. It was announced that all disciples who are not serving posts must report back within 2 months. Standing before the messenger, Lu Ming felt a little dizzy after seeing the chain of news. However, with this news, there was not the order for Lu Ming to report back to the sect. To the Barbarian Ghost Sect, since Lu Ming holds the responsibility of monitoring Shenzhen, he need not respond to this call. Instead, they asked him to take note of anything happening here in Shenzhen in case the Sea race continues sending people to infiltrate the area. When Lu Ming walked out from the alley, his face turned gloomy. Up till now, he still could not believe the news that Jialan was Sea race. Since the higher-level sect had already sent this news out to all the disciples, it would certainly have been confirmed. This led Lu Ming to be in mixed feelings. Looking at the busy streets filled with mortals and a few other cultivators passing by, everything seemed usual. The news of invasion about the Sea race to the Yunchuan continent had obviously not spread here yet. If not, Shenzhen would definitely not be this calm. Nevertheless, this news could not be held back for long. At that point, the entire Shenzhen would probably be in a state of shock and chaos. Before this, he would have to sell off some things immediately. Otherwise, when the chaos arrives, he might not be able to sell out many of his items at the original price. On the other hand, the price of several other items might start soaring. After Lu Ming thought about it for a while, he called a carriage without hesitation and headed straight to the underground market. A few hours later, Lu Ming, disguised in black, walked out from what seemed to be an ordinary shop. He was carrying many totems and ingredients that he swept off the shelf. At the same time, on him were over 10,000 spirit stones. Coupled with the 70 to 80,000 spirit stones he obtained from the 2 black spirit group leaders, it brought up his assets close to 200,000. This was the result before he even tried to auction the other treasures he had. Nonetheless, Lu Ming still went to a number of glyph ingredient shops. After purchasing a batch of simple storage glyphs that Spirit Apostle could use as well as alchemy material worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, he was then relieved. When he was about to leave, all of a sudden he saw a remarkable blacksmith shop. On the door hung the words 10,000 Refinement House on a silver plaque. After his heart stirred slightly, he immediately walked over. This 1,000 Refinement House at Shenzhen was considered famous, having way more power as compared to the 100 Spirit House and the Gathering Wealth building. The word was that they had shops across the Shen country as well as in a few neighboring countries. They were a faction that had influence over quite a few countries. "Dear fellow, have you come to buy materials or sell them?" A middle-aged man with a mustache beamed with smiles as Lu Ming walked in and asked. Chapter 235 Appraisal. Chapter 235 Appraisal. I have heard from other people that your store has an appraisal master able to appraise all kinds of rare materials and treasures that exist in this world. He also has never made a mistake, is this true? Lu Ming quietly asked as his eyes swept around the extremely spacious shop. Oh, so fellow here is looking for Master Chu to appraise materials? However, Master Chu charges 300 spirit stones to appraise each material. It also has to be materials that I am unable to appraise before he will attempt to do so. The mustached man replied unexpectedly. So you're also an appraisal master. Lu Ming heard this and looked at the middle-aged man with unexpected eyes. I wouldn't dare. I've only studied under Master Chu for a short while and am able to appraise most ordinary materials. Of course, if you would like me to appraise materials, it would naturally be cheaper. Generally around 30 spirit stones is enough. If fellow would like for me take a look first, and if I am unable to appraise them, then we can look for master. The mustached man replied with a face full of smiles. Since it's like that, I have a few items here for you to take a look at first. Lu Ming heard that and nodded thoughtfully. Good, if fellow would like to take a seat in the quiet room. The mustached man said happily. Even though he appraised items, the fee was not high. However, it was different than selling items within the store. The appraisal fee was entirely his. 30 spirit stones was quite a considerable amount of income to him. Therefore, after the man gave instructions to his shop assistant, he and Lu Ming went further into the shop into a parlor to sit down. At that time, Lu Ming flipped his hand over and took out a small vial only a few inches tall and placed it on the table. He said simply, "This is a bottle of unknown pure aura chi that I happened to obtain. I'm hoping that Mr. would be able to help me appraise what type it is." Pure aura chi. The mustached man heard this and was slightly moved. Even if it was the cheapest pure aura chi, a portion of it was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. He originally thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary loose practitioner, but now it seemed that he had guessed wrong. The mustached man thought quickly internally, but only a trace of a bitter smile was shown when he spoke. I didn't imagine that you wanted an appraisal on a precious treasure such as a pure aura chi. If it wasn't an ordinary item, then I would have been able to help. Unfortunately for pure aura chi, I'm afraid that I'm not experienced enough for it. That said, let me request for Master Chu to come take a look. This item is worth several tens of thousands, it's better for Master to appraise. However, in terms of fee, naturally, as long as it can be appraised, the fee will be what you said at the beginning. That is not a problem. However, what if this item cannot be appraised? Lu Ming asked with a small smile. Ho ho, if Master cannot appraise this item, then naturally we would not take your spirit stones. The mustached man said without hesitation. Good, then it's decided. Lu Ming quietly nodded. The mustached man excused himself and left the parlor. After a moment, a delicate and pretty maid came in and delivered a cup of fragrant tea. She bowed and then left the room. Then after a little while, a white-haired, white-bearded, wide-nosed elderly man in a yellow gown entered the room with large strides. The mustached middle-aged man followed closely behind. Once he saw Lu Ming, he hurriedly said, "Let me introduce everyone, this is Master Chu. So it's you who wants me to appraise a pure aura chi?" The yellow-robed elder calmly asked, having cut straight to the chase as his eyes swept over the table to the small bottle on the table. "That is correct. If you don't mind, Master." Lu Ming stood up in courtesy. The yellow-gowned elder nodded his head. With one hand, a whoosh noise was heard, and the small bottle was moved to his hand. This Master Chu, his Li was not weak and was also at the middle spirit apostle stage. Master Chu first stroked the bottle with one hand, while the other hand made a sign. A piu sound was heard. A large white light cover appeared and completely covered the small bottle. At this time, the elder used one finger to point at the small bottle. The lid flew off and several black-colored strands flew out from within as well. Each fine strand was entirely translucent and they flew around the small bottle unhurriedly. Master Chu squinted both eyes, used an unknown technique, and his pupils emitted a faint green flickering. He moved two fingers and held onto one of the black strands. Then he pulled off the light cover, placed his nose close to take a whiff, and then placed the cover back. Guin aura chi, attribute towards the yin, after condensing to be symbol chi, it allows the body to be of the yin dry element. It greatly increases the defense ability as well as amplifies dark-type spells. However, it greatly restricts growth that are fire-type spells or yang-type cultivation methods. This can be considered a lesser quality aura chi. The yellow-robed old man indifferently said this while the black strands returned back into the small bottle in a flash. Ah, so it's the Guin aura chi, thank you, master. Lu Ming heard this and revealed a thoughtful expression. The elder's description about the aura chi's attributes closely corresponded to what he had originally expected. It seems that this was not wrong. Apart from this aura chi, do you have other items you would like me to appraise? The elder asked indifferently as he placed the small bottle aside. It appeared that he did not care too much about this lower quality aura chi. Master Chu truly deserves your reputation. I do have 2 more items that require an appraisal. However, one of these items may be shocking and I'm afraid it is not suitable to show to master here. Lu Ming said this in a certain tone as he retrieved the small bottle and nodded his head with satisfaction. Not suitable to reveal this here. I understand, please follow me. There is another location where restrictions are set up and have the ability to contain and bear whatever treasures or items that are revealed. Shopkeeper Meng, please unlock this special room. Master Chu first stared blankly at him, but then started smiling again before he turned to instruct the mustached man. Yes. Would this fellow please follow me? The shopkeeper said this and nodded his head. Lu Ming didn't have much of an opinion after he heard that, so he followed the 2 of them out of the parlor. They passed through a small cabin and then arrived in front of a rock door covered in white inscriptions. The mustached man made a one-handed sign, and after a bit, the rock door slowly opened. The 3 people entered in order. Lu Ming eyed the interior in one sweep and discovered that it was a small-sized stone room. Apart from the spotlessly white translucent circular table in the middle of the room, there was nothing else. However, the floor and all 4 sides of the stone walls were covered with densely written spirit inscriptions. Lu Ming examined the spirit inscriptions with rapt attention and was reassured. Although there was a lot of spirit inscriptions, they were commonly seen simple types of restrictions and there were not any that had the effect to injure or kill. Since it was like this, he did not need to be worried about the store's people using the restrictions against him. What does fellow think about this? What type of restriction do we need? I'll active the corresponding ones. The yellow-robed elder glanced at Lu Ming and a small smile was shown. Don't worry about the rest. However, I would request for the floor to be reinforced so it would be harder. Lu Ming said this while he used his foot to tap on the limestone floor. Reinforcing the floor, that shouldn't be a problem. The yellow-robed elder was quite surprised but made a single-handed motion, and a part of the spirit inscriptions on the floor lit up, becoming a layer of white light. However, when Lu Ming saw this, he shook his head and took a glyph from his sleeve and threw it towards the floor. A pew sound was heard. When the glyph touched the floor, it exploded and from within it, numerous yellow-colored inscriptions rushed out. In a flash, it disappeared into the ground without a trace. In the next moment, the whole stone room floor suddenly lit up with a pale yellow spirit light. When shopkeeper Meng and Master Chu saw this, they looked at each other and saw each other's astonishment. They naturally knew that these yellow-colored spirit inscriptions were used to reinforce the floor. At this time, Lu Ming dug around in his sleeve for a bit before shaking his sleeve. A layer of white light twisted out. With a bang, the whole stone room shook. A pale silver cauldron appeared in a flash and fell heavily to the floor. As a result, half of the 3-legged cauldron sunk directly into the floor and cracked the limestone floor. The yellow-robed elder and shopkeeper Meng had some guesses to what it was going to be. However, once they witnessed the situation, they were extremely shocked. They cautiously looked towards the silver cauldron in a daze. Does fellow want me to appraise this cauldron? Startled, Master Chu eyed the silver cauldron. Of course not. Even though the cauldron is a treasure of sorts, it cannot be compared to the item inside it. Lu Ming quietly said as his eyes flashed. The item inside it? Master Chu heard this and his expression changed. He moved a couple of steps towards the side of the cauldron and then peered over the edge to look inside. This is... A drop of unremarkable-looking black liquid was inside the cauldron. When the elder saw this, he revealed a dumbstruck expression. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming once again left the store from the main entrance, shopkeeper Meng followed beside him. He was pleading non-stop. Fellow, are you really not going to consider selling those 2 items to our store? As long as you agree to sell it, we can talk about the price. I'm sure we can agree on something that fellow would be satisfied. Shopkeeper Meng, I was only here to appraise the materials. Those 2 items are very useful to me and I would not be willing to sell it to others. Lu Ming responded with a blank expression and then flew off. The mustached man watched Lu Ming's back with an expression of pity as Lu Ming flew off into the distance. He thought that those 2 items in Lu Ming's possession were going to a waste. When the shopkeeper returned back into the store, his master was sitting on a chair thinking pensively about what had happened. Looking at you, it seems that person was not willing to sell. The yellow-robed elder asked quietly. Yes. That person did indeed have no intention to do so. It's such a pity. It's quite a waste that those precious materials fell into this spirit apostle's hands. If I received these items and put it on the auction to sell, everyone including all the old crystal-level monsters would be tempted by it. Shopkeeper Ming smiled bitterly in response. Chapter 236, Glazed Magma Metal. Chapter 236, Glazed Magma Metal. The glazed magma metal can be put aside since it only is useful for body cultivators. However, 1 drop of first Yuan heavy water is a remarkable water attribute treasure that only crystal-level experts adept in the water element can refine. Whether it is made into a totem or used as a material in refining another totem, it still has countless uses. Moreover, if the first Yuan heavy water is able to become second Yuan heavy water or third Yuan heavy water, the price would definitely increase by hundreds or thousands of times. Hee at that time, Master Chu laughed. I do understand your meaning, Master Chu. These treasures are what a spirit apostle should not possess. I have sent the Guo brothers, there should be a reply soon. Shopkeeper Ming pondered a moment before replying. Good. You are not a pedantic man indeed. If we were to hand over this drop of first Yuan heavy water to headquarters, we would definitely be rewarded heavily. It seems that it was the right thing to not get to those who asked for appraisals before. If not, it would have drawn the big fish here. Master Chu said in delight. In the past, the ones who came for appraisals would at most bring items that ordinary spirit masters could use. Even though they might be rare, how could they compare to these 2 items? However, I have already instructed the Guo brothers to strike when there is no one around. In this case, even if he goes missing, it would not raise suspicion. The only thing I am worried about is that since this person dares to take out this treasure to appraise, I'm afraid that he would have some measures on his own. If the Guo brothers fail, Shopkeeper Ming said hesitantly. You don't have to worry about this. You might not know this, but a few days ago the Guo brothers took both the blood-sucking crossbow and exploding needles from me. These 2 treasures are sneak attack gems that are impossible to defend against. As long as the Guo brothers are not that stupid, they should not fail. Master Chu laughed a little. What, there is such a thing? Now that you have said this, I feel more at ease. Master Chu was stumped for words at first, but very quickly he gave a relaxed sigh. However, at this moment, some footsteps were heard on the outside, followed by 2 men in a black tight suit, 1 taller and 1 shorter. Both of you have returned. Is it that you have succeeded so quickly? Shopkeeper Ming asked in surprise as soon as he saw the 2 men. These 2 men were the Guo brothers that he mentioned earlier on. Master Chu also saw them and gave a surprised look. I'm afraid we will have to disappoint both Master Chu and Brother Meng. The boy was very sneaky. After turning at the end of the street, both of us could not find any trace of him. The taller one spoke, his face giving an unsightly expression. What, you both lost him? How do the both of you work? Do you know that that person is carrying a precious treasure on hand? Shopkeeper Meng asked angrily. Master Chu's face turned gloomy. Meng, although you are of a slightly higher level than us, you still do not have the rights to point directly at our faces. Although we have failed our mission this time, we will report it, but that would only cost us the punishment of deducting our spirit stone income by half a year. The shorter one said. The 2 then bowed to Master Chu and quickly left. Master, the Guo brothers have failed their mission, but look at how arrogant they are. How about we report their name directly to the headquarters about this? Listing them guilty for losing the first Yuan heavy water and the glazed magma metal, that would make them unable to ever recover. Shopkeeper Meng responded in anger upon seeing this scene, his face red with fury. I'm afraid this is not going to be easy. Fellow Meng, do not forget that in that boy's hand lies the 2 valuable materials that only the 2 of us know about. Without evidence, headquarters would not listen to only our side of the story. Don't forget that those 2 are only arrogant because they have someone backing them up. If I were you, I would leave this matter aside for now. There would always be a next time. Master Chu replied with a wry smile. Knowing that the Guo brothers have lost the person, Master Chu was quite disappointed. He naturally did not want to get in any conflict between Shopkeeper Meng and the Guo brothers. Thank you, Master, for pointing it out to me. I have lost control of myself, but when I think of such treasure like the first Yuan heavy water that I missed right before my very eyes, I just could not accept it. Shopkeeper Meng barely let out a laugh. This is something we can't do anything to help. Since that person could easily get rid of the Guo brothers, it shows that he is already cautious against the Thousand Refinement House. Knowing that he was carrying a huge treasure, I'm afraid that he would leave Shenjing immediately, and the both of us have no choice. Master Chu sighed. Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Meng was dejected. As the both of them were speaking in Thousand Refinement House, the person they were talking about did not leave Shenjing. In fact, with the change of face, he easily got rid of the suspicious person behind him and left the market right away. He then headed to the cave on Immortal Dawn Mountain. Lu Ming did not find anything weird about the Thousand Refinement House sending someone to follow their own people. If it were up to him, knowing that someone was carrying such treasure that would move the hearts of crystal-level experts, he would have done the same. After all, in the underground market of Shenjing, the so-called public praise was relative. It was just that they didn't find an item that moved them. When Lu Ming returned to the cave, he entered the secret room. He cast spells again before letting the cauldron out with a ringing sound. With his vision shining, he then started to size up the cauldron's drop of black liquid, while an excited look was plastered on his face. Although the item is not an ordinary material, he never thought that it would be the rumored first Yuan heavy water. If not for Master Chu doing tests to confirm various characteristics of the water, he probably still would not believe the results. The first Yuan heavy water was rumored to take a master in the water element tens to hundreds of years before a lake or river could be compressed into a single drop. For a crystal-level expert to take nearly 100 years to practice in order to create a single material, naturally, it was something that wouldn't be worth it for the expert. With that, the first Yuan heavy water rarely ever existed. Even though there was only one drop, perhaps it was originally a small lake that was compressed. If it was a second Yuan heavy water or third Yuan heavy water, it might be from an entire river or even the entire sea in order to form this treasure. The first Yuan heavy water could not compare to them. Of course, aside from the weight of the first Yuan heavy water, it was an extreme grade water attribute material. If it was the right blacksmith, they would be able to use it to create a high-grade totem instantly. For itself, it could be refined into an extremely strong heavy water pearl that was in the rumors. Lu Ming circled the huge cauldron and sized up the black liquid once again for a while. The more he saw it, the more he grew to like it. It was a pity that a treasure this grade was much too precious and expensive to the point that he was not able to use it right now. He would have to wait until he became a spirit master before being able to consider the actual use of it. Lu Ming thought for a little while before moving his sleeve a little, letting out a bright ray of multicolored light to roll by, and the huge cauldron was put away into the Sumeru conch. Following that, he took a dazzling golden ball from his sleeves, and after examining it with a look, he let out a pensive look. The glazed magma metal did not have such a huge reputation as compared to the first Yuan heavy water. However, in the eyes of body cultivators, it would make them much more frantic compared to the first Yuan heavy water. According to what Master Chu said, the glazed magma metal was a type of precious material, born from something called a glazed wm. In ancient times, after these unusual worms engulfed countless ores, they would produce this rare metal from their body. Despite these rare metals being unable to mix with any totem to become a refinement material, as well as being unable to be refined into any weapon in the form of swords or blades. However, it could be refined through specific methods. As long as the refining was a success, it could be made into any shape, be it soft or hard. It could even attach itself directly to a totem weapon, allowing it to increase its strength by a lot. However, to some body cultivators, attaching this precious metal onto one's body could bring about a great wide array of uses. Master Chu seemed like he had more to say but didn't do so. Obviously, there were probably some other great uses. Lu Ming thought about it in his heart. Naturally, he would not refine it without careful consideration. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming had disguised himself and went around the underground market a few rounds. He then started to seek ancient books on the first Yuan heavy water as well as the glazed magma metal. From this, he would then be able to ensure that Master Chu was right about the items and they were not fake. If he were to examine the materials right away, it would definitely be a difficult task. However, because he knew the names of it and being able to search the record for it, even if it was a rare item, it would be a relaxing task for him. This was why there were appraisal masters in the cultivation world, and ordinary appraisal masters would definitely not make up appraisals. By the time Lu Ming could confirm the materials, he purchased supplementary materials once again and headed right back to the cave to start cultivating. Half a month later, Lu Ming was still seated cross-legged on a praying mat with a pale face. In the heart of it was a light gray formation that was imprinted on the ground. Surrounding it was over 10 middle-tier spirit stones that varied in sizes sticking out. Lu Ming shut his eyes tightly and a bright ray of golden light floated before him. At the middle of the golden light was a golden pearl that was the size of a fist. On the surface, it seemed like there were streaks of blood stains on it. Following Lu Ming's breathing, the pearl expanded and contracted. Following the passing of time, Lu Ming then recovered some redness in his face before opening his eyes. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spit out a ball of blood essence. Peng! The blood essence exploded in a split second, transforming into a fog of blood that trapped the golden pearl. In a short moment, the entire room reeked with the smell of blood. Chapter 237 Sword Spirit Embryo. Chapter 237 Sword Spirit Embryo. Upon this, Lu Ming gestured with one hand, lighting up the formation on the ground beneath him immediately. One by one, silver inscriptions started appearing before him. At the same time, the blood fog that had revolved around the golden pearl was sucked within the pearl. While a faint golden light was shining, over 10 new blood stains started showing up on the pearl. Together with the older blood stains, it formed a complex formation all over the pearl. When the blood formation finished, the golden pearl let out a bright ray of light and gave a buzzing sound as it circled around Lu Ming. What looked like a lifeless pearl before, looked as though it had reawakened. It's done. Seeing this, Lu Ming's spirits were raised. The next moment, without Lu Ming casting any spells, the pearl whizzed towards Lu Ming, hitting his body. Pooh! The moment the pearl came into contact with Lu Ming's body, it turned into a liquid form and with a roll, it became a somewhat hideous-looking golden armor clothing on him. As thin as it was, it managed to wrap a little less than half of his body. Looking at the golden clothing, Lu Ming moved his arms and legs about, with his eyebrows furrowed. All of a sudden, he tapped his body with one arm and once again, the golden clothing turned into a liquid form. Immediately, it into two and flowed to both of his hands. Following a radiant light, two golden fists emerged. Clenching his fists, Lu Ming felt an instant inexplicable energy that wrapped each of his fingers, giving them a warm sensation. He took a deep breath and with a jerk of his arms, a golden fist pounded the ground in a blur. Boom! It sounded loudly. The entire room shook, sending a wave of golden air in all directions. A hole that was half a foot deep in the ground appeared. Lu Ming then pulled back his arm to look at the golden fist and then again at the hole in the ground. He couldn't help but give a surprised look. Because of the first Yuan heavy water that he took out earlier, he had already reinforced the room. To be able to bring out such an appalling and destructive energy in this situation, it would mean that his power had increased much more than what he had before. With such a layer of glazed magma metal on his fists, the strength increased by impressive amounts. Still unable to fully believe the power of this force, Lu Ming breathed in heavily and the other golden fist pounded the ground in a flash. A loud bang sounded once again and another hole that was as deep as the other appeared before him. This time Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, he thought about it for a little while and gave a little twitch to one of his fists and the golden color followed his wrist and flowed in an upwards motion along his arms. In a blink of an eye, his entire arm was wrapped in a thin layer of gold. With a green flash from his other arm, he drew the cyan moon sword out from his sleeves. The sword swept across from his arm in a flash of coldness. After what sounded like a metal friction, his gold arm was unscathed. Upon seeing this, his eyebrows furrowed and with a jerk of his arms once again, the cyan moon sword headed towards his arms. Dang! As the intertwining of green on golden light flashed, his sword bounced off and left a faint mark of the sword on his arm. This time around all Lu Ming did was to give a nod. He had only used half of his strength for that and did not use his Fa Li. It can be seen that after the glazed magma metal was thinned out, its defense against swords and blades wasn't the greatest. However, when he shot a ball of fire and a blue icicle at his arm, his face became filled with excitement again. The glazed magma metal performed well on defending again both fire and ice. The golden arm didn't feel any cold or warm feelings from the fireball and icicle from before. However, it was not an end for Lu Ming's test. As he took out the short green sword before him, a layer of golden liquid swept towards the sword and wrapped it in an instant. The cyan sword was now golden in color. Jerking his wrist, the sword came down cutting on his golden arm again and a mark that was slightly deeper than the previous one appeared. Only 1/10 more powerful than before. It is no wonder the ancient record stated that the glazed magma metal would have a larger amplification effect for body cultivators compared to blades or swords. Seeing this, Lu Ming muttered, and his face did not show much surprise. With a flick of his sword once again, the golden liquid flowed straight back to his hands. This time, Lu Ming kept his sword and closed his eyes while the golden liquid slid down his arms. Clinging on his skin, it then spread towards his entire body. After a while, when Lu Ming opened his eyes again, starting from his neck all the way to his thighs were a shiny gold color. After Lu Ming lowered his head and saw his appearance, he couldn't help but give a bitter smile. It seems that the amount glazed magma metal was now not enough for him. Previously in the cave, the hidden corpse of the ghost could be wrapped in the glazed magma metal due to the fact that he did not have flesh on his body but just his skeleton left. Nonetheless, with this on hand, he would have an added defense. Perhaps it would be able to save his life at a critical time. As Lu Ming thought along this line, he drove out any thought of pity he had, and with a move, the golden light on his body flashed. The layer of gold then faded immediately, forming a golden ball that floated before him. This time he only thought for a little while before catching the ball and pressing on his wrist. As the ball burst, it turned into a thick shiny golden bracelet. Whether it was the size or the look of it, it looked exactly alike to the tiger's bite bracelet on his other arm. Moving his wrist, Lu Ming felt the weight of the golden bracelet, and when nothing else seemed to be amiss, he sat cross-legged on the ground. After taking out a pill to consume, he then closed his eyes and calmed his mind. 3 days later, when Lu Ming had almost made up for the blood essence that he lost from sacrificing the glazed magma metal, he finally began to start to take out gold essence in the great tungsten steel ring and used it to refine his sword spirit embryo. At this time he still sat in the room cross-legged. However, in front of him, between his 2 fingers, was a black ring. As Lu Ming muttered incantations, black smoke surrounded him and what looked like over 10 blurry tentacles danced around, vaguely casting several hand signs. Every once in a while, a bit of crystal light flew out from the black ring amidst Lu Ming's chanting. The light then floated towards Lu Ming's body. In Lu Ming's dantian, a white ball of light as big as an egg twirled. It seemed like faintly, there was a couple dozen of crystal lights that varied in the strength of their pulses. 5 days later, he had still retained his posture, mouthing incantations without stopping. However, the ring between his fingers had turned into a black and gray color, and crystal light would strenuously fly out from it every quarter of an hour. The white ball of light in Lu Ming's body was gone, and it was then replaced by a faint and hazy shadow of an inch long of a white sword. The crystal lights that flew out merged into the sword when upon entering the dantian. 7 days later, the black and gray ring had completely turned into a grayish-white color. While the white sword from Lu Ming's abdomen appeared clearer than before, it was still rather faint, as though it would scatter and disappear at any moment. All of a sudden a peng sound rang out. The metal ring finally shattered, forming a pile of white fragments that flew in all directions. At this point, Lu Ming stopped his incantation and hurriedly summoned his mental strength to check his body. After it swept across, he then wet his chapped lips as a smile lit up his face. During the entire process of extracting the great tungsten steel from the iron ring had to be at once and was unable to stop once started. Fortunately, with his cultivation he was able to get through without any consumption of food nor water. However, he was naturally inevitable to have a parched mouth and a dry tongue, as well as feeling a little weak. Fortunately, the sword spirit embryo had already been established, and all he needed to do was slowly cultivate it. According to the great symbol sword technique, in a short period of time, this sword embryo would be unable to be released out and hurt the enemy. But it would still be a great advantage. For example, the sword spirit embryo could help people find sword intent or strengthen sword cheese. Lu Ming was in good spirits, and after eating a few pills of fastening and drinking some water, he went back to his room and fell asleep right away. Although his mental strength was now no lesser than a spirit master, he had not had proper rest for a long time and unable to overcome the fatigue. The following month, aside from practicing alchemy twice at Fan Bai Zi, Lu Ming's other times were spent in his cave working hard on cultivating his sword spirit embryo. It had just formed in his body and was not stable. He had to hurry and get it solidified before being able to feel at ease. Right at this moment, news about the sea race invading the mainland and their army occupying the neighboring countries had finally spread to Xianjing. Immediately the entire Xianjing was in an uproar. Within a few days the surviving loose practitioners had mostly left and only less than half remained. Many more of them were still trying to escape Xianjing. As for the underground markets in Xianjing, be it pills, glyphs, practitioner weapons or totems, the prices for them increased at an alarming rate. However, many loose practitioners were still snatching for them. After a month, when Lu Ming appeared once again, there were very few underground markets that were still in business. However, Lu Ming didn't mind any of this. He only spent his time investigating Shenzhen in secret, and when he did not find any trace of the sea race, he headed back to the cave and cultivate. Chapter 238, The Second Lu Ming. Chapter 238, The Second Lu Ming. The years ran on and time flew by. 3 years had passed in a blink of an eye. At present, Shenzhen was not much different than 3 years ago. If there were any changes, it would only be that there were now many more cultivators from the Haiyu country. A large portion of them consisted of loose practitioners, but there was still a minority of them that were former disciples of the sects of the Haiyu country. Most of the sea sects had already been destroyed in a swift attack when the sea race invaded. Many of the sect disciples that had fled to the Dexian country had joined the Heavenly Moon sect or one of the 5 large sections. A couple of them that were not willing to be shackled had decided to become loose practitioners. The emergence of these cultivators from the various countries had made up for the large number of loose practitioners that fled Shenzhen. After a great struggle, a couple of great forces re-emerged, each vaguely greater than the forces 3 years ago. However, all this did not bother Lu Ming. In these 3 years, the 5 sects had placed a large number of sect disciples at the border of Dexian country and Haiyu country. Not long after, they were engaged in a battle with the sea race. According to the news Lu Ming received from the sect and the information that he gathered, both parties had sent out a large number of crystal-level experts at first. However, aside from an earth-shattering battle at the start, there weren't any more battles at that level. However, the Spirit Masters and Spirit Apostles battles started to become much more violent. They also became much more frequent to the point where both parties had already lost over 30 Spirit Masters. As for the lower-ranking Spirit Apostle, the deaths were hard to count. What left Lu Ming unexpected was that after both parties had started the battle, they both built a huge city wall, as though they expected the battle to last for a long time. As for the Barbarian Ghost sect, in the 3 years, they lost 7 to 8 Spirit Master and various inner sect disciples, some of whom Lu Ming knew. Luckily, the 9 Infant Mountain was weak in power, hence the ones who did not survive were just a handful. The 3 Spirit Masters were all safe as they stayed at the sect to defend and had never crossed over to the borders. Being a core disciple, Lu Ming had initially thought that he would be called back to engage in the war. However, because of the invasion of the sea race at Shenzhen, there was a need for a competent disciple to monitor the situation here. Therefore, he was never called to return back to the sect. Certainly, in these 3 years there were things that left Lu Ming a little depressed. It was that Gao Chong was finally successful in advancing to the level of a Spirit Master, and had made his mark during the battle with the sea race at the borders. Rumors were that he had, in fact, killed a beginning rank Spirit Master of the sea race on his own and killed dozens of sea race Spirit Apostles. From this, it seemed that ever since Gao Chong had successfully become a Spirit Master, his strength was definitely not like ordinary beginning-level Spirit Masters. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to do such a thing. This, however, was not good news to Lu Ming. In these 3 years, Lu Ming was constantly refining his Fa Li and refining his sword spirit Embryo. He even went to Fan Bai Zi to practice alchemy. The progress of those two was just normal, it only led his Fa Li to be a little purer than before and the sword spirit Embryo to be stronger by 1/10. Yet, his improvement in alchemy let Fan Bai Zi shocked. Perhaps he did have a natural gift in alchemy or there were other reasons, but in a short span of 3 years, he improved his alchemy skills so much so that he could independently produce a few types of pills that were of the Spirit Apostle level and the success rate of them were not too low. However, although his natural gift in alchemy let Fan Bai Zi surprised, once the 3 years was up, Fan Bai Zi told him to leave without hesitating. At this moment, Lu Ming already had an introduction to alchemy. If he wanted to take it to a higher level, he could only practice consistently. After all, Fan Bai Zi could not possibly impart his experience in refining middle to high-tier pills to an outsider. On this day, Lu Ming walked out of the coffin shop along the alley and Shenzhen felt gloomy. Although the news from the sect was nothing out of the ordinary and were only a few little trivial routine reports, Lu Ming was able to feel that the sects hadn't been successful in their fight against the sea race. They were probably at a disadvantage. This was the result after the sea race dividing their strength where they were battling against a couple of countries at the same time. From this, it could be seen that the sea race was very strong. Of course, part of this was due to the sea race that were sent to infiltrate the various countries dozens of years ago. They laid out traps to cripple the power of the countries before the start of the invasions. To Lu Ming, all these were quite distant. Back at the secret room, He sat down and all of a sudden he felt that the Li within his body started to boil before being sucked into his dantian in a frantic manner. It has started. Lu Ming was stunned at first before he became excited. Patting his 2 leather pouches at his waist, 2 black gusts of smoke were emitted. They turned into a white-boned scorpion and flying head respectively. Peng peng. Lu Ming grabbed the tail of the white-boned scorpion roughly with one hand and a strand of long hair from the flying head with the other hand. With the black smoke emitting around him, he started to try his hardest to control the Li that was being sucked up within his body. As time passed by, the black smoke around his body became thinner and thinner. When Lu Ming felt only a tenth of the Li in his body was left, his dantian suddenly stopped sucking up all of the Li. At the same moment he felt his both ears ringing. After darkness engulfed in front of him, he was then in a dusky surrounding. After what seemed like a long time he finally entered the mysterious space again. The white-boned scorpion and flying head were also by his side. However, when Lu Ming could clearly see what was before him, the look on his face changed. What should have been an empty space had another person sitting on the ground. In addition, regardless of clothing or facial features, this person looked exactly like Lu Ming. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Right at this moment, the flying head by his side flew out, heading straight towards the ground before the opposite, Lu Ming. Its face faced the ground as it laid on the ground without moving at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart sounded with a ji-dang sound and was bewildered by the scene. He then immediately made hand gestures and communicated with the flying head. The information from the flying head was that it was apparently this was also a master, another stronger master. Hearing this, Lu Ming was even more confused. However, he had the vague notion that the flying head being so easily conquered was probably due to this new himself. With this thought, he naturally did not dare to underestimate the new him. However, after carefully observing the Lu Ming on the other side, his expression changed slightly. The other him seemed to have never moved while no aura came from his body. Was he dead? Lu Ming became suspicious and did not bother about the flying head. Instead, he surrounded the other Lu Ming and went around him a few rounds. After that, pointed a finger on his own forehead, gathering all his mental strength before then directing it towards the body opposite him. In the end, as soon as the mental strength came in contact with the opposite Lu Ming, a puff of invisible strength bounced back, and no matter how the mental strength moved, it could not get near the other party's body. Lu Ming's heart dropped. After hesitating, he cupped both his fists. He bowed towards the other Lu Ming, saying, "I am unaware of Senior's name or the reason for using my appearance." The Lu Ming, opposite him still had his eyes closed, not moving at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. He stood upright before sizing up the other party again. There was the inch-long scar on his forehead was from when he was young at Savage Island where someone used a sharp stone to cut him. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched up. This was a habit of his when he was resting. There was a faint wound on his thumb from when he was practicing a new use for his wind blade and accidentally scratched himself yesterday. As Lu Ming continued looking, and the more he looked, the more he saw that the other party was basically a second him. This made him feel a chill in his heart. "Since you refuse to speak, then please excuse me." Lu Ming's face changed and before he said with gritted teeth. Following the movement of his sleeve, a silver chain flashed and headed straight towards the other party. After a ring, the silver chain successfully wrapped around Lu Ming tightly without any resistance. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed a little. Turning his hand, a stack of glyphs floated before him and using both arms, all of it shot out, sticking on the other Lu Ming's body. It seems that after Lu Ming saw himself, trapped in the demon-subduing chain with many glyph restrictions, he could then be at ease. Circling around himself twice, he then raised his arms and touched the other party's shoulder. During this process, Lu Ming stared hard at himself, without even blinking. In the end, this new Lu Ming still sat on the ground and not moving. Once his hand was placed on the other party's shoulder, he trembled. An odd, cold strength then shot out from the shoulder, passing into his arm. Lu Ming was shocked. Moving his body, he appeared dozens of meters away and continued staring intently at the other party's face. However, the opposite Lu Ming did not move at all. It was as though the odd strength he felt was not real. However, as Lu Ming's gaze turned to his own arm that had touched the shoulder just now, he was shocked. He could not feel anything on his arm and a layer of black ice had wrapped around it. Lu Ming then moved his arm again and black smoke emitted from his body, heading directly to his numb arm. In the blink of an eye, the black block of ice on his arm had melted and has regained back his feeling. However, at this point Lu Ming felt that the new himself before him was even more mysterious. Chapter 239, Complete Mastery of the Icicle Technique. Chapter 239, Complete Mastery of the Icicle Technique. He thought about it for a while and decided to take the risk. Lu Ming breathed lightly and swung his hand. A wind blade was discharged out while it created a piercing sound. As a green light flashed, the wind blade skimmed right next to the arm of the other him. Pooh! A wound a few inches long appeared and light golden blood gushed out of it. Before Lu Ming was surprised, he felt a sharp pain on his arm. After being stunned, he quickly pulled up his sleeves and took a look. His eyes squinted while looking at red blood gushing out of a same few inches long wound on his arm. Lu Ming's face turned pale and felt confused looking at the wound on the arm of the Lu Ming in front of him, and then looked at his own wound as the shape and position of the wound was the same. His mind immediately became fuzzy. At this point, no matter how fuzzy his mind was, he understood that the Lu Ming in front of him was not some demon's disguise, but had a big connection with himself. Lu Ming was not just anyone. He calmed down and took out a glyph and put it on his wound. The wound quickly healed as dots of green light flashed, leaving only a thin line of a faint bloody scar. Lu Ming glanced at the Lu Ming at the front. He saw the wound on the arm of the other him heal in the exact same way, only leaving a thin line of a faint scar. Lu Ming was truly stunned after seeing this. After a while he laughed bitterly. He looked away and started sizing up the dimension. The mysterious dimension was much bigger than before. It seemed like the more Li was consumed, the larger the space was. Everything else was the same other than the increase in space and the second him. After he thought for a while, he found a spot far away from the second him, and sat down, quietly thinking. Like this, slowly half a day had passed. Lu Ming took a deep breath and came back from his deep thoughts. His face formed a powerless expression once again after seeing the other him. Not long ago, after he tried desperately to think of an explanation, he decided it had something to do with the time he lost consciousness in the secret realm. He remembered clearly that inside the weird dream he had when he was unconscious, he saw in another him, with a shocking aura. He had thought about the reason for him going unconscious, and maybe it has something to do with the giant demon's hand that disappeared. After all, the mysterious bubble only appeared and turned abnormal after the giant demon's hand. And maybe the disappearance of the demon's hand had something to do with the bubble. After all the considerations, the himself, in front of Lu Ming now perhaps was formed because of the giant demon hand. Somehow a connection was formed between the hand and Lu Ming, and thus wounds would occur on both when either was hurt. Even though Lu Ming didn't understand the majority of the process, but the real reason shouldn't be too off from his assumption. Even though there was an explanation, it was still a difficult thing to deal with. He was still not sure of whether or not this him was alive or not. Of course, the thing that made Lu Ming felt the most helplessness was that he couldn't really use any extreme methods on the other him. Otherwise, he would have destroyed such a dangerous possibility before he would truly relax. Lu Ming quickly thought for a while, but could only think of a way to imprison the new him. So Lu Ming shook his head and took out some formation flags as he started setting them up around the second Lu Ming. When Lu Ming finished setting up the flags, he made a hand sign and with a point, the small-scaled formation started to buzz. A layer of white light appeared and covered Lu Ming underneath it. Lu Ming looked at the white light barrier and the glyphs and silver chain on the other Lu Ming, and finally his face expression relaxed a little. Under this situation, if the other Lu Ming makes any weird movements, he would detect it at the first moment. Lu Ming then decided to leave everything behind and begin his training. Before this, he used his mental energy to communicate with the flying head. Under his strict order, the flying head flew away from the other Lu Ming with fear and came to next to Lu Ming. Only now Lu Ming was relaxed and ordered the flying head to practice attacking with the white-boned scorpion. The two flashed and separately came before a gray wall. The white-boned scorpion's tail flickered as it became a wave of after images that stabbed at the wall before it. The flying head's hair stood straight as it turned into countless streaks that struck forward. Lu Ming, on the other hand, started to practice the icicle technique. Like this, time passed day by day. At the start, Lu Ming was still very wary of the second him, and kept an eye on him, afraid that there would be a change. However, after 1 month, 2 months, 3 and even 4 months passed, the other him didn't move at all. With this, Lu Ming finally relaxed and treated it as a dead object as he started to put all of his attention to his spell training. Although the Icicle technique was harder than normal to train due to it being a middle-tier spell, the Ming now had much more Fa than when he entered the mysterious space previously. Thus, he could release many more Icicles per day than previously. With this, his training speed rose by quite a bit. 2 years later, Ming made hand techniques with both of his hands as he murmured a chant. Before him, dots of blue light appeared and a normal-looking icicle appeared. As time went by, the icicle's color went from a faint blue to dark blue and gave a crystal gleam. With a flick of his wrist, the icicle shot out with air-piercing sounds. With a couple of flashes, it was hit the gray wall 100+ meters away and exploded in a bang of dark blue light. Voila! A gust of crazy cold flew out and for tens of meters, the gray wall was covered in a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, this frost grew larger and became a foot-thick ice wall. Seeing this, Ming's brow jumped. His hand technique changed and raising his hand, a green wind blade shot towards the ice wall opposite to him. Ping! The wind blade viciously hacked into the ice wall but was only able to leave a couple-inch deep groove before it dispersed. Ming's face lighted up when he saw this. He raised his hand and drew a line before him. After dots of red light, a crimson fireball had appeared. Go! Ming's sleeve shook at the wall as the fireball shot out. Hong! The fireball exploded on the ice wall and turned into raging flames that spread in all directions. However, when all of the flames were extinguished, only a small part of the ice wall was melted. The smile on Ming's face became larger. This was the product of the complete mastery of the Icicle technique, and its power was not on the same level as the wind blade and fireball that were also at the level of complete mastery. The only flaw was that it took quite a while to cast the spell. In the next time, since he didn't have another spell to train, he started silently reading and trying to comprehend the Great Symbol Sword technique. Before arriving in the mysterious space, he had already understood the techniques to cultivate the Great Symbol Sword Embryo, and he wanted to see if he could understand more things to use. However, after reading for over 10 days he gave up on this. The remaining portion of the sword technique was obviously targeting cultivators that were above the level of a spirit master. Thus the technique was much too hard to comprehend, and if once cultivation was not there, there was no chance of being able to understand it. The Dragon Tiger Hell method had the same issue. With this, Ming couldn't find anything else to do. In the next few days he started to observe the second hymn. This actually gave some results on the weird parts of the second hymn. First, even after getting close to the other Ming couldn't find any breathing or even blood flowing, heartbeat or any other indications of life. It was as if this was not a living person. Second, not only did Ming get wounded when the Ming was wounded, when Ming was hurt, the same spot on the Ming would also show the same wound. It was as if it was one life with two bodies. He had seen on some records that there was an evil technique that could take a part of a person's soul and transfer it on some puppet. Then, as long as the puppet's arms or legs were broken, the owner of the soul would also have his arms or legs broken. Thus, this owner would be eternally hindered by someone else. However, he had never seen what was happening right now. He could only scratch his head without any results. However, he had made his decision. As soon as he left the mysterious space, he would immediately go find records and ask around to see if someone could shed some light on this matter. Ming spent a couple of days before not being able to glean any new information from the second hymn and thus put the matter aside. He then took out his pill furnace and a pile of normal spirit ingredients as he started to refine pills. These pills were only useful to spirit apostles, and Ming had already practiced the refining methods hundreds of times, but his success rate was still only 20 to 30%. The purity of his pills could also only be considered as ordinary. Fan Baizi gave his praise to such a success rate, impressed that Ming could achieve it in such a short period of time. However, Ming was not satisfied. For him, when he started refining pills for a spirit master, there wouldn't be so many portions of spirit ingredients for him to practice on. If the current spirit apostle pills already had such a low success rate, his spirit master pills would have an even more pitiful success rate. Chapter 240 Basic Mastery in Pill Refining. Chapter 240 Basic Mastery in Pill Refining. However, if it was possible to increase the refining success rate of the spirit apostle pills, then it would be beneficial for Ming for when he refines spirit master pills in the future. After all, some pill refining experiences applied for both low and high-grade pills. As such, for the rest of the 2 days, Ming spent all his attention on pill refining. Even though he was inside the mysterious space, it was clear that there was no difference inside compared to the outside when it comes to pill refining. His pill refining success rate was still somewhere around 2 to 3 successes out of 10 tries. On the third day, a pew sound resounded from the pill cauldron in front of him and a burnt smell came from within it. Ming grimaced wryly as the technique in his hand stopped, knowing that he once again failed a pill refinement. Moving his eyes to the ground beside the pill cauldron, he discovered that there weren't many remaining pill materials. Letting out a sigh, he reached into his sleeve with his hand, intending to take out another simple storage glyph filled with materials. Not long ago, Ming had brought 10 storage glyphs full with pill refining materials from the underground markets. In these 3 years he had used up a lot of spirit stones due to pill refining. Although the success rate has increased with time, allowing him to sell some of the pills to earn back some spirit stones. But even then he had still spent more than 100,000 spirit stones these years. And that was counting in the fact that he only spent 2 days refining pills every month. Otherwise, the amount of materials used would easily be many times more. The pill refining materials in one storage glyph was enough for him to refine pills for 2 days. With all the materials he currently has, if he were to continue pill refining without rest, then he would only have enough for around 20 days. But when Ming reached into his sleeve with his hand, his face stiffened for a second before the look in his eyes became very strange. He suddenly flipped his hand around and was suddenly holding a stack of yellow glyphs. The surfaces of these glyphs were densely packed with silver-colored spirit patterns. These were simple storage glyphs. After Ming had quickly scanned the storage glyphs, his face showed an incredible astonished expression. Why are there still 10 glyphs? I clearly just used up one before. Mumbling, Ming hastily counted the storage glyphs, confirming that there were 10 glyphs. Ming looked at the glyphs in his hand, his facial expression continually changing. In the next moment he suddenly stowed all the glyphs away. He left one behind that he instantly crushed, causing it to glow white. A pile of pill refining materials appeared on the ground next to him. Ming reached into his sleeve with his hand, confirming that there were only 9 storage glyphs in his sleeve. Then he had a Li replenishing pill that he had just refined. Feeling the Li in his body slowly increasing, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle up. He pondered a bit before beginning to making hand signs, continuing to refine pills. Whenever he finished making a cauldron of pills, Ming would check the number of storage glyph in his sleeve. But on the first day there weren't any change whatsoever. However, on the second day when he finished a pill refinement, he once again used his mental strength to scan the contents of his sleeve and his expression abruptly changed into one of surprise. He hurriedly reached into his sleeve. With a grasp, instantly, a stack of glyphs once again showed up, not too many and not too little, just exactly 10 glyphs. When he had just finished refining his last cauldron of pills, he had checked the contents of his sleeves and there had only been 9 storage glyphs. Ming calmly thought for a bit before once again crushing a glyph. Once again the glyph released a large amount of pill refining materials and then Ming placed the remaining 9 glyphs on the ground before him. In the remaining time he didn't continue to refine pills but stared without blinking on the glyphs that laid on the ground. 1 day, 2 days, a whole 5 days went by and the number of storage glyphs still stayed at 9. There hadn't been any increase at all. This greatly surprised Ming. That's why when he had waited until the 6th day, he couldn't wait anymore and altogether chose to ignore the storage glyphs in front of him. Opening the lid of the pill cauldron, he began to refine pills anew. Just like that, 2 days went by. By the time when the pill refining materials were nearly used up, Ming was refining pills while at the same time unconsciously moving his eyes onto the ground. His face expression instantly changed. 10 glyphs laid there neatly in a row. Ming forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. Not caring about the pills being refined in the cauldron, both eyes of his eyes were unblinking as he stared at the storage glyphs on the ground. He could clearly remember that there were only 9 glyphs that laid there, and it took only a moment to confirm that a completely new glyph had suddenly appeared. He pondered for a bit, and with a stroke of his hand, he grasped the storage glyph that had just appeared. Carefully inspecting it for a while, he found that it wasn't any different from the other glyphs, so he used some force in his fingers, crushing the glyph. Pooh! After the white light had disappeared, the ground at the side was once more occupied by a big pile of pill refining materials. Ming moved his eyes, only taking some glances at the materials, before determining that both the types and weight of the materials was exactly the same as the previous storage glyph. It seems like it really had completely copied the contents of the recently used storage glyph. At this point, Ming finally understood some of the rules for how these storage glyphs get copied. It was likely that one not only has to use a storage glyph as well as the materials inside before this space made a new copy that's completely alike. In order to confirm this, Ming used the next half-month to test this a couple of times. The result was exactly that of his earlier guess. It seems like the mysteriousness of this space was far beyond what he had originally expected. But what made Ming both happy and surprised at the same time was that after these days of non-stop pill refining, he could feel that his pill refining skills had faintly increased. It looked like that in this space, him using the copied alchemy material also had an effect on his alchemy skills. After having confirmed this, the last bit of worry in Ming's heart also vanished. With this joy he began to refine pills day and night without stop. Under this kind of circumstances where he had kind of had an infinite amount of alchemy materials, Ming's pill refining skills naturally increased as quickly as a runaway horse. A single month later, Ming's pill refining success rate for these kinds of spirit apostle pills had risen with an astonishing speed. After all, even a sect like the Barbarian Ghost Sect could not train their alchemist with such intensive amounts of practices without the slightest restrictions like Ming was doing right now. After all, if one were to use the number of spirit stones to calculate, then he had in this month used up alchemy materials worth more than hundreds of thousand spirit stones. This kind of crazy way to train an alchemist wasn't something that an average sect could even afford. Nonetheless, practicing crazily like this in only a few months, Ming could for most pills reach a success rate of 50 to 60%. A year after, he could for most pills reach a success rate of 100%. In the rest of the time, Ming moved his attention on improving the quality of the refined pills. And in this time frame, both the white bone scorpions and the flying skull's individual cultivations had never stopped. At this moment, a movement from the tail hook of the white-boned scorpion would instantly produce many tens of black lines shooting out. Faintly, one could see that the tail hook had already shot out before the sound of air piercing would be spread. And the flying skull just need to move its head and one would only be able to see green lights flashing everywhere and completely unable to see any trace of the long hair. Both the speed and strength of its attack had reached a breathtaking step. As for the second Ming, there hasn't been even the slightest movement. This has made Ming gradually only regard it like some kind of statue. Half-year later, Ming took out a pill from the pill cauldron. The pill's surface had some faint silverish spirit inscriptions. When his face let out an expression of joy, suddenly the surroundings fluctuated. His 2 ears heard a wung sound as the scene before his eyes went dark. When he could see again, he suddenly once more appeared in the secret room that he had left. After the dizzy feeling in his head vanished, his dantian suddenly trembled. From within, a very pure stream of Fa began leaking out. Ming was joyous in his heart and hurriedly made a hand sign with his 2 hands. He began to silently accept the pure Fa coming from the mysterious chi bubble. About a tea's time, he finally let out a light breath before putting his 2 hands down. At this moment, the mysterious air bubble in his dantian had once more vanished without a trace. He slightly felt his Fa and sure enough, it was once again purer than before. But his cultivation had fallen from perfection down to an average late spirit apostle. This made him smile bitterly once more. It seemed like for the next few days he once again had to go through the days of non-stop pill eating. Fortunately, in the mysterious space, he had already increased his pill refining skills to an astonishing height. The degree of mastery over refining spirit apostle pills was to such a perfection that refining some pills that increased Fa wasn't any problem for him at all. Ming thought to this point but then suddenly grasped out with his hand. He took out a storage glyph from his sleeve before then crushing it. The white light lit up but the space in front was still empty, nothing had come out of it. Sure enough. Ming saw this scene and wasn't surprised at all as he murmured. This storage glyph contained all the pills that he had refined in the mysterious space. But looking at the current circumstances, it was very clear that he couldn't take these pills out of the mysterious space. They had all silently disappeared, not leaving any trace. Ming felt that it was a great pity but had been expecting this. That's why he wasn't that depressed about the situation. Turning his head to look at the flying skull and the white-boned scorpion to the side, he let out a smile as he patted the 2 leather bags tied to his waist. Immediately, 2 black clouds rolled out from the leather bags and took the 2 ghosts in. He once more looked at the secret room in front of his eyes that was exactly like 4 years ago. Suddenly he smiled as he stood up, pushing open the door as he left. In the remaining time, Ming went to the market and brought alchemy materials worth more than 100,000 spirit stones before he returned to the dwelling. He then began to refine the pill Black Crow pill, that he had refined countless times in the mysterious space. This kind of pill had a decent effect of increasing Fa for late spirit apostles and was a pill recipe that he had specifically bought with spirit stones from Fan by Z. While Black Crow pill's effect wasn't bad, it was very hard to make. Even for alchemist masters like Fan by Z, they still didn't have that great of a success rate. That's why once this pill was refined, one pill can be sold for more than 1,000 spirit stones. Often they were incredibly expensive but still hard to find. For Lu Ming, the success rate of the Black Crow pill was also the lowest amongst the different pills he could make. There were two reasons. First, the pill was truly as difficult to refine, and second, because he didn't bring much of this pill's materials with him when he first entered the mysterious space, which had resulted in him having far less practice in making this pill compared to the other Spirit Apostle pills. Chapter 241, A New Journey. Chapter 241, A New Journey. For the remaining time, Lu Ming was refining Black Crow pills while at the same time using them, generating extra Fa. It took only a few months before he once more had cultivated his Fa to the perfection stage. And just at this time he finally got the message from the barbarian ghost sect, saying that his term of 4 years had been reached. A new supervising disciple was already on the road to Shenzhen. And according to established practice, the recently retired supervising disciple could take some months of rest. He only needed to return to the sect within a half year. When Lu Ming received this order, he naturally became overjoyed. He immediately wrote 2 letters of resignation, having someone deliver it to the Qian house and by Fan Zi's dwelling. He then silently left Shenzhen and completely disappearing for a few months without any news. 3 months later, at the border of the Deshen country and another country called Qiyu, which was right at the edge of a continuous mountain range, a green-robed youth stood at the peak of a 1,000 feet tall dirt mountain while looking at the distant mountain ranges. His face very grave, and only after a while did he begin murmuring. So this was the 10,000 barbarian mountain range. For this place to be this ferocious, it's no wonder that the Bai family has been unable to collect the 7th blue pure aura for so many years. Thus, they told me the location of the aura pit without reservation. This youth was naturally Lu Ming. Since he left Shenzhen, he went directly to the Bai family. From there, he was easily able to get the location of the 7th blue pure aura from the Bai grandma and has since then sprinted all the way to this place. But now that he had personally witnessed the true nature of the 10,000 barbarian mountain range, as well as clearly feeling the chaotic aura in the air, he began to hesitate. The 10,000 barbarian mountain range was widely known as a very dangerous place in both countries. It was made up of some thousands of small and big mountains, stretching for some tens of thousands of miles. It was said that there isn't only countless poisonous bugs and wild beasts, but also many miasmatic poison patches of fog that cause instant death on touch. There were even some low-grade demonic beasts that have been able to critically think. Of course, these demonic beasts always hid in the depth of the mountain ranges. Average people wouldn't be able to meet them. Because this mountain range was rich in resources and had also produced a rich number of rather well-known spirit medicines, which was why there was a lot of activity in these areas by the cultivators from both countries. But because this mountain range had a lot of dangerous areas, most of the cultivators only stayed in the outer areas. Rarely do people ever travel into the depth of the mountain ranges. But even then, from time to time there are stories of cultivators entering the 10,000 mountain range and never to be seen coming out again. Which was why that if one didn't have a special reason, the cultivators from the 2 countries all fear going deep into the mountain range. This information was naturally something that Lu Ming had gathered before he came here. And following the map given by the Bai family, the aura pit containing 7th blue pure aura was right exactly in the very depths of the 10,000 barbarian mountain range. Right now, Lu Ming was looking at the distant mountains with thoughts flying around. This time, if he were to return to the sect, he certainly would be called to participate in the Great War with the Sea Race. It was, therefore, necessary to step into the Spirit Master realm. Otherwise, if he were to fight the cultivators of the Sea Race, then there was a great chance of dying. Right now his Fa has already stabilized at the perfection stage. As long as there was some suitable pure aura chi, he could begin to attempt reaching the Spirit Master realm by condensing the aura into symbol chi. Currently he only had that spare low-grade Guin pure aura. Only as a last resort would he use this pure aura to condense into his symbol chi. In addition, the 7th blue pure aura was quite compatible with his cultivation method. Even if this 10,000 barbarian mountain range was very dangerous, it seems like he still had to take a risk and enter. With his current cultivation, as long as he doesn't meet any liquid level beast whose strength parallels Spirit Masters, then there shouldn't be any big problem. And the 10,000 barbarian mountain range even might not have beasts at this level. Lu Ming thought to this point and his eyebrows slightly loosened up. Not hesitating anymore, his body moved and flew towards the distant mountain range. It was said that the 10,000 barbarian mountain range houses countless flying birds and poisonous bugs. So he naturally did not dare to directly fly up in the sky of the 10,000 barbarian mountain range. He flew until he reached the mountain range before slowly advancing forward with both of his feet on the ground. Half-day later, 2 gigantic mountain cats jumped down from 2 big trees, fiercely pouncing towards Lu Ming below them. Pu. At the instant the mountain cats had left the tree branch, Lu Ming raised his 2 hands and 2 green lights flashed. After the 2 mountain cats had screamed, their bodies were split from the middle. Both the dead body and fresh blood sprinkled down from the air. Lu Ming's body flashed, directly avoiding the beast blood and body falling from above. His head didn't even turn around as he continued forward as if he didn't encounter any obstacle. 2 days later, Lu Ming stood at the peak of a big tree. His hands holding a piece of a rather old map, as if he were carefully inspecting something. Right at this time, a several-foot-long green poison snake had quietly climbed up from the roots of the tree. It started moving speedily up towards the peak of the tree. Ping! A black line flashed for an instant and a pitch-black tail hook had penetrated through the head of the poisonous snake, completely nailing it to the tree trunk. After the poisonous snake had twisted and struggled, it no longer made any sound. At this time, the white-boned scorpion jumped out from the dense vegetation above. Its 2 great pincers proceeded to tear apart the dead body of the poisonous snake, and eat it clean. 5 days later, Lu Ming was standing in front of the canyon between 2 mountain peaks. Looking at the gray smoke like fog not far away in front of him, he shook his head and turned his body. He was going to travel some more in order to go around this canyon. A half-month later, Lu Ming had finally entered the depths of the 10,000 barbarian mountain range. At this moment, all the eye could see was extremely tall great gray trees everywhere. The thick canopy above prevented nearly all of the sunlight from seeping through, causing the ground below the trees to be very wet and gloomy. Lu Ming was holding onto his green short sword as the white-boned scorpion following behind him. He calmly moved towards the not-so-far-away hill. The hill was quite strange. The upper half of the hill looked like a madam waving her hand. According to the map that the Bai family gave, he only needed to walk onto this hill, and he would be able to find the exact location of the aura pit. And in order to find this mountain, he had already taken a lot of wrong ways. He had mistakenly entered who know how many wild beast nests, before finally finding his way here. Lu Ming suddenly stopped his feet. Squinting his 2 eyes, he looked at the heaven-reaching great tree in front. Suddenly an sha-sha sound could be heard from the back of the tree and a 10-foot-long gorgeous giant scorpion had crawled out. Its 2 eyes were as red as blood, its mouth spraying out red poison fog and its tail hook swung around behind it. It was quite sinister and horrifying. This was obviously a poisonous bug with some years behind it, and it showed that it was definitely not weak. Lu Ming was first stunned before he immediately made a flick with his wrist, sending a green sword chi out, cutting the body of the big scorpion. The result was that the scorpion made a bizarre scream before stepping back 2 steps. He took the attack as if it was nothing and as only a faint white mark was left on the hard body shell. But Lu Ming's attack had clearly angered this scorpion. Its mouth made some gua-gua sounds. Its lower limbs applied some force, and its whole body pounced towards Lu Ming accompanied with a bloody smell. Lu Ming's eyebrow jumped up, and he was thinking about quickly finishing this scorpion. But right at this time a so sound could be heard. From behind, a black shadow flew out. After a flash, it met the flying scorpion and pounced towards it. It was the ghost, white-boned scorpion. The 2 of them instantly entered a brawl. When Lu Ming saw this, he was stunned. But as he was about to flick the short sword in his hand so as to help out, he was transmitted a message to his mind from the bone scorpion. The message told him to not help. Lu Ming blinked with his eyes, not very sure what the white-boned scorpion's intention is. But he still removed his short sword and stood at the side looking at the battle. The white-boned scorpion's body size wasn't as big as its opponent. But relying on its lightning-like attacks from its tail hook, it was able to gain the upper hand in the brawl. The gigantic scorpion's shell that looked very hard was as weak paper under the attacks of the bone scorpion. After some time, its body had already been pierced over 100 times. Its whole head was also held fast by the bone scorpion's great pincers, only able to spray out blood fog from its mouth, crazily struggling on. 2 hours later, the bone scorpion finally swallowed the last piece of the new scorpion that had been completely ripped apart. Following that, the green flames in the white bone scorpion's 2 eyes became dark, and it became kind of lazy. Lu Ming saw this and a thought moved in his mind. Clapping the leather bag at his waist with a hand, a black cloud took the bone scorpion in. While the white bone scorpion was a ghost monster, its original body was that of scorpion bones which had absorbed a lot of yin qi. Thus, swallowing scorpion's beast should also be a way for it to evolve. The white bone scorpion becoming like this clearly meant that it was preparing to evolve once more. Lu Ming subsequently let out the flying head before continuing onwards. A day later, Lu Ming appeared at a valley that had been blocked by countless tall shrubs. He immediately used his green moon sword, letting out numerous green sword chi. He forcefully cut out a small path through the vegetation which he went through to enter the mountain valley. But after Lu Ming had swept the interior of the mountain valley, his expression became serious. More than half of the mountain valley was covered by a kind of pink-colored fog. And inside the fog, some buzzing sounds could faintly be heard as if were some kind of bug inside flying around. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a couple of times. Suddenly he took out a blue ball from his sleeve and threw it forward before then making a hand sign. Immediately a J-bang sound went off and the blue ball changed into a light blue four-winged wooden bird. Following this, Lu Ming made another hand sign. The blue-colored wooden bird proceeded to vibrate its wings. It changed into a blue light as it quickly flew towards the pink-colored fog. Pooh! The blue wooden bird flew head first into the fog, flying towards its depths. But the wooden bird only flew a small distance, before the sound of its wing vibration became smaller by a lot. The facial expression of Lu Ming changed, and he hurriedly made another hand sign. The blue wooden bird in the fog immediately made a turn, quickly flying back along its former path. The result was that after a few flashes, it broke out from the pink-colored fog. But it only flew some tens of feet towards Lu Ming before it fell without any warning, heavily crashing onto the ground. Lu Ming's pupils shrunk and he didn't immediately go towards it. But a light flashed in his eyes as he carefully stared at the wooden bird. Chapter 242 Demonic Ants. Chapter 242 Demonic Ants. All that was seen were pink flying ants suddenly crawling on the blue wooden bird. Dozens of them, each roughly an inch long, gnawed frantically at the puppet wooden bird. And in the blink of an eye, the puppet was mutilated beyond recognition. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Suddenly he waved his sleeve and shot out a fireball. With a boom, the wooden bird was hit. Roaring flames spread, enveloping all the pink flying ants within it. The majority of flying ants were reduced to ashes, but there were still some that managed to vigorously escape the flames. They charged straight for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack seemed like it had provoked the nest of hornets. Not too far away, a buzzing sound emerged from the fog. From the core, a flock of pink flying ants flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed and without a single word, he flipped a hand. From it, a bright blue flag suddenly appeared. He waved it in front of him and out of nowhere, ocean water poured out. The sea water began to whirl and it transformed into a giant wave. The wave rolled into the flock of flying ants, leaving them to struggle helplessly in the water. The few ants who managed to avoid the giant wave desperately flapped their wings towards Lu Ming. In that instant, the atmosphere reverberated in front of Lu Ming. From it, a male head silently emerged. It was the flying head. With a sway of its head, its long hair transformed into green silk and shot out explosively. The silk pierced through the flock of flying ants. They let out strange cries and one by one the ants fell from the skies. Just like that, the tsunami, controlled by the blue flag in Lu Ming's hand, violently rushed forward. Most of the flying ants were rolled into the sea water. The flying head formed a dense silk net with its long hair near Lu Ming, capturing the few flying ants that managed to escape before annihilating them all, leaving no survivors. For a moment, it looked like there wasn't a single flying ant left from the frightening large flock was able to near Lu Ming. The moment the flying ants no longer came out of the pink fog, Lu Ming muttered a few words. He made a hand sign and swiftly materialized a light blue icicle next to him. The icicle quickly turned dark blue and emitted a strange crystal-like light. With a flick of a wrist, the icicle disappeared in a blur. In the next second, the wave in the distance rolled into itself. It formed a giant water ball and levitated high in the sky. Within the water ball, countless pink flying ants struggled for their lives. A blue light flashed. The icicle suddenly appeared and stabbed into the water ball. Bang! The water ball instantly exploded with the stab while a gush of blue cold air surged within. The water froze over. There and then, a giant navy ice ball floated in the air before falling to the ground with a tremble. A crashing sound was heard. The crushed ice ball became misty white fragments of ice on the ground. With it, all the flying ants shattered to pieces. Only then did Lu Ming put the flag away. With another wave of his sleeve, another blue ball flew out. Kabang! Another wooden bird flew out and headed straight into the fog. He made a one-handed sign and gestured a single finger to his forehead. At the same time he closed his eyes. This time, as the blue wooden bird silently entered the fog, the strange noises from within it stopped. It seems like none of the flying ants had survived. But then Lu Ming's expression changed. He opened his eyes again. At the same time the heavy fog in front of him rolled in. The wooden bird flew out from the center. A pair of claws from below suddenly grabbed at the skeleton in the ragged bag of clothes. A muffled thud was heard. The wooden bird relaxed its claw and threw the skeleton in front of Lu Ming. In a blur, the wooden bird transformed into a blue ball at Lu Ming's call and the bird instantly disappeared up his sleeve. Lu Ming lowered his finger from his forehead and scanned the skeleton up and down where there were bite marks from the flying ants. Suddenly his eyes flickered. He raised his hand and clutched the air. Poof! A white jade pendant flew out from the skeleton's waist and steadily settled down onto his hand. Lu Ming lowered his hand and took a glance. All he saw was a jade pendant with the word Bai engraved on one side. So this skeleton was actually a member of the Bai clan who was in search for the pit. Without a doubt, this is the pit of 7th Blue Pure Aura. On that thought, Lu Ming immediately threw courtesy out the window. He made his way to the flying head's side and waved his hand. The flying head let out a strange laugh, before then suddenly taking a deep breath. Under the flash of countless green inscriptions, the head violently swelled up. In a blink of an eye, it grew several times larger than before. It opened its mouth again and released a fierce misty gray wind. The strong gust of wind rolled in the pink fog and immediately surged forward in a frenzy. Without a sound, Lu Ming shifted before standing behind the flying head. He waved his palms and pressed onto the top of the head, pushing Li into the flying head. Boom! All of a sudden, the fierce wind that the flying head spat out almost doubled in size. The sea of fog stirred and spread in all directions. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming took his hand off of the head, the fog that shrouded the entire valley was already blown away by the wild winds. It revealed an enormous pit of about 30 to 40 feet in diameter. Even though Lu Ming stood over 100 feet away from the pit, he could see it clear as day. Lush green grass grew on the surface of the pit. There, small pink flowers blossomed and released pink-colored pollen shot out into the air, but it never seemed to fall to the ground. Suddenly, Lu Ming came to realize that the sea of pink fog earlier must have come from these strange unknown pink flowers. Just when Lu Ming was about to head into the giant pit, a burst of strange chirping laughter came from the center of the pit. All of a sudden, a pink fog rushed out, carrying with it a bizarre half-humanoid, half-insect creatures. The creatures were 3 meters long. Its upper half was a naked woman with thick hair. It had 2 long thin arms, its skin was white as snow, and it had a pair of trembling full breasts. Its lower half was odd, a glowing oversized insect body. Its tail had circles of strange black inscriptions. Its back had translucent wings just like the previous pink flying ants but magnified tenfold. Its upper half had an extremely beautiful face of a woman, but when it saw Lu Ming, its face turned furious. It was a perfect apostle demonic insects. As Lu Ming sensed the aura released from the creatures, he grew cold. For the first time, a flash of caution crossed his face. Without a doubt in his mind, this creature had cultivated to a bottleneck and was trying to use the pure aura chi to break through to a higher realm. Human or demon, if anyone wanted to reach the spirit master, which is the liquid level, after getting to the perfect spirit apostle level, it was impossible to avoid the process of condensing the aura into cultivation chi. Naturally, this insect was angered when Lu Ming interrupted it at a vital moment in its cultivation. In comparison to common demonic beasts, demonic insects faced more difficulties in their cultivation. Yet, because of this, demonic insects were far more difficult to deal with than demonic beasts of the same level. Having to tackle this insect who had already started to condense its aura, Lu Ming couldn't help but take the enemy seriously. He let out a short sigh of relief before he flipped a hand. The cyan moon sword suddenly appeared in a flash. Startled by Lu Ming's movements, the insect released a strange call. Its stout tail swept and spat out 4 gigantic eggs. Each egg was 3 foot tall, white as snow and sparkled. Just when they detached from its tail, the egg cracked in the center. Each one revealed 2 foot tall giant pink ants. Each and every one was enormous in size and had a pair of crystallized wings on their backs. Their lower limbs were dark and covered in sharp hooks. Their fangs were exposed and, surprisingly, their bodies emitted the aura of middle spirit apostles. When they opened their eyes, their wings vibrated and they rushed towards Lu Ming. After the demonic insect with the faces of beautiful women spat out 4 eggs, its body's aura decreased considerably. It actually lowered to the late spirit apostle level. Though astonished by this, Lu Ming didn't have time to wonder how this could have happened. He flicked the cyan moon sword in his hands and instantly slashed towards the 4 gigantic ants. Just then, the sound of the atmosphere tearing was heard. 4 traces of misty cyan sword chi rolled in. At the same time, the flying head let out a screech. It swung its long locks of hair, transforming them into dense green silk. Poof, poof. 4 giant ants abruptly stopped flapping its wings and their bodies unexpectedly disappeared in the cool breeze. No matter if it was the sword chi or the green thread, they all missed. Wind escape technique. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but fall silent. Moments later, he felt 2 gusts of wind graze the sides of his body. 2 giant ants had flashed by. 4 sharp front limbs transformed into 4 shadows and charged right towards Lu Ming's body at lightning speeds. To a normal late spirit apostle, this kind of unexpected attack would have really been effective. But then again, Lu Ming was no ordinary spirit apostle. His mental strength and physique were almost comparable to that of the average spirit master, and his reflexes were alarmingly fast. With a low grunt, the cyan short sword in his hands became a blur as he slashed both sides. Bang, bang. The front legs of the 2 giant ants were hit by 2 slashes of cyan sword chi. The ants quickly retreated whilst crying in agony. Focusing, Lu Ming noticed that the front legs of both ants were intact. His face fell as he made a one-handed sign. Suddenly, black smoke shrouded his body. After a while, the smoke formed long sticky black tentacles which wildly thrashed around as it rushed towards the 2 giant ants. At this time, the 2 giant ants rose like a light breeze and once again, disappeared in a blur. At the same time, the flying head on the other side had barricaded itself in its own cocoon of hair. Nearby, the figure of 2 other giant ants dashed in and out of sight whilst locked in a heated battle with the demon. Chapter 243, Return to the Sect. Chapter 243, Return to the Sect. Upon sensing the 4 giant ants possessing wind escape, an incredible escape technique, Lu Ming naturally would not go easy. Not only did he activate his dark bone method to the maximum, the cyan short sword in his hand chopped out continuously, while at the same moment cyan wind blades shot out continuously, forming a cyan line towards the giant ants. Although the 2 giant ants which surrounded and attacked Lu Ming possessed the wind escape technique, under such fierce attacks they could only evade. Upon seeing that its attacks did not yield results, one of the giant ants decided to escape using wind escape technique. However, it did not manage to successfully dodge the counterattacks by Lu Ming and was cut by a green sword chi. It was then followed by 7 to 8 wind blades which left several deep wounds on its body, causing it to be unable to activate the technique to quickly evade the remaining attacks. As a ding sounded, a silver chain broke through space and in a flash, tied up the giant ant tightly. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a movement behind his back and the other giant ant appeared. Two of its front legs moved as it rushed forward without a sound. Without turning his head, Lu Ming flipped his hand, sending a green sword chi chopping out. The giant ant suddenly twisted its body to an awkward angle, dodging the dense sword chi coming towards it. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's other arm turned blurry and a dazzling gold fist smashed out. Shocked, the giant ant used its front 2 limbs to strike at the gold fist in a crisscross manner, hoping to cut it apart. However, upon contact with the gold fist, a shocking power surged out from the fist. The giant ant gave an anguished cry and the power from the fist broke both front limbs. The golden fist blurred again, penetrating the skull of the giant ant, killing it on the spot. At the same time, silvery inscriptions began appearing on the silver chain tying the other giant ant, and with the sudden tightening, it split the ant into several parts. Just when Lu Ming eliminated the 2 giant ants, the flying head with long hair billowing in the wind suddenly moved, disappearing into space, leaving no trace behind. The sound of space breaking resounded through the air. Two of the giant ants which were hiding using the wind escape technique were pulled out by the long hair. At the same time, a green-colored shadow flashed and the ants were split into over 10 parts as they fell from the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed towards the insect that upon releasing the 4 giant ants became unmoving. Upon seeing the 4 giant ants were killed this quickly, its beautiful face expressed shock and its mouth let out a strange scream before the wings on its back started moving and it started escaping. Lu Ming was flabbergasted for a moment, but without thinking he formed seals with both hands. Immediately a green light appeared and a gigantic wind blade appeared in front of him. With a tremble of the wrist, the gigantic WKD blade screeched as it shot out. In the next moment, the body of the demonic insect released a pink light which enveloped its body. However, the moment the green light flashed, the gigantic wind blade split both the demonic insect and the light into 2. The demonic insect gave a terrible scream before its body fell from the sky. However, at this moment 2 green flames shot at the demonic insect with a pew sound, turning it to dust in a moment. It was the flying head which had caught up and shot out the 2 flames. Being able to kill such a seemingly strange demonic insect with ease, it made Lu Ming feel relaxed. Although the giant ants let out by the demonic insect were powerful, its body was extremely weak. Most likely this was due to failure in congealing the aura chi, leading to the sharp decrease in its power. Lu Ming felt something was off, but did not give it much thought but instead flew towards the aura pit. Although the Bai clan said that this aura pit has not been visited by anyone for many years and should have accumulated quite a bit of 7th blue pure aura, seeing a demonic insect in the pit made him start to worry. Even if nobody had ever noticed this place, who knew how many demonic beasts had already used the pure aura during this period of time? As Lu Ming started to consider all these, he started to get more worried. In a moment, he had already reached the side of the gigantic pit. Upon looking down with rapt attention, his expression changed. This Pura pit was much different compared to the pit in the underground of Immortal Dawn Mountain. Looking from the top, the shape of the pit was a funnel all. In addition, the deepest part of the center was more than 100 feet from the top. Aside from some pale blue mist moving around the center, the rest of the place was made of unknown translucent stones of different sizes, each of them dazzling. Lu Ming gazed at the blue fog in the center for a while before he frowned. Performing a seal with one hand, he flew up into the sky and dropping slowly towards the center of the aura pit. Upon seeing the distance between him and the pale blue mist was only 10 feet, he grabbed out with his hand. Immediately, a huge cloud of pale blue mist rushed towards Lu Ming before stopping in front near him. Lu Ming squinted his eyes as he looked at it carefully. He realized that within the blue mist, there are over 10 grains of dazzling blue lights flashing, as though they were stars of the universe. Upon seeing this, his face lit up. To think that there was so much 7th blue pure aura within a cloud of mist. It seems like being able to extract 2 portions of pure aura chi is not much of a problem. As Lu Ming kept on thinking, he got excited and quickly fished out a small bottle from his sleeves. 2 months later in the Barbarian Ghost Sect, on top of 9 Infant Mountains Hall. Lu Ming, who had just returned to the sect, stood in front of Gui Ruchuan as he respectfully detailed his experience in Xinjing to the master of 9 Infant Mountain. You have performed well in Xinjing and had done us proud. This time, if we had not killed all the sea race in Xinjing a few years back, I am afraid our 5 sects would have become unable to fully concentrate on our enemies. However, it is a pity that your teacher and martial uncle Zhu, under orders, had gone to the border. If not, they would be elated to hear that you have returned. By the way, what does martial nephew decide to do in the future? Junior Zhong had already requested for the reinstatement of your true name, therefore you can use Lu Ming as your name from now on. If there are no accidents, with your status as a core disciple sooner or later, you will be sent to the borders for training. Gui Ruchuan said with satisfaction after hearing about Lu Ming's experience. Many thanks for martial uncle's concern. After going through several years of cultivation, I feel that my fairly powerful and also found quite a bit of suitable pure aura chi. Therefore, I will be preparing to request for breaking through to the Spirit Master realm. If I remember correctly, every disciple who is experiencing breakthroughs is exempted from any orders within the sect, unless the matter concerns the fall of the sect. Lu Ming said after considering for a while. Indeed, there are such rules. However, do you really want to break through to Spirit Master stage now? Have you thought of cultivating for another 2 years, to gain an even higher chance of breakthrough? Gui Ruchuan's expression changed a little upon hearing Lu Ming's words. It is all right. If this disciple is unable to break through this time, with a few years of rest, I should be able to have another chance of breakthrough before the age of 30. However, if I were to wait for another 2 years, I am afraid there would not be enough time. Lu Ming thought for a while before answering. Yes, Martial Nephew is not wrong in your considerations as well. However, you must remember one point: whenever breaking through, it is best that one succeed at first try. If not, no matter what you do to remediate the situation, the success rate will become lower. Gui Ruchuan said after nodding his head, his expression neutral as he spoke. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Gui for your guidance, I will remember it. By the way, I received a letter from the sect a few years ago, saying that our 5 sects had been infiltrated by spies from the sea race. The spy of our sect was senior sister Jialan. She even stole the head of the barbarian ghost king which the 16 master used. I wonder if this was true? After bowing to express his gratitude, Lu Ming asked with a little hesitation. Of course it is true. The one who discovered her identity as a spy from the sea race was junior sister Bing from the baleful Yin Mountain, who was also her master at that time. During that time, junior sister Bing with Jialan had already solved the mysterious disappearance of the barbarian ghost king and was about to unseal the barbarian ghost king's head. It was at this moment Jialan revealed herself to be part of the sea race and betrayed junior sister Bing before stealing the barbarian ghost king head. Heavenly Moon Sect and the other 4 sects suffered similar situations whereby it was either their sect treasures were stolen, or the elders of the sect were killed. Among all the sects, Heavenly Moon Sect suffered the most losses. One of the 2 grand elders of the sect, Priestess Lingyue, was poisoned by a strange poison that belonged to the sea race and is currently in a coma in the forbidden area of the sect. When Lu Ming asked, Gui Ruchuan's face sank as he explained. So these are all real. It seems like the invasion by the sea race this time had gone through arduous planning for many years. After hearing Gui Ruchuan's explanation, even his face distorted slightly. For the rest of the time, he listened to Gui Ruchuan's tips about breaking through to Spirit Master before leaving the hall. He then went to the duty hall to report and detailed all that happened during his mission before receiving his rewards for the mission. At this moment, Lu Ming realized a group of youngsters who seemed to be of the inner sect members of the barbarian ghost sect had appeared in the sect, and the familiar faces among the previous generation of disciples decreased significantly. Seems like after these few years, barbarian ghost sect had gathered another new batch of disciples. At the same time, many disciples of the previous generation had been conscripted and sent to the border of Shen Kingdom. In the next 4 days, Lu Ming did not step out of his room and was inside having a good rest to prepare for his breakthrough. It was only after half a month when Lu Ming suddenly came to a secretive canyon between 2 mountain peaks of the barbarian ghost sect. At the entrance of the canyon, there was unexpectedly a gigantic garret 3 stories high. Hanging high on the huge main door was a board with Imperial Heavenly Spiritual Hall written on it. Lu Ming touched an item among his sleeves before walking in big strides into the cave. Within the hall of the garret, aside from a white magical formation, there was no one else around. Chapter 244, The Spirit Pool. Chapter 244, The Spirit Pool. Just as a hint of surprise showed on Lu Ming's face, he heard the faint voice of a man. Which faction are you a disciple of? And do you have the token to enter the spirit pool? If not, then go back to where you came from. Hearing the words, a chill went through Lu Ming's heart. But he immediately bowed and replied. Lu Ming of the 9 Infant faction respectfully greets you, Elder. I plan on entering the spirit pool for a month. The entry token, I have brought it with me. After speaking, he immediately took out a light silver token and held it forth with both hands. Oh, since you have the entry token, of course you can stay. But I must first check whether it is real. Then I can take you into the lands of the spirit pool, the man's voice said evenly. At the same time from the staircase came footsteps. Thump, thump. A man dressed in white robes walked leisurely down from the 2nd floor. The shape of his face was slightly long, and his appearance was slightly ugly, but his eyes shone, and he gave the impression of floating on air. Since you're from the 9 Infant faction, is your teacher's surname Zhong or Zhu? With a few steps, the man walked right in front of Lu Ming, and after a brief assessing glance, he suddenly said this with a smile. My teacher's name is Zhong. Lu Ming was slightly surprised, but after hesitating briefly answered honestly. So you really are junior sister Zhong's disciple? Haha, I heard that a number of years ago she took on a disciple called Baizong Tian, but not long ago it was also said that he changed his name. That wouldn't be you, would it? The white-robed man said with a light smile. With that he raised his hand and waved it once. The token in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly, sprang into the air with a light, sound, and dropped solidly into the man's hand. Do you know my teacher, Elder? Indeed, my original name is not my current name. Lu Ming was startled but did not dare hesitate to say. So it really is you. Indeed, I heard from junior sister Zhong that you made great contributions to our sect in the trials of the secret realm some years ago. No wonder you possess this token. The white-robed man seemed quite interested. That's over high praise, Elder. I was only fortunate. But Elder, I don't know your name. Lu Ming, after hearing that the man seemed very familiar with Martial Ant Zhong, and asked with a thought in his heart. It seems your teacher has never mentioned me. But that's all right, before too long your teacher and I will be family. Junior sister Bing's disciples will also be mine. My surname is Tong and you can call me Martial Uncle Tong. The white-robed man said with eyes crinkling, as he glanced twice at the token in his hand, and then tossed it back. Oh, so it is Martial Uncle Tong. Hearing this, Lu Ming, though somewhat stunned, greeted him honestly. Very good. Martial Nephew Lu, since we're all family, I'll, of course, arrange a place close to the center of the spirit pool. The man surnamed Tong said with a laugh. Then, with a clench of one hand, he made a number of consecutive hand signs toward the formation in front of him. Immediately, with a wung sound, a layer of pale white light rose from the surface of the white formation. Thank you very much, Martial Uncle. Hearing these words, happiness went through Lu Ming's heart. Before coming here, he had specially investigated everything about the spirit pool inside the sect. He knew that the spirit pool was actually a spot inside the sect, found by forerunners of the barbarian ghost sect, where the Yuan Li of heaven and earth was most concentrated. They had put down special restrictions so that the Yuan Li of heaven and earth could only enter and not leave, and thus caused the Yuan Li inside to be incredibly pure beyond comprehension. The center of the whole restricted region was naturally the spot where the Yuan Li was most concentrated, and the results of training there were also considerably better than a position on the outer edge. Like this, he followed the white-robed man into the middle of the formation and was transported in a flash into a lowland deep in the valley, where strange plants grew and eddies of white fog floated in the emptiness. Lu Ming inhaled slightly and immediately felt a strong wave of Yuan Li fill his chest cavity, and could not help but react visibly. Only thus did he know that this white fog was actually manifested out of overly concentrated Yuan Li. It really lived up to the name of Spirit Pool. Sweeping his gaze around the surroundings, he saw that in the fog in the distance there were some stone houses, somewhat distant from each other. At the point where he was looking there looked to be about 5 or 6. The white-robed man strode forward, taking Lu Ming along. After covering a distance and expending the energy of a whole meal, he brought him to a bluestone house corralled on all sides by eddies of white fog. Outside this stone house, the stone walls were also imprinted with silver ley lines, and on the stone door, there was a diamond-shaped recess several inches deep. Martial Nephew Lu, this is the training ground second only to the central area. You can train here. A month from now I will take you out. Also, these rooms all have mysterious restrictions placed on them. Only the token in your hand can open them. The white-robed man pointed at the stone house in front and said with a smile to Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming said his thanks happily and followed him to the stone door. He then placed the silver token in the recess on the door. Immediately, the whole stone house resonated with a loud wung. The surface of the stone door flashed silver, and at the same time the door opened slowly. Lu bowed once more to the white-robed man, then tamping down the excitement in his heart. He then walked through the stone door. In the moment that he entered the door, the stone door quietly closed. The ley lines over the whole stone house were flashing. A wave of restriction suddenly spread from above. Seeing this, the white-robed man smiled and glided away. At the same time, Lu Ming had seen everything inside the stone house clearly. Aside from a light yellow futon and a white wooden bed, there was nothing else. But Lu Ming was quite satisfied with these arrangements. He briefly checked the 4 walls and the flashing silver ley lines. After verifying that they were just ordinary defensive separating restrictions, he relaxed. With this mindset he sat on the futon. With a flick of his sleeves, 3 bottles that looked the same appeared on the ground. Seeing these objects in front of him, he showed an expression of respect. Inside the small bottles were the 7th blue aura chi he got from the 10,000 barbarian mountains. If he had only gotten 1 bottle from the aura pit, perhaps he would need to hesitate. But with 3 bottles in hand, the situation was favorable, unless the quality of it was bad to the point that it would not be able to proceed to the condensation stage. If not so, then it was definitely worth a shot. In Lu Ming's estimate, even though he had 3 spiritual pulses, the Fa Li in his body was pure beyond compare. In addition, he had bought some capsules that would be very useful in the breakthrough of bottlenecks, and he was currently situated in the spirit pool. At the same time, he had 3 bottles of pure aura chi at hand. This lets the success rate of his breakthrough fall at least above 60 to 70%. And with chances this high, even if this was slightly less than when he had used the Earth Spiritual Pulse to attack the Spiritual Master, it was not too far off. Even more importantly, this 7th blue aura chi was definitely very compatible with the cultivation method he had trained in. Even though it could not hope to compare with the aura chi of the legend like the Heavenly Star aura chi, his was also a high-grade aura chi of considerable reputation. If he could merge it into his Fa Li, the symbol chi that would be formed would not only be outstanding in defensive strength but also have the strength of the freezing yin element. In addition, it would greatly enhance the power of the similar elements. For instance, the Icicle technique he trained in was already at its limit at perfection, but if it had the support of the symbol chi from the 7th blue aura chi, its power would be taken even higher. And if for a yin cultivation method techniques almost unable to be cast would be able to do so with the support of the symbol chi from the 7th blue aura chi, it was very likely that it could be easily cast. So, to Lu Ming, who intended to train primarily in the Dragon Tiger Hell method, which was a ghost attribute cultivation method, on some level this aura chi was even more suitable than the fabled Heavenly Star aura chi. This was one of the primary reasons that, after hearing of the existence of this aura chi from an old lady, he had immediately agreed to her demands. As Lu Ming thought this, the gaze that looked at the objects in front of him gradually turned heated, but as he calmed his mind, he began to close his eyes and center himself. This was different than Gao Chong, who had to seclude himself for years in order to properly hit the bottleneck because of his shaky Fa Li foundation. The Fa Li in Lu Ming's body was already completely pure. He only needed to make a few more preparations before being able to accept the aura chi into his body and condense the Fa Li from a gaseous state to liquid state. From this, he would be able to produce the symbol chi of his own element and become a spirit master. Thinking this, Lu Ming's mind gradually became incredibly calm, and finally entered a state of serenity. One day and one night passed. When he next opened his eyes had become clear beyond compare and no trace of distractions remained. He took out some assistive pills from his sleeve and swallowed them before then channeling his Fa Li. Immediately, groups of black air poured from his body. After circling once, they became a large ball of black fog that enveloped his body completely. As time flew by, the black color kept pouring from Lu Ming's body, making the ball of black fog larger and larger. A short time later, it had almost filled the entire stone chamber. At this time, Lu Ming opened his mouth and began muttering. A small bottle containing the 7th aura chi suddenly exploded open without warning. Dots of light blue light flew out, and after flashing once, they sank into the black fog and disappeared. Alongside the sudden rolling of the black fog, Lu Ming's body in the middle of it began to give out roaring sounds. At first, the sound was not loud, but in the space of a few breaths' effort, it became as startling as thunder. Lu Ming, in the middle of the giant ball of fog, was looking around attentively. His 10 fingers moved like wheels turning without stopping. Techniques shot from between his fingers sank into the black fog and vanished. In his abdominal region concentrated hundreds of blue crystal lights like gravel, slowly rotating without stopping. Strands of hair-thin blue light regularly flew out and sank into his lower abdomen and vanished without a trace. Outside the stone house, under the influence of some mysterious force, even more white fog gently drifted in this direction. Almost immediately after, this took the shape of a pale white sea of fog, with the stone house as its heart. Chapter 245, Advancing to Spirit Master. Chapter 245, Advancing to Spirit Master. At the entrance of the hall, there was the man with the surname of Tong sitting on the chair. He stared at the wall opposite to him that had a large bronze mirror. This mirror was of a square shape and its edges were all covered by a purple bronze. It showed a picture full of white mist. It was a picture of outside the stone house Lu Ming was currently at. To actually make such a big scene, looks like Junior Lu will really be planning to condense his aura into symbol chi here. I wonder what kind of pure aura he is using as well as how sure he is. The white-robed man saw the image in the mirror and muttered, quite interested. In the remaining time, the cloud of mist enlarged piece by piece. There was a pavilion at the entrance of the canyon. At the top of the pavilion, the Tong man sat on a chair as they stared at a huge mirror on the other side of the wall. This bronze mirror was quite square and was wrapped around the edges in purple bronze. The face of it showed a clear image of white fog. In the remaining time, the Sea of Mist slowly expanded. Half a month later, the Sea of Mist above the stone house was actually a couple of acres large and covered nearly half of the spirit pool's sky. In this morning, the white mist suddenly started to tumble and shrink towards the stone house at its middle. At noon, a funnel-like white fog appeared above the stone house, and under its crazy turnings, the fog poured into the house. The white-robed man who was watching this scene through the bronze mirror in the hall. His expression was extremely serious and stared at the mirror without blinking. When 2/3 of the thick white fog was poured into the stone house, suddenly a sky-shattering sound rang out. The entire stone house trembled and the rest of the white fog dispersed. At the same time, white lines shot out from the house and spread into the surrounding region. Then they exploded and became back into the white fog. As expected, failure. He hasn't been able to make his Li into a liquid state. The act of condensing the aura into cultivation chi is not so easily done. Even with my talent, it took me 2 times before I barely succeeded. The white-robed man saw this and muttered to himself. His face didn't have too much surprise on it. With the number of barbarian ghost disciples, there were definitely many that were able to cultivate to the level of perfection of spirit apostles. However, those that could advance to spirit masters were quite rare. Thus, he wasn't surprised when he saw that Lu Ming had failed. When the white-robed man started to ponder if Lu Ming would leave the stone house early, a surprising scene appeared in the bronze mirror. He saw that the white fog that had spat out of the stone room had suddenly turned and floated back towards the stone house again. In an instant, a hazy fog sea once again condensed together and starts spinning again. Second condensing aura. No wonder that Martial Nephew Lu was so confident in opening the spirit pool. He actually prepared 2 portions of the same type of pure aura chi. It's likely that he spent quite a bit of spirit stones. Seeing this, the white-robed man was quite surprised. To prepare 2 portions of the same pure aura chi in order to increase the success rate was a common method that many used. However, most people lacked the means to do so. This made the martial Uncle Tong have a sense of anticipation for Lu Ming. Thus, the scene from the morning once again started. However, this time the sea of fog was larger than before. After a couple hours passed, the remaining sea of fog exploded and countless white lines shot from the stone house. Seeing this, the white-robed man gave a sign and showed expressions of pity. This time, almost the entire sea of fog entered the sea of fog and only around 10% remained. With this, in the eyes of the white-robed man, his martial nephew Lu was only 1 step away from condensing his aura chi. That was quite the shame. However, in the next moment, a buzz sounded from within the house and the white fog once again gathered. The white-robed man was quite surprised. The 3rd condensing aura. Impossible, he actually has 3 different portions of the same type of pure aura chi. At the same time, his body strength and mental strength is able to withstand this. When martial Uncle Tong recovered his bearings, his expression became quite interesting. However, in the next few hours, when the sea of fog that was larger than the ones before, completely went into the stone house. Not a single strand remained outside. Then Lu Ming within the stone house gave a loud roar that shot into the skies. Even the restrictions could not contain this roar. At the same time, most of the barbarian ghost disciples that were doing various things all heard Lu Ming's long roar. With shock, they looked towards where the roar came from. In the next moment, a huge light pillar between 2 mountains shot up. It was 3,000 to 4,000 meters tall and its surface was quite blue. Within, dots of extra bright light shined, making the pillar look full of stars. Outpouring of symbol chi. Condensing aura chi. Someone advanced to the spirit master. Quite a few barbarian ghost disciples were surprised at this scene. For some of the upper echelon of the barbarian ghost sect, they were shocked after seeing this scenery and left their dwellings to head straight for the spirit pool. Within moments, at the hall, a white cloud lowered and a pretty woman appeared before the front gates. She raised her head and looked at the blue light pillar above her and showed an expression of shock. It was the Ghost Dance faction's Lin Sha. Before she walked towards the hall, an air-piercing sound rang in the sky. Another 2 had flown near here, and with a couple of flashes, they appeared next to the woman. One was a middle-aged Taoist and the other was a scholarly-looking man. It was the mysterious Glyphs faction's Taoist Zhang and Baleful Yin faction's Chu Chi. The 2 looked at the light pillar and also looked quite shocked. Junior Lin, to be coming so quick, is the person who broke through someone from the Dancing Ghost faction? Chu Chi asked Lin Sha seriously. That'd be great if that was the case. I came here quickly because I was in the area attending to a matter and naturally was the first here. I have my suspicions that the disciple inside is of the Balefulene faction. Lin Xiu gave a grunt. Our Balefulene only has a few disciples at the perfect spirit apostle level and over half of them have already tried to break through. The other two are still in their retreat and gathering strength. The person inside definitely isn't of the Balefulene faction. Chu Qi heard this and shook his head. If it isn't disciples in your two factions, then it definitely isn't a discipline in the mysterious glyphs. We don't even have any spirit apostles near perfection. Daoist Zhang gave a sigh and said. Right when the three were looking at each other, a couple more spirit masters appeared from the sky. They were all confused at the situation within and didn't know who had broken through to being a spirit master. One of these people was Gui Ruchuan. However, this nine-infant faction leader was also confused. He obviously knew that Lu Ming was in the spirit pool, but he didn't know if the person that broke through would be Lu Ming. After all, in his mind, Lu Ming's 3 spiritual pulses made his advancement possibility next to nothing. Although Gui Ruchuan was quiet, his strange expression was still caught by Chu Qi. Thinking of something, Chu Qi spoke up and directly asked. Senior Gu, I see that you haven't spoken since the beginning. Do you know which disciple has broken through to the Spirit Master realm? This? Gui Ruchuan furrowed his brows and didn't know how to respond. An air-piercing sound rang in the sky and a linen-clothed elder came flying down. It was the barbarian ghost sect leader. With this, Chu Qi and Gui Ruchuan didn't have time to say any more and all went up to pay their respects. Haha, the gods are really favoring us, barbarian ghost sect. In just 3 years we first had Gao Chong and Yang Qian who were able to successfully advance to the Spirit Master realm, and now there's another disciple. This is really quite a cherry matter. That's right, do juniors know which disciple broke through this bottleneck? After landing, the barbarian ghost sect leader was quite happy. For him, in such a crucial moment against the sea race, even just one extra Spirit Master cultivator was enough to make a sizable difference. Senior sect leader, we also just got here and don't know which faction this disciple is under. Hearing this, Lin Xiu gave a bitter smile. Since that's the case, let's enter and ask Junior Tong. He has the sky-seeing mirror and can see everything within the spirit pool. Hearing this, the sect leader grimaced. Gui Ruchuan and the other spirit masters naturally nodded yes and quickly entered the hall. Welcome, sect leader and seniors. When the group of people walked in the hall, the white-robed man smiled as he came down. Junior Tong, you can adjust the right time. Do you know how it is that just condensed their symbol chi? Looking at the scene of the pillar, it shouldn't be an ordinary disciple. When the sect leader saw the white-robed man, he immediately started asking questions. Looks like sect leader and their others are here to ask about that. It's quite an easy answer. The disciple is under the 9-infant faction and is called Lu Ming. The white-robed man said without pausing. It really is martial nephew Lu. Hearing this, Gui Ruchuan was quite happy, but a shred of disbelief still remained on his face. What? Senior Gui's faction. This name of Lu Ming sounds quite familiar. Is this the disciple that Junior Zhong asked to restore his real name? Chu Qi heard this and paused for a moment before coming to a realization. He showed a face of shock as he asked. Are you guys talking about the disciple that was called Bai Tsong Tian? The sect leader tugged on his beard as he was also shocked. Because of Gao Chong, he had paid quite a bit of attention to Lu Ming's matters. The other spirit masters heard this and each had different expressions. Senior sect leader is right, it is indeed this martial nephew Lu. However, he has just broken through his bottleneck and will need at least half a year to stabilize his realm. According to our sect's rules, anyone who breaks through to the Spirit Master realm has a year of free use for the spirit pool. He probably won't come out anytime soon. The white-robed man blinked his eyes and said. Chapter 246, Commotion. Chapter 246, Commotion. Junior Gui, congratulations. 9 Infants Mountain finally has another liquid-level Spirit Master. Looks like I have judged wrongly this time. I did not think martial nephew Lu would also be able to advance successfully. It seems his true aptitude is not inferior to that of Gao Chong. The barbarian ghost sect leader finally recovered from his silence and said to Gui Ruchuan after smiling bitterly. Although I knew this disciple recently entered the spirit pool, I also cannot believe that he could really condense his symbol chi successfully. Martial nephew Lu gave me a great surprise too. Gui Ruchuan could not stop smiling as he said hurriedly. As for the rest, regardless of what they thought internally, at this moment they naturally congratulated Gui Ruchuan one after the other. Gui Ruchuan was full of smiles as he continuously saluted back. In this moment, Lin Xiu was full of regret. She now finally understood a little why the lay spirit master previously regarded Lu Ming so highly. And back then if she persisted a little, it would have been the Dancing Ghost faction that gained another spirit master today. Therefore this female practitioner of the Dancing Ghost faction, although she also spoke congratulating words to Gui Ruchuan, could not help but feel a little envious. As for the Baleful Yin faction's leader Chu Chi, who was never on good terms with Gui Ruchuan, although it did not seem like there was anything weird on the outside, it could be assumed that he probably felt gloomy inside. Okay, since we already know which disciple it was who advanced, we can also rest assured. Martial Nephew Lu has just successfully advanced and still needs to consolidate this state. We don't need to disturb him, just let him continue his seclusion. But when he comes out, Junior Tong must notify me promptly. As the sect leader, I must take him to the ancestral hall to offer sacrifices first. His seniority must be raised before discussing other matters. The barbarian ghost sect leader said to the man in white robes after thinking. Of course, once Martial Nephew Lu comes out, I will immediately notify Senior, replied the white-robed man without any additional thought. After the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, he nodded as to express his satisfaction. Afterwards, the white-robed man led the group of people up to the third level and allowed them to see the blue rays of light spewing out of the stone house that Lu Ming was in for themselves. They then finally left without any doubt. After Gui Ruchuan flew back to his residence, he immediately wrote a letter and called over a disciple of his to deliver it overnight. At the same time, the barbarian ghost sect leader left the canyon and went straight to the restricted area behind the main peak. Only after more than 2 hours did he walk out of the area as if he was in thought and flew directly to the Blood Control faction's mountain peak. Not long after, the whole of the barbarian ghost sect knew there was a new successfully advanced spirit master in the sect, and the two words Lu Ming very quickly spread through each of the mountains. However, very few people knew Lu Ming was actually the previous Baizong Tian. After all, the Zhong spirit master only quietly reported to the sect about the matter regarding Lu Ming taking back his true name. It was not truly publicized to the entire sect. But as time passed, since Gui Ruchuan did not hide it, the rumors about the newly advanced spirit master Lu Ming being the previous 9 infants factions, Baizong Tian, rapidly spread throughout the barbarian ghost sect. This time, it truly did cause some commotion for those whom had previously seen or knew Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming is junior by from before? In a small forest inside the barbarian ghost sect, a cold-looking young man, astonished, cried out to the beautiful woman in front of him. Correct. I have already confirmed this through a 9 infants disciple that I am on good terms with. The one who successfully condensed symbol Qi and caused the celestial phenomena not long ago was indeed Junior Baizong Tian. Apparently Lu Ming was his original name. Baizong Tian was just the name he used back when he acted as a disciple of the Bai clan. The beautiful woman sighed. These two people were precisely Du Hai and Mu Yunxian. Originally Junior Lu was just a 3 spiritual pulse spirit apostle. He actually succeeded in advancing even with this kind of aptitude. It is truly hard to believe. Du Hai's facial expression was a little uneasy. It was hard for me to believe too when I first heard about this. Looks like we have underestimated Junior Lu. But if that elder brother of mine found out, he would probably feel extremely regretful about Ming Zhu again. Mu Yunxian sighed. Indeed, if your family knew that Junior Lu would become a spirit master, they would not have agreed to cancel the marriage no matter how great the conditions the Bai clan gave were. Du Hai agreed. I have tried my best already with regards to Ming Zhu and don't want to bother about it anymore. Though the time we see Junior Lu we would probably have to change to calling him Martial Uncle Lu. Mu Yunxian smiled bitterly. At the same time, the image of the 13 to 14-year-old looking youth at the opening spirit ceremony back then flashed in her mind and she couldn't help but fall into a trance. What? The newly advanced Lu Ming is actually Baizong Tian from back then? In a stone house on the Blood Control Mountain, a few old disciples of the Blood Control faction gathered together. Every single one of them had an ugly expression on their faces. Shi Jian and Lu Yun, who had once upon a time met Lu Ming, were amongst them. In the group of people, these two were the most restless. What do we do? Back then we went against him for the sake of Martial Uncle Gao. Now, after this Martial Uncle Lu comes out, we will most likely have a rough time. A large tight-robed man said with a glistening gaze. Who would know that a 3 spiritual pulse disciple would be able to advance successfully like Martial Uncle Gao? If we knew earlier we would definitely not have provoked him. Now the worst thing is that Martial Uncle Gao is at the border. Even if we wanted him to protect us, it would be impossible. Shi Jian said slowly. Yeah, if Martial Uncle Gao was in the sect, he would have to pass through Martial Uncle Gao even if he wanted to look for trouble. But now we are in big trouble. We could still find an excuse to leave the sect and temporarily avoid this Martial Uncle Lu if it wasn't for the invasion of the sea race. Now, without the higher-ups' instruction, as soon as we leave the sect, we would be punished for betrayal. The other gray-haired old man said with a cloudy expression. My two seniors do not worry too groundlessly. Although we went against this person back then for the sake of assisting Martial Uncle Gao, he did not really suffer from that. Who knows, this Martial Uncle Lu might have already forgotten about us after he came out of seclusion. We shouldn't think too much. After Lu Yun's facial expression changed, she forcefully smiled and spoke. Junior Lu also has a point. Hopefully it really is like this. The large tight-clothed man's gaze flickered and spoke as if he was thinking. The old man and Shi Jian could only bitterly smile after glancing at each other. With Lu Ming's status now as a spirit master, they could only hope like this. In a thatched cottage with beautiful scenery on Dancing Ghost Mountain, a pretty woman in yellow stood as she gazed through the window at the white silk-like waterfall in the distance. Her facial expression was full of disconsolation. Suddenly, footsteps sounded and a petite woman in green rushed in from outside. She immediately yelled, Senior Qian, have you heard already? The rumored newly advanced Martial Uncle Lu is in fact that Bai Tsongtian, who we have seen before. Oh, is that so? You didn't hear incorrectly? The woman in yellow was precisely Qian Huinyang, who had entered the secret realm together with Lu Ming. She heard this and turned around stunned. Of course it's correct. In addition, this has already spread throughout the entire sect. TSK, who would have thought that the kiddo we had to lead to the market has now become our martial uncle? The woman in green was naturally Cui Air. In this moment she spoke with a little unwillingness. How old are you to be calling others kiddo? But I am not that surprised that Junior Lu would become Martial Uncle Lu. Although he is only a 3 spiritual pulse, he was already able to repeatedly make shocking actions back then. Successfully advancing to Spirit Master is not that strange of a matter. Unlike me, who has been at the level of perfection late Spirit Apostle for years and yet failed to condense the symbol Qi twice. There is no chance of becoming a Spirit Master anymore now that my age has passed the limit. Qian Huinyang said helplessly at first, and then after she thought of herself, her expression darkened. Senior, don't be so despondent. This kid was no doubt just very lucky that he could advance into a Spirit Master. With Senior's aptitude, breaking through to the liquid level will happen sooner or later. As for your age being past the limit, don't take it too seriously. It's not like we have not had previous examples of people advancing into Spirit Masters at an age over 30 amongst our sections. After the green-clothed woman heard those words, she remembered that the senior in front of her was upset due to failing to condense the symbol Qi not long ago and hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, I don't need you to comfort me. Advancing into a Spirit Master is originally half based on how your own chance and luck is. But no matter how low the possibility of me advancing into a Spirit Master is in the future, I will not give up easily. Qian Huinyang replied with a slight smile after hearing those words. She was suddenly a lot more cheerful. Although the girl in green did not know the details, she was naturally happy after seeing that Qian Huinyang was in a better mood. She hurriedly talked about other matters of the sect. 1 month later, at the border of Dexian and Haiyu, in a large city of hundreds of feet high, that was built by the several sects' united power, inside a room at the top level of a pavilion. There was a muffled ping sound. A young man of great stature suddenly slapped the table before him, which shattered as a result, his facial expression overcast. The strip of paper a finger wide that was originally on the table drifted to the ground. It was thickly dotted with small characters detailing Lu Ming's name change and advancement into a Spirit Master. The young man of great stature was precisely the newly advanced Spirit Master of the Barbarian Ghost Sect who had shown off his abilities in the huge city, Gaochong. Chapter 247, Precious Treasure. Chapter 247, Precious Treasure. 9 months later, the white-robed man was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard a buzzing noise. He was surprised and hurriedly stopped his technique. He opened his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw that the bronze mirror, which was originally quietly hanging on the wall, slightly trembling. The image in the bronze mirror showed that the door of the stone house, which was shut tightly, had slowly opened, and a youth in a green robe walked out of the house with a calm expression. It was Lu Ming. The man in the white robe rejoiced when he saw this. He hurriedly flipped his hand and a formation disc suddenly appeared. After he did a few motions with his hand, he walked towards the stairs. Lu Ming looked around at the scenery outside the stone house. Everything was still the same as before. The only difference was probably that when he entered the stone house, he was still an average spirit apostle, whereas by the time he came out, he was already a true liquid-level spirit master. Lu Ming thought like this and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. He lightly clenched his fists and a layer of blue light that slightly sparkled appeared on the surface of his body. This was the symbol chi that he had cultivated so strenuously to attain. The strength of the defense was enough to face the full power attack of an average spirit apostle with ease. And to cultivate this symbol chi, he used up all 3 bottles of the 7th blue aura chi in one go and had to attempt to condense the aura chi 3 times before finally succeeding with difficulty. At that time he almost broke out into a cold sweat and called it a fluke in his mind. If the portion of aura chi he had gained back then was a tiny bit smaller, there really would have been a possibility of failing to break through this time. Lu Ming thought like this and abruptly moved his finger to point to the ground nearby. A pew sound. A blue light shot out and left a small deep hole in the ground nearby. Instantly, there was an extraordinarily cold air that emerged and blocked the small hole with ice. Lu Ming saw this and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Regardless of defense or attack, the 7th blue symbol chi made him quite content. It was worthy of the hardships experienced at the 10,000 Barbarian Mountains. But at this time, if someone used their mind to enter Lu Ming's body, they would notice that the true Yuan in his dantian had become a pale, silver liquid, and was exhibiting an astonishing Fa-Li fluctuation. This was precisely a sign of a cultivator entering the liquid level, true Yuan liquefaction. The body would now also be able to hold Fa-Li that was a dozen or even dozens of times more than that of a spirit apostle. Of course, at the instant of entering the liquid level, his mental strength also increased by a few times. One should note that Lu Ming's mental strength previously was not weaker than in beginning Spirit Master, and now with the sudden increase, it was most likely that even a late Spirit Master could not compare. It was also thanks to the fact that after Lu Ming advanced, he remained at the spirit pool to arduously cultivate for over half a year. Otherwise, whether it be true Yuan liquefying or the increase in mental strength, they would all cause the state to be unstable and would easily lead to problems in the future. Lu Ming thought like this and walked in the direction of where he first entered this place. As a result, when he reached the area near that transportation formation, the white-robed man was waiting there. When he saw Lu Ming walking over, he said with a smile, "Hee, congratulations to nephew Lu for advancing to the liquid level and becoming one of us. I have already notified senior sect leader and he will be here soon to take you to the ancestral hall to offer sacrifices. After that, you may officially call me senior. Tiske. Marshal nephew probably does not know yet how many people are shocked because of your success in condensing symbol chi. My breaking through successfully this time was purely due to luck. If I were to attempt again I would most likely fail." Lu Ming did not dare to neglect and hurriedly spoke with a salute. "Haha, since we cultivate to defy the heavens, luck is naturally a part of strength." The white-robed man laughed, appearing as if he did not mind one bit. Lu Ming naturally could only smile. In the remaining time he followed the white-robed man inside the formation and exited from the spirit pool area, returning to a large hall in the pavilion at the entrance of the canyon once again. Lu Ming had not yet had the chance to shake his head and rid himself of the dizziness when a figure swayed outside the main door of the pavilion and an elder walked in with a smile. It was the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader. 2 hours later, Lu Ming left the main peak's ancestral hall and returned to Nine Infants Mountain. Half a day later he chose a true dwelling with the company of Gui Ruchuan and moved in. The next day, Lu Ming received spirit masters of the other factions who came to congratulate him at his dwelling. The day after that, Lu Ming met the disciples of the Nine Infants faction as a martial uncle for the first time in the main hall at the peak of Nine Infants Mountain. Although the disciples already knew about Lu Ming advancing to spirit master, meeting Lu Ming himself still put strange expressions on their faces. Half a month later, Lu Ming was sitting in a secret room in his new dwelling. Before him was a 10-meter large formation. At the center of the formation, a green sword floated midair and at the same time, there were over a dozen of light green restrictions flashing. Lu Ming quickly made hand techniques with both hands and he breathed out blogs of essence chi. These all disappeared in the short with a flash. He was refining this middle-tier sword totem. With his original cultivation he could only activate 3 to 4 layers of restrictions with difficulty. But now that he had become a liquid-level beginning spirit master, His FA suddenly increased by more than tenfold, which naturally meant that he could activate the rest of the restrictions. Thus he was refining the Cyan Moonsword again. If he activated the totem again after it was refined, the power would naturally be a world of a difference from before. As more and more inscriptions appeared on the surface of the green short sword and the 16th restriction was faintly appearing, Lu Ming's face lit up. Yet just as he altered his hand seal, several buzzing noises resonated from within his sleeve. Lu Ming jolted, swept his gaze across his sleeve to the origin of the sound and furrowed his eyebrows. He suddenly paused his hand seal, and with the green sword still floating mid-air, he shook his sleeve. A circular formation disc flew out and with a spin, it steadily landed in his hand. After Lu Ming's gaze swept across the few lines of characters that had appeared on the formation disc, he appeared surprised. His gaze flickered a few times before putting the disc away. His facial expression was as if he was in thought. It was the barbarian sect leader's message that had appeared on the formation disc. It had said for him to go to the main peak's large hall for a meeting as there were important matters to discuss. Although Lu Ming thought it was a little strange, he naturally could not ignore it. Thus, with his hands speedily forming seals to cast a technique, the inscriptions on the surface of the Cyan Moonsword retracted. He put the sword away and left the secret room. A short while later, Lu Ming left 9 Infants Mountain on a gray cloud and flew straight towards the main peak. Not long after, he arrived at the main peak's large hall that was specifically used for meetings. The barbarian ghost sect leader, with his brows furrowed, was already there waiting. The moment he saw Lu Ming walk in, he smiled slightly and greeted, "Junior Lu, you have finally arrived, please take a seat." "Senior sect leader is too courteous. What have you summoned me here for?" Lu Ming respectfully bowed to the old man in linen clothes. "Since Junior is a quick-tempered person, I will not beat about the bush. I would first like to ask if the method Junior was cultivating was the Dark Bone method." The barbarian sect leader went into a moment of silence before saying words that made Lu Ming shudder. "Senior sect leader found out from Senior Yuan, right?" Lu Ming, after changing his mind, did not reveal any odd expression. "Don't worry, Junior Lu. If we were to talk about who has the highest level of comprehension of the Dark Bone method after Junior Yuan, it would be me. Since you participated in the large competition a few years back, even if Junior Yuan had not told me, I would still be able to recognize a few signs of this method." The old man in linen laughed lightly. "Since it's like this, I don't need to keep hiding it. I am indeed cultivating the Dark Bone method. Senior, have you called me here just because of this method?" asked Lu Ming without a change in expression, while thoughts quickly ran across his mind. "Yes, it is indeed related to this method. But before that, I still want to ask if Junior Lu has any opinions regarding the sea race invading the coastline nations this time." The barbarian ghost sect leader said with a serious expression. "The sea race invasion? It is not easy to say, but there is one thing that's for certain. The sea race has immense power and it would probably be very difficult to stop the invasion by just our strength as one country." Lu Ming was first a little dazed but immediately replied without hesitation. "Looks like Junior Lu is also a sensible person. Since it's like this, I have a few messages that were sent back from the border. Junior may first take a look before saying anything else." The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded before he unexpectedly took out a white jade slip and handed it over. Although Lu Ming was a little surprised, he did not hold back. He took the jade slip and held it against his forehead. As time passed, Lu Ming's facial expression slowly became uneasy, and after quite a while, he finally sighed and removed the jade slip from his forehead. "I would not have thought that the sea race's true strength was this strong. The situation ahead has actually also become this awful. It's like what you saw. The sea race's strength is way beyond what we had originally imagined. And the crystal-level experts of our 5 sects have already been stationed at the border a year ago in order to prevent the opposing crystal-level experts' sneak attacks, destroying them one by one. But even so, as soon as the sea race really commences attacking, the allied forces at the border will not be able to endure for too long. That's why us sects need to send reinforcements immediately. But as Junior Lu also knows, the power of our barbarian ghost sect was originally the smallest. We do not have many spirit masters, and subtracting the ones who need to remain and guard the sect as well as the ones who are currently on missions, the amount of people we are able to send out is very few. That's why, although our sect is unable to send many spirit masters this time, we are planning to utilize a few precious treasures that have always been sealed away." The barbarian ghost sect leader said with respect. "Precious treasure?" Lu Ming could not help but feel astonished as he heard this. Chapter 248, The Soul-Eating Mace in the Skeleton. Chapter 248, The Soul-Eating Mace in the Skeleton. Lu Ming really could not imagine what the precious treasures mentioned had anything to do with himself and why he was called upon specifically for this. It was evident that the barbarian ghost sect leader saw through Lu Ming's thoughts and instantly continued with deep meaning. The reason why our sect has sealed away these precious treasures is no doubt partly due to their power being too strong and the fact that we do not want to stir up trouble with the other sects by acting recklessly. However, it is more so that the treasures themselves have certain usage limitations. They will either use up a tremendous amount of Fa, or they will cause future trouble. Also, one must cultivate a special method as a prerequisite to controlling them. Sect leader mentioned the dark bone method earlier. Could it be that there is a treasure that needs to be controlled with this method? Lu Ming, listening up till here, had a slight realization. Junior Lu is a clever person. However, it is not the dark bone method that I fancy. It is actually because the dark bone method has a similar effect to that of the great bone controlling technique. Amongst the precious treasures that are sealed in the restricted grounds, there are two that can only be controlled by the great bone controlling technique. But it is too difficult to cultivate the great bone controlling technique. There hasn't been a person of our sect who has cultivated this secret technique for hundreds of years. Junior, now having cultivated the dark bone method that is similar to the great bone controlling technique, has just solved a great difficulty of mine, explained the barbarian ghost sect leader in detail after his facial expression turned back to normal. Since senior sect leader is so knowledgeable of the dark bone method, you probably know that there is more than just me who is cultivating this technique in the sect, asked Lu Ming after furrowing his brows and thinking for a bit. Of course I know that disciple Guju also cultivated the dark bone method. But his level of cultivation as a spirit apostle is not at all enough to control the precious treasure. If he forcefully tried to activate it, he would instead instantly be sucked dry by the treasure, replied the barbarian ghost sect leader like so. So that's how it is. Looks like I really am the only candidate for controlling the precious treasures. But I would still like to ask Senior, are you really that certain that the dark bone method will be effective in controlling the treasures? I should be the first person who has become a spirit master while cultivating the dark bone method, so I don't think that anyone has tried using the dark bone method to control those treasures, asked Lu Ming after smiling bitterly. Yes, Junior Lu is not wrong. There really hasn't been anyone who has used the dark bone method to activate the precious treasures before. Though according to my judgment there should be no problem. Plus, Junior Lu only needs to go to the restricted grounds and attempt once to know the result. This is also why I first just called Junior to come here by yourself. If Junior really cannot control the treasure, then I will have to come up with other plans. The precious treasures are extremely important to our sect and are also one of the things our sect relies upon to ward off formidable enemies. No matter the method used, I will make the treasures release their proper power. The barbarian ghost sect leader first openly admitted and then spoke with a grim expression. Since this matter involves the rise and fall of our sect, it is naturally a compelling obligation. But if it is unsuccessful, senior sect leader should not be too disappointed. Lu Ming, having listened up till here, naturally knew he did not have a chance to reject it all and simply agreed right away. Very good, I just knew Junior Lu would agree. Let's not lose any time, Junior. Follow me to the restricted grounds now, said the barbarian ghost sect leader with delight after hearing his words. Lu Ming naturally would not oppose. Thus the two left the large hall right away and directly flew behind the mountain peak on clouds. After a short while, they appeared in front of the valley where martial ancestor Yuan went into seclusion. Lu Ming even saw the 5-foot-long snow-white raccoon curled into a ball snoring whilst in deep sleep at the entrance. The barbarian ghost sect leader did not pay attention to the raccoon and merely took out a pale golden bell from his bosom, lightly shaking it in the direction of the center of the valley. With a pew, a shapeless wave rippled outwards from the golden bell and seemed to reel into the center of the valley. The raccoon that was originally in sleeping soundly, with a tremble of its furry ears, got up immediately. But it still kept its head buried within its body and did not show any signs of raising it. But Lu Ming's gaze that landed on the snow-white raccoon unknowingly had a sliver of grimness. The last time he came here he was still a spirit apostle and felt that the raccoon had an extremely scary aura but was unable to judge its true strength. Now that he was a spirit master, his mental strength was many times that of before. Once again evaluating the raccoon now, he could instantly feel the magnitude of the spirit pressure that was released by it. It was impressively not weaker than that of an average beginning spirit master. The raccoon was unexpectedly also a powerful monster of the beginning liquid level. Just as Lu Ming was incessantly secretly measuring the raccoon, A skinny, frail figure walked out of the valley. It was the boy that was guarding the valley who Lu Ming saw a few years back. The boy's facial features and clothes were not any different to that of 4 years ago. It was as if time did not affect him at all. I was thinking who it was. So it was Uncle's Sect leader. Could it be that Martial Uncle is here to check on those items again? The yellow-robed boy said with a grin as soon as he saw the barbarian ghost sect leader and took a curious look at Lu Ming. It seemed as though he did not recognize Lu Ming at all anymore. Martial nephew, let me make an introduction. This is the newly advanced spirit master, Junior Lu. I am indeed taking a look at the treasures again with Junior Lu this time, said the barbarian ghost sect leader with a smile. It seemed as though he was actually very genial with the boy. So it was Martial Uncle Lu. Although Martial Ancestor is not here, it is naturally fine for Uncle Sect leader to bring someone to take a look at the sealed items. But according to the orders Martial Ancestor gave when he was departing, unless one has his personal order, the items cannot be taken out of the valley for now, nodded the boy without any further thought. I know. Bringing Junior Lu over this time is only for verifying something, replied the barbarian ghost sect leader without any feeling of surprise. If it's like this, then it is naturally no problem. Uncle Sect leader and Martial Uncle Lu, please follow me. The boy lit up with an utterly cute smile and turned around to lead the way. The two of them followed closely from behind. After the time to have a cup of tea, the three appeared in front of the entrance of a hall that was surrounded by layers upon layers of restrictions. The entirety of the entrance was enveloped in a thick, white screen of light that seemed as if it was solid. On the surface were two pale golden glyphs that were slightly radiating a divine light. I can only guide you up till here, the rest will be upon Uncle Sect leader. The entrance's seals presumably will not faze Martial Uncle, said the boy to the barbarian ghost sect leader after walking up to the light screen. Okay, Martial nephew just needs to wait here for a bit. The barbarian ghost sect leader naturally agreed. He thereupon flipped one hand and a previously prepared golden disc appeared and was thrown towards the light screen ahead. In an instant, the golden disc produced an extremely powerful suction with the light screen. With a ping, the golden disc attached to the light screen. In this moment, the barbarian ghost sect leader finally muttered some incantations and with a finger, pointed at the golden disc. A dot of white light instantly shot out and as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared into the disc. The golden disc abruptly lit up brightly. Countless golden glyphs dispersed out and with a flash, vanished into the white light screen. A muffled sound rang out. After the two pale golden glyphs drifted down, the white light screen instantly scattered. The barbarian ghost sect leader beckoned with his hand and the golden disc was called back. With a blur, it disappeared into his sleeve. He then walked into the stone hall with large steps. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and followed shortly. A dozen or so stone stages of various sizes were placed in the four corners of the hall. Each one was enveloped in a layer of 5-colored light. It faintly seemed like there were things placed inside them. The barbarian ghost sect leader did not hesitate at all and directly led Lu Ming to one of the stone stages. When they reached the stone stage, Lu Ming, with his eyes fixed, saw what was inside the light screen clearly. It was actually a white bone mace with a strange design. The mace was about 3 feet long and it was in fact made of 4 different skulls that were assembled together. The handle was further wrapped thickly in golden thread. The end had a circular groove with a very large, pale green gemstone mounted on the surface. This treasure is called the Soul-Eating Mace and is the treasure that was used by one of our sect's renowned crystal-level predecessors hundreds of years ago. Its power is extraordinary and once reached the limit of a high-tier totem, being only one step away from a perfect tier. But unfortunately, when that predecessor wanted to use the external force of the heaven and earth to once again raise its level, they failed. It not only destroyed the newly made totem but also caused the level of the totem to fall significantly. It is now only just barely able to maintain the level of a high-tier totem. Even so, the power of this soul-eating mace is not comparable to that of any average high-tier totem. If we were able to use this treasure against enemies, even if it was someone like Junior Lu who is of the beginning Spirit Master level, they would be able to deal with a late Spirit Master without being at a disadvantage. But the unfortunate thing is that this treasure was refined by spiritual bones and also had special restrictions set by that predecessor back then. Therefore, one must first cultivate the Great Bone Controlling Technique in order to activate it, explained the barbarian ghost sect leader in detail on the side. So that's how it is. Looks like this soul-eating mace is the precious treasure that senior sect leader wants me to use, said Lu Ming with eyes that slightly lit up while looking at the bone mace after listening. Although this soul-eating mace is extraordinarily powerful, but in comparison, I want Junior to use another treasure that also needs the great bone-controlling technique, said the barbarian ghost sect leader with a sliver of a complicated expression. Another treasure? Hearing this, Lu Ming's facial expression changed slightly. Junior, follow me and you will understand. The barbarian ghost sect leader, allowing no explanation, led Lu Ming to another stone stage. This is... Lu Ming was shocked after he saw clearly what the item on the other stone stage was. Inside the light screen there was, in fact, a mini skeleton of only 1 foot long. Each bone was inscribed in a faint silver glyph. However, it was covered in cracks and was also missing a whole arm. Chapter 249, 10,000 Bones Demon. Chapter 249, 10,000 Bones Demon. The skeleton had a shockingly tattered look. This item is... Upon seeing the skeleton, Lu Ming's face changed. Although obstructed by a screen of light, when he saw the skeleton, he sensed a suffocatingly scary aura that made him almost suffocate. If not for the fact he had reached liquid level, he would be pushed back 2 steps by the spirit pressure upon getting close to the stone altar. That year, the founder, Grandmaster 16, had both a ghost and a demon as his spirit servants. With their assistance, he swept through the sects in the kingdom of Xian and was undefeatable. One of the servants was Barbarian Ghost King, which kept waiting until he died before disappearing mysteriously. As for the demon servant, it was this white demon skeleton which has reached the 10,000 demon level. It was also the only demon to be refined to this level in the sect. The leader of Barbarian Ghost Sect looked at the skeleton on the stone altar as he said in a serious tone. 10,000 demon skeleton. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming sucked in a cold breath. One must know that although White Demon Skeleton is a ghost puppet that many disciples of Barbarian Ghost Sect refine, most of them were regular demons, even those that had been refined to 100 bones level were extremely less. As for White Demon Skeleton at 1000 bones level, Lu Ming had some suspicion about whether anyone had succeeded in refining one. To refine a high-level ghost puppet, much time and resources are needed. Most people of high cultivation already had trouble gathering resources for themselves. How would they bear to spend so much on a puppet? Yet in front of Lu Ming right now was a demon that had been refined to 10,000 bones stage. How could he not get overwhelmed by this? If legend says that White Demon Skeleton of 1000 bones level have strength equal that of a spirit master, then to what extent would the power of a White Demon Skeleton of 10,000 bones level be? After a thought flashed through his mind, he did not dare to think any further. This 10,000 bones demon helped Ancestor 16 kill many enemies in his early years. Its reputation was not any lower than the Barbarian Ghost King. The reason why not many know of its reputation now was because while facing a strong enemy, it suffered heavy damages. Although our ancestor repaired the damages, it was no longer powerful like before and was not of much use. Currently, its power is only half of its original self. However, from what was said, it is still able to barely fight someone at beginning crystal level. Of course, this had not been proven and no one knows whether it is true or not. The leader of Barbarian Ghost Sect continued. Half its strength is equivalent to beginning crystal level. This 10,000 bones demon was actually much scarier than legend says. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the mini-skeleton. His heart shivered as he said. This is not the case. According to legends, the materials Ancestor 16 used to create this 10,000 bones demon was of a large background, therefore, its power was much more powerful than normal 10,000 bones demon. It was also because of this when it got damaged. Other spirit bones were unable to repair the damages and could only be put into a certain Yin cave to allow the Yin aura to nourish. However, after 1,000 years of mending, it cannot be repaired any further. And the top-tier battle spirit that was attached to this demon has also died a long time ago. Although quite a few ancestors have tried to attach other battle spirits to the demon, none of them succeeded. It wasn't until an ancestor who had practiced the bone-controlling method didn't use a battle spirit, instead opting for using the bone-controlling technique did he succeed. The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader explained. I understand now. Senior brother sect leader believes that if I am able to control this 10,000 bones demon, I would be of more help in defending against the sea race than using the soul-devouring hammer. However, without the battle spirit possessing it, I am afraid the power of this 10,000 bones demon would decrease by a lot. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times as he said thoughtfully. I naturally know about this matter. However, from the message passed down by our ancestors, even without a top-grade battle spirit, the 10,000 bones demon is still incomparable to the soul-devouring hammer. With junior brother's skills you can only control one of the two. However, the latter is definitely much harder to control than the former. So would junior brother Lu like to make a decision now, or would you like to try out the treasures before coming to a decision? Aside from bone controlling technique, I have another method to forcibly control the soul-devouring hammer. However, there is a huge price to pay, and unless there are no other ways, I would prefer not to use this method. The barbarian ghost sect leader gave a bitter laugh as he said, I understand sect leader's meaning. I shall try out the treasures before coming to a conclusion. Listening up to here, Lu Ming decided to not say any more and nodded his head in agreement. Very good, I shall lift the restrictions now. The sect leader said happily after hearing what was said. Turning his hand, the golden disc on his hand appeared once again. With a tremble of his wrist, it pasted itself on the five-colored light. Ping! The disc flashed a few times and the five-colored light disintegrated. The barbarian ghost sect leader then stepped aside, as though allowing Lu Ming to cast his technique. Lu Ming squinted his eyes as he stared at the mini-skeleton on the stone altar. He then unhurriedly formed a seal with both hands while chanting a spell in a low voice. Having cultivated the dark bone method to the 4th level, he was naturally able to sense himself having a strange ability to control any kind of spirit bone. During the 4 years in the kingdom of Xian, Lu Ming had nothing to do and used a little of the time to cultivate this skill. However, it was the first time he used it in front of others. As Lu Ming chanted the spell, his body started emitting black smoke and crazily rotated around his body. In the next second, a ghost howl could be heard coming from the smoke. The barbarian ghost sect leader who was smiling at the side saw this situation and his face involuntarily had a shocked expression. The purity of junior brother Lu's Fa Li was much greater than estimated. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped his chant and a finger shot out of his raised hand towards the stone altar. Spirit light shone. A white-colored spell shot out and promptly disappeared into the skull. Lu Ming then formed another seal with his hand. Pooh! The body of the tattered skeleton trembled and the black spirit markings on its body shone, then using its hands, it propped itself up. Seeing this scene, excitement showed on the sect leader's face. With a tremble of his finger, Lu Ming started piercing the space around the skeleton. Following this, the mini-skeleton legs started moving, jumping off the stone altar onto the ground. However, during the landing, due to an unnatural tremble from its legs, it almost fell. Lu Ming's raised his eyebrows a little as he started chanting faster. At the same time, he started pouring all his power into the skeleton as all his fingers started moving simultaneously, shooting out multiple techniques. In the next moment, the 2 empty sockets in the skeleton suddenly let out a ting sound. 2 pale golden fire lit up in them and after rotating for a while, it started burning aggressively. The spirit markings on the body of the skeleton turned into sigils as they floated out. The markings exploded in the next moment, turning into clouds of dust before slowly dissipating. In a second, the skeleton got enveloped by the black fog, leaving only a faint shadow visible. A foreign majestic howl was then heard from within the fog. Within the madly gushing black fog, the shadow of the skeleton started growing larger, turning into a large being over 10 feet tall. Puh! A white gigantic skeletal foot the size of a basin strode out from the fog, giving off a feeling that a gigantic ghost is going to appear from the black fog. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's heart jumped. At this moment, a wail came from the skeleton within the fog, its body rapidly shrinking. Afterwards, the black fog started dispersing, showing a tattered skeleton standing rooted like a log, the fire in its eyes turning bleak as though nothing happened at all. Although I could control this demon, it is a little too taxing on me. I am afraid I am unable to take it into a real battle. Lu Ming creased his eyebrow, his face full of shock. He then whirled around, detailing his experience to the sect leader. Haha, junior brother need not be disappointed. Just being able to control this 10,000 bones demon through space, your performance is already better than I expect. Here I have long prepared something else. After listening to Lu Ming, the sect leader did not show any disappointment but instead laughed. As he was speaking, he drew out a white bone token from his sleeves. On its surface, there were black markings which looked similar to the ones on the 10,000 bones demon carved on it, and it was sparkling. This is... Lu Ming subconsciously took over the token. He asked in confusion. This restriction token is refined using a small piece of the ribcage from the 10,000 bones demon. It is also a method to control this demon which our ancestors racked their brains over for very long. With it, you will be able to control it much more smoothly. The sect leader smiled as he replied. Since this treasure is so useful, let me give it a try. Hearing this, Lu Ming's face was filled with astonishment. He gazed then landed on the skeleton not far away once again while injecting Li into the token in his hand, swaying it in front of the skeleton. A dull sound rang out. The black markings on the white bones token starting sparkling brightly while densely packed markings shot out aggressively. The skeleton trembled before absorbing the black markings into its body. Following the sound of Lu Ming's chants, the golden flame within its socket started burning aggressively, rolls of dark fog billowing out from its body. In the next moment, the skeleton was once again enveloped by the dark fog, giving off the same low howl while at the same time, an aura several times more powerful rolled out from within. Lu Ming's pupils abruptly shrunk as a skeleton 70 to 80 feet tall walked out from the dark fog. Chapter 250, The Blacksmith Master. Chapter 250, The Blacksmith Master. After an hour, the two of them walked out of the valley under the guidance of the boy. Among them, Lu Ming displayed an expression full of thought, and the head of Barbarian Ghost Sect could not conceal his excitement. The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader waited for the boy to bow and return to the valley, before pulling out a thin book and handed it to Lu Ming, and he said while smiling, "I have this book that my martial ancestor kept back in the days. It's about his experience on controlling 10,000 Bones Demon. You can take it back and have a good look at it. The possibility of the 10,000 Bones Demon returning is all on Junior's Dark Bone method. You need to learn the stuff within the book as thoroughly as soon as possible. You might need it soon in the future." After flashing past with surprise, Lu Ming nodded again and again. The head of the Barbarian Ghost Sect advised Lu Ming with a few words, then he bid farewell. Each person took off in the air and left. While Lu Ming was riding on a cloud, he played around with the white bone token in his hands. He also recalled the real power of the 10,000 Bones Demon before. There was a deep thrill in his heart. After this 10,000 Bones Demon enlarged, it went go beyond Lu Ming's imagination. It perhaps might have the power of a crystal level. But Lu Ming naturally could not take out this demon. Thus, when the head of Barbarian Ghost Sect saw that Lu Ming could use the white bone token to help control the demon, he promised Lu Ming that they could come to the valley a couple more times to practice the controlling it. Lu Ming thought about it before he quickly returned inside of 9 Infant Mountain's dwelling. He entered and sat down cross-legged in a secret room before he started to mutter lowly. The head of Barbarian Ghost Sect was willing to take out important treasures such as the 10,000 Bones Demon showed that the situation of the battle between the various sects and the sea races at the edge of the country really was not looking good. With his current level of cultivation, if he met a early or middle liquid level sea race cultivator, he could still protect himself without any troubles. However, if he met a high liquid level or crystal level sea race expert, he would probably die. However, if he really revealed that he could control the 10,000 Bones Demon that was powerful enough to rival Crystal level, perhaps drawing the attention of the sea race experts of that level was a matter bound to happen. Lu Ming had a bitter smile when he thought of this. Originally, if Lu Ming thought that when he broke through to Spirit Master, there would be no problem in keeping himself safe. However, he had faced with this kind of situation right away. With the situation that the Barbarian Ghost Sect was in, he could not refuse the heavy responsibility of using 10,000 Bones Demon. The only way he could be slightly more ensured in the battle against the sea race was to quickly increase his strength. As long as he raised his ability quite a bit before he went to the border, he could have a bit more certainty in protecting himself. When Lu Ming thought of this, he just simply shut his eyes. At the same time, with a flash in his sea of consciousness, an ancient book twined by black gas appeared in mid-air. It was exactly the Dragon Tiger Hell method. Since he had gotten the book, Lu Ming gave it a quick read through at the start but never touched it again, thinking it was too complex for him. And after breaking through to Spirit Master, in order to consolidate his cultivation, he started to truly understand this cultivation method. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming was flipping through the black ancient book page by page in his mind. He slowly started to read more carefully. A full hour later, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes and he had a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. When he was reading the ancient book previously, because he doesn't have enough cultivation status, he could not understand most of the sentences. Apart from realizing that the Dragon Tiger Hell method was a ghost cultivation method, he didn't really find anything else. When he attempted to comprehend the cultivation method while at liquid level, he immediately felt everything coming clearly. There were many areas he didn't understand before, but everything became clear at once. Although he could not clearly understand the Dragon Tiger Hell method easily, he understood 60 to 70% of it immediately. The remaining unclear parts would take more time to study later on, but eventually he would fully understand it. Just like that, Lu Ming finally understood what kind of cultivation method the Dragon Tiger Hell method was. This method was similar to the Dark Bone method, but in some areas they are totally different. A similar point between this method and the Dark Bone method were that after training, they both had an impressive effect of strengthening the body. The difference was that the intensity of body cultivation part of the Dragon Tiger Hell method was far above the level of the Dark Bone method. If he cultivated the Dark Bone method, 60% of the effect was on Li. However, if he cultivated the Tiger Dragon Hell method, 90% of it would be strengthening the body, with only 10% for Li. The even more surprising thing is, the method was split into 6 levels, each representing 6 levels of the liquid states and crystal states. With every level of the Tiger Dragon Hell method, he gains the strength of an additional tiger and dragon. When all 6 levels are cultivated, one can possess the strength of 6 tigers and dragons. Also, after the 3rd level there was also a talent called Dark Prison that could make enemies fall into an illusion without them noticing. After Lu Ming broke through to Spirit Master, he also went to the Scripture Pavilion in the Sect to examine some of his Sect's Spirit Master level cultivation methods, but there were no other cultivation methods that could compare with the Dragon Tiger Hell method. If the description of the book was all real, this Dragon Tiger Hell method had to be one of the top methods in the ghost cultivation methods. Lu Ming thought like this, he could not help but have a flash of delight appear in his eyes, but after thinking about the difficulty for the cultivation method, he could not help but grimace. The Dragon Tiger Hell method actually could not be cultivated just by circulating some Yuan Qi of the world. It also needs the cultivator of the method. It cultivates in an environment of Yin Qi from time to time. However, Yin Qi was an extremely evil thing. If normal cultivators spent long periods of time submerged in it, it was extremely possible for them to turn into half-human, half-ghost monster. After Lu Ming had frowned for a while, he still sighed and put this matter behind temporarily. Although the Dragon Tiger Hell method was extraordinary and reached beyond his expectations, there was no quick ways to cultivate it. It wouldn't be much help in forthcoming sea race war. This way, if he wanted to greatly increase his strength in a short period of time, it could only be done by some external force. When Lu Ming is thinking about it, he unintentionally touched the Sumeru conch on his arm. The spatial treasure held a drop of 1st Yuan heavy water. According to this object's weight, if it was refined into the heavy water bead in the legends, the power would be very scary. The other totems in his hand could also be refined once more to fully reveal their power. Besides, he had now broken through the liquid level and thus there were no bottlenecks anymore. He could use some pills to increase his Li. After such consideration, Lu Ming had a plan in mind. In the morning of the 2nd day, he left 9 Infants Mountain and headed straight to a certain mountain in the Sect. After a while, he appeared at a cliff next to the main corpse refinery mountain. A couple feet above ground, there was a crimson stone door opened up in the cliff. Also, once he approached within 100 or so feet to the stone door, he could distinctly feel the bursts of hot air coming out. It seemed like this door was boiling hot. Lu Ming didn't feel surprise, and after a faint blue ray flashed on the surface, he was immediately isolated from the heat. Bang! Lu Ming stopped a distance away from the entrance. At the same time he moved his fingers. A moment later the stone door opened. A short, strong young man around the age of 20 walked out. After he saw that Lu Ming was very young, he was startled and asked, "You are? Senior Huang is in there, right? Lu Ming from the 9 Infants Mountain is here to come to pay a special visit." Lu Ming said calmly. "What? You're the new martial Uncle Lu? Please wait while I go call my teacher." The youth was stunned at first and then spoke in fear. The young man was already turning back, but there was a solemn elderly sound coming from behind him. "No need, let fellow Lu come in. I want to see this little brother who has just broken through." Although the sound wasn't loud, to the young man the sound was like rolling thunder. The strong young man answered with a shock, so he turned and stepped aside. Lu Ming didn't pause and moved, disappearing into the passageway behind the stone door. After the time it took for a pot of tea to boil, Lu Ming sat within a cool stone lounge with a skinny old man opposite him. This old man's looks were average but his eyes extremely bright. "What you mean is, you want me to make you a totem. But why find me? You can find pretty good blacksmiths in the nearby markets, they should be enough to make an ordinary totem." The black-robed elder said, half smiling. "I've heard from Brother Jia said a long time ago that Senior Huang is one of the best blacksmiths in the whole of Deshan country. The normal blacksmiths in the market cannot compare to you. If it was just a normal totem, I won't come here and bother Senior, but this time the thing being refined is very unusual. I'm afraid only Brother Huang can successfully refine it. Lu Ming said seriously. Oh really? What are you looking to refine? Why don't you talk to me about it? The black-robed elder said with interest. How about this, I'll take out the main material for this refinement to show to Senior Huang, and we can discuss the other matters later. After blinking his eyes, Lu Ming said without any change in his expression. All right. The elder with the black robe agreed. But at this time Lu Ming didn't take anything out. He instead looked at the strong young man standing on the side. The black-robed elder suddenly understood and he immediately instructed his student. The young man answered right away respectfully, then he left the hall at once. In the meantime Lu Ming stirred up his sleeves and several glyphs immediately flew at the ground. They disappeared into the ground with a flash. In the next moment the white inscriptions on the ground flashed. Surprisingly, there was an additional layer of faint, glittering light. When the black-robe elder saw the situation, although he didn't stop it, he showed a sense of surprise. When he finished doing all of this, Lu Ming he flipped his hand. A little silver cauldron appeared in the air at once and blurred before becoming 5 feet tall. Boom! The huge cauldron landed on the ground ruthlessly. Crushed stone immediately splashed from the ground and over half of the cauldron have sunk into the ground. Chapter 251 Golden Ginseng. Chapter 251 Golden Ginseng. When Senior Huang saw this, his pupils slightly constricted and with a move of his figure, he magically appeared next to the huge cauldron and began assessing it attentively. Lu Ming watched with only a smile. It's only made of average silver sand essence, how could it possibly be this heavy? Unless there is something in the cauldron? Said Senior Huang whilst furrowing his brows after circling the huge cauldron once. Senior found out as expected. The item in the cauldron is indeed what I have brought for refining, said Lu Ming with a flicker of his eyes. Senior Huang nodded and shook his sleeve. An invisible force surged towards the huge lid. With a pu, the lid that appeared to be fairly heavy flew off at once and securely remained floating in midair. Senior Huang then finally craned his neck and looked inside the cauldron to see the black drop of liquid that was emitting black gas. He could not help but reveal an expression of surprise. It was obvious that Senior Huang did not think that the item inside the cauldron would be of this size at all. However, in the next moment, the black-robed elder, with a change in idea, suddenly thought of something and instantly single-handedly grasped at the space inside the cauldron. A muffled ping sound rang out and the cauldron shook a little, but the black liquid inside it still did not budge one bit. Senior Huang's facial expression underwent a huge change and exclaimed, "It really is the rumored treasure, first Yuan heavy water." What, Senior has seen this treasure before? Lu Ming was a little surprised after he saw that the elder recognized the first Yuan heavy water so quickly. It is my first time seeing such an unusual treasure, but I own a marvelous book that contains records of the world's various rare materials for forging totems. It contains a description and pictures of the first Yuan heavy water. I originally was not able to confirm it, but after testing the true weight of it I am sure, muttered Senior Huang while staring at the item inside the cauldron without blinking. In this moment, his face displayed an expression of infatuation. So that's how it is. Since Senior Huang knows what this is, you probably also know what item it is that I would like you to forge, said Lu Ming very straightforwardly after his realization. Although the first Yuan heavy water is extremely rare, there aren't really that many things one can forge with it. In addition, the materials that are compatible with it are also extremely valuable and rare. Unless Junior plans to use this drop of first Yuan heavy water by itself and have it refined into the rumored heavy water bead? Replied Senior Huang slowly after thinking. After listening to Lu Ming's words, he finally woke up a little from his infatuated state of mind. To be able to see through my intentions so quickly, Senior Huang really is the #1 blacksmith of our sect. You are right, I indeed want to have the first Yuan heavy water refined into a heavy water bead. But how likely would Senior be able to succeed? Asked Lu Ming with a serious expression after nodding. As Junior Lu previously said, with such a precious treasure, if it were just the blacksmiths from the normal markets, the chance of failure would probably not be small. But if it were I, myself, forging it, there is naturally not too big of a problem. The only thing would be to see what tier of a totem the end result will be, said Senior Huang with great confidence after thinking for a bit. With such great confidence, I knew it was the right choice to come here. Lu Ming was delighted after hearing what Senior Huang said. Since Junior is able to take out this first Yuan heavy water as a blacksmith, I am naturally unable to dismiss the temptation of personally forging a totem with it. But Junior Lu must not be expecting me to do this for free, right? Said Senior Huang indirectly. How would I dare to let Senior Huang bustle about for free? Although I still have a few spirit stones on me, Senior Huang is most likely not interested. How about this? I still have a portion of pure aura chi that was rewarded to me by the sect back then. Why don't I use that as remuneration? Replied Lu Ming with a smile after thinking quickly. The pure aura chi rewarded by the sect, although very average, is just enough to pay for the forging of totems. However, the amount of supplementary materials that need to be used to refine the first Yuan heavy water into a heavy water bead will not be low. Although I am able to gather them, their value is not cheap either. Senior Huang first nodded before shaking his head. Other than the pure aura chi, I will also pay Senior 20,000 spirit stones. This time Lu Ming spoke with extreme frankness. Who would have thought that although Junior is young, you have a considerable amount of assets? Okay, then it has been agreed upon. You may come here to take the totem after 1 month. Also, tell me what effects and restrictions you would like the heavy water bead to have first. That way it won't be unsuitable for you after it has already been forged. Senior Huang was a little surprised after he listened to Lu Ming but eventually spoke with more gentleness after measuring him with the eye. I have no other requirements other than having this heavy water bead being heavy. It does not matter what tier of a totem Senior ends up forging, as long as it contains restrictions that are of this heavy nature, replied Lu Ming without any hesitation, as if he had already thought about this before. Only after using brute force to forcefully knock down opponents? With the heavy water bead's original weight, if one were to multiply it a few times, perhaps it would even be able to crush a small mountain into pieces. But if one's Li were not pure enough and body not powerful enough, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to drive such a heavy treasure to one's own wish. Even though it was unknown how many people he had forged totems for, Senior Huang still sucked in a cold breath after hearing Lu Ming's words. He could almost imagine the shocking scene of the heavy water bead crushing everything after it comes into being. Senior, please rest assured. Since I have this requirement, I am naturally prepared for it, said Lu Ming with a slight smile. Alright, since Junior really wants to go after this kind of straightforward, tyrannical power, and believe that you are capable of controlling it, I will refine the treasure according to your wishes. Senior Huang pondered a little and seemed rather uncaring. As a result, in the following time, Senior Huang pledged on the spot according to the regular rules of blacksmiths. Thereupon Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He bid farewell and left right away. The black-robed elder that remained in the hall was looking at the black drop of liquid in the cauldron and could not hide the excitement on his face. Lu Ming did not return to his dwelling and instead, headed straight for the scripture pavilion after making a turn. What? Junior wants spirit master level pill recipes for increasing Li? Exclaimed the red-robed elder, Liao Feng, inside the scripture pavilion. Yes, I have recently taken an interest in alchemy and want to borrow a few high-level pill recipes to view and emulate, said Lu Ming calmly, blinking his eyes. The red-robed elder had an odd expression after hearing this. Quite a while later he finally said with uncertainty, there is naturally not a problem with Junior borrowing high-level pill recipes. But each pill recipe will cost 1,000 contribution points and will require you to make an oath to not reveal it to another person. Okay, that is not a problem. Lu Ming agreed to it very simply. The red-robed elder saw this and did not ask anything else. He shook his sleeves and in a ray of light, the two of them disappeared into the secret room of the scripture pavilion. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ming flew out of the scripture pavilion and directly returned to Nine Infants Mountain. Inside the secret room of his dwelling, Lu Ming sat on a cushion cross-legged. He looked at the pale, white beast hide covered in silver inscriptions the size of ants with furrowed eyebrows. When he finished reading the final piece of beast hide, he released a long breath and muttered to himself with a downcast expression, who would have thought it would be so difficult to refine spirit master level pills? And they need so many different supplementary spirit medicines. Looks like it won't be possible to refine spirit master level pills anytime soon. Never mind, I should just take the spirit medicines directly. Even though it is not as effective, my Li will still increase greatly. I can't worry too much about things in the future and instead should focus on increasing my strength. I will consider other matters after I survive the war with the sea race. After Lu Ming finished muttering, he single-handedly grabbed at his arm and a few jade boxes of various lengths appeared out of nowhere. They securely landed in front of him when he shook his sleeve. He then raised his hand and beckoned and a rectangular jade box flew towards him. It spun once and the lid opened up, revealing a golden ginseng. The ginseng was as thick as an arm and was 2 feet long. Its shape could be seen clearly and it permeated an enticing aroma. It was the most precious spirit medicine he obtained from the secret realm back then. According to its color and aroma, it should have been at least thousands of years old. Even if one were to ingest it as it was, it would make one's Li skyrocket. Lu Ming kept it till now because he thought it would have been too wasteful to ingest it as a spirit apostle. Other than the golden ginseng, he also kept a few other spirit medicines that could increase a spirit master's Li, but their effects would be a little weaker in comparison. According to Lu Ming's estimation, if he were to ingest all of the spirit medicines, it would be enough to cover a dozen years of strenuous cultivation, even though it would not be enough to directly make him reach the middle liquid level. With that, Lu Ming did not hesitate any longer, and with a flash of green light, he used the short sword to slice a thin piece of the golden ginseng. He put it directly in his mouth and chewed a few times. An aromatic liquid filled his mouth and became abnormally creamy right away. With a gulp, it all slid down his throat and into his stomach. He immediately felt a boiling sensation in his abdomen that instantly turned into waves of heat which headed for his meridians. At the same time, his face turned bright red. Lu Ming hurriedly put away the things in his hands. With his 2 hands forming seals, a black mist formed on the surface of his body. It did not take long for his figure to be completely submerged in it. As time passed, there was more and more black mist in the secret room. The aura of Lu Ming, who was in the center, became increasingly stronger. Not too long later, the entire secret room was filled with thick black mist, and from time to time, there would be a j-bang sound that rang out. Half a day later, all of the churning black mist drifted towards the center and instantly became a long black belt that was as wide as a palm. It spun around Lu Ming with much flexibility. Right at this time, Lu Ming, who originally had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. His facial expression was one of pleasant surprise. Chapter 252 Precious Bead. Chapter 252 Precious Bead. When he ingested the slice of golden ginseng and directly refined it with the dark bone method, not only did his Li increase by a bit, but his body also underwent an astonishing change. His bones that were originally larger and stronger than the average person now had faint silver runes appearing on them. Although they were still thin and indistinct, it was completely different from before. Lu Ming clenched both fists and instantly felt that his bones were obviously much denser now. His strength also increased by a significant amount. He didn't do anything else other than refining a slice of the golden ginseng and having his Li increase. Excluding improving cultivation, the golden ginseng did not carry any other attributed effects. Thus, the change in his bones was most likely due to the growth of his Li. This kind of thing only occurred when he finished cultivating a layer of the dark bone method while he was still a spirit apostle, and the change in his bones was never this obvious. Could it be because he was a spirit master now? Or perhaps the fact that his cultivation of the 4th layer of the dark bone method had reached perfection and was ready to cultivate the 5th. Lu Ming went into deep thought as the joy disappeared from his face. Only after quite a while did he pull out his short sword. With a flash of cold light, he sliced another piece of the golden ginseng and put it in his mouth. Immediately the same thing happened again. Churning black mist filled the entirety of the secret room once more, and the sound of cracking bones could be heard. Many hours later, when all of the black mist disappeared, Lu Ming, who was sitting on the floor, stood up. He suddenly sucked in a deep breath after shaking his arms and legs and lifted up one foot to stomp the ground. With a hong sound, an air wave gushed from under his foot. A portion of the ground cracked and the entire secret room also trembled. He then used his mental strength to scan his body and found that the silver markings on the surface of his bones became larger and more clear, as well as more densely on the markings. Lu Ming was extremely happy with this. It seemed like his guess was correct. Even if he were to stop cultivating the dark bone method to higher layers, his bones would still undergo changes as long as there was a growth in Li. His strength would also increase along with it. The dark bone method actually had such astonishing effects once one reached the 5th layer. If one were to continue cultivating it, wouldn't one have even more heaven-defying powers? This was never known, as there had never been anyone who cultivated this method to the liquid level in the barbarian ghost sect. Otherwise, who knows how big of a sensation it would cause. No wonder the 16 Master regarded it so highly and said it was something of great origin. He even translated the first few layers himself. Reaching there, Lu Ming felt it was unfortunate. Luckily, the Dragon Tiger Hell method that he was going to cultivate in the future was also a top method. This comforted him a little. According to 16 Master's residual presence, The rest of the dark bone method can be found in that so-called mid-heaven continent. There may still be a chance to find it in the future. Thinking up till there, Lu Ming's mind became focused. In the following days he took spirit medicines and cultivated non-stop. This allowed his Li to increase and grow by 30% compared to when he had just newly advanced. Lu Ming was delighted by this. What made him even more excited was that when he ingested the last bit of spirit medicine, the silver markings on his bones not only became very clear, but new faint silver markings appeared in the blank spaces. His strength also grew by almost half compared to before. One must know that Lu Ming's strength was already astonishing. Increasing by almost half meant that his strength was on par to that of body cultivators of the same level. Like this, when Lu Ming allowed his newly increased Li to stabilize for a few more days and a whole month's time had passed. He left the secret room at once and flew out of Nine Infants Mountain. After the time of a meal, Lu Ming appeared at the cliff of the main peak of the corpse refinery faction. Raising his sleeve, an invisible force of great power rushed towards the red door not too far away. A hong sound rang out. The stone door shook and a red light flashed on the surface. He then silently waited midair. A while later the stone door opened and the strong youth from before walked out. Once he saw Lu Ming he immediately bowed. This disciple greets Martial Uncle Lu. Master has already given orders for not needing to notify him before seeing him if Martial Uncle came. Since it's like so, I will be troubling Martial Nephew, nodded Lu Ming. He did not think of it as strange. Martial Uncle please, said the strong youth respectfully before turning around and leading the way. A short while later, Lu Ming was led to a very exquisite side hall by the youth. There, a black-robed old man was holding a thick book while trying to research something with furrowed brows. The moment Lu Ming entered the side hall, the old man put away his book, raised his head and indifferently said, Junior Lu has come at the right time. The item you wanted was just completed 2 days ago. That means Senior has succeeded in refining it. Lu Ming was delighted when he heard this. It's not only a success. It will most likely give Junior an unexpected surprise. Follow me, said the black-robed old man with a strange expression before getting up and walking out of the hall. Lu Ming's expression shifted a little after he heard this but followed closely behind without saying anything. A while later he was led to a red stone house that was several hundred feet underground by Senior Huang. When the black-robed old man pulled open the stone door, a burst of scorching hot air hit him in the face. Lu Ming shuddered and blue light flashed on the surface of his body, blocking the hot air. At this moment he saw the inside of the stone house clearly. There was a large pit about 10 feet deep in the middle of the stone house and within it were surging red flames. On top of the large pit was a huge black cauldron several dozen feet tall. The material of the cauldron was unknown, but it did not change color even with the crimson flames licking it. The rest of the stone house was filled with 4 or 5 oddly shaped desks with unknown tools placed messily on them. The only one that Lu Ming recognized was a huge 10-foot-long hammer emitting a white light. The heavy water bead is inside. I left it burning in this earth fire cauldron so that it does not lose its spiritual properties since it has not yet been refined by an owner. I will now open the cauldron and let Junior see it, said Senior Huang before instantly forming a hand sign and pointing at the huge cauldron. After a pu sound, a hand sign shot out and flashed before disappearing into the huge cauldron. There was immediately a rumble within the huge cauldron and the lid that appeared to be incomparably heavy gradually opened up. Whoosh! Right when the lid moved, a ball of black light shot out from the gap and with a spin, it remained floating in the air unmoving. In an instant, a cool sensation swept over the entire stone house. The air that was originally scorching hot was swept away and a moist feeling emerged. Lu Ming focused his eyes and saw the item in the black light clearly. It was a black bead the size of a thumb, its surface smooth and translucent, with strands of black mist appearing from and coiling around it. An indescribable cooling sensation was emitted by it. So this is the heavy water bead. It sure enough looks like it's full of spiritual property, murmured Lu Ming. Senior Huang who was next to him heard this and sighed. For some reason, I excelled in refining this treasure this time. The quality of the forged item has practically reached my maximum limit in terms of totem refinery. If it were not for the fact that the properties of the bead were unsuitable for me, I would have wanted to forcefully keep it. But now Junior is lucky to have such a bargain. As soon as he finished speaking, Senior Huang beckoned at the bead in the distance with one hand and grabbed it out of the air. He stroked it in his hand unwillingly and stomped his foot to give it to Lu Ming. Senior must have forged a middle-tier totem since you are saying that, asked Lu Ming, grabbing the bead and feeling joyous. The heavy water bead was a treasure and to him, its power was already incomparable to totems of the same tier. Now that it was forged into a mid-tier totem, its power was probably comparable to that of high-tier totems. Not only is it a middle-tier totem, it also has 18 restrictions, which means that it is only one step away from being a true high-tier totem. Senior Huang's lamentful expression grew as he listened to Lu Ming and was almost grinding his teeth as he spoke. If he knew earlier that he would forge a heavy water bead of such high quality, he wouldn't have just asked for a remuneration of only that amount. It was a huge loss for him this time around. After all, the totem he used himself was only a middle-tier totem of 13 restrictions. Senior has gone through great trouble this time. Here, this is the promised remuneration. Please double-check it. Lu Ming was naturally full of smiles as he heard this. He inspected the bead in his hand slightly, and once he confirmed that it was a totem of 18 restrictions, took out a small bottle and a pouch of spirit stones and tossed it at the black-robed old man. A short while later, Lu Ming flew out of the main peak of the corpse refinery faction. He occasionally felt the black bead that was on his sleeve and was full of excitement. He did not fly back to his dwelling and instead changed directions, flying out of the barbarian ghost sect mountain gate, towards a further location. After flying for more than 100 miles in one breath, Lu Ming landed in an extremely secluded rock valley. At this time he took out the black bead from his sleeve and pinched it a little with his fingers. It easily went from round to flat. The heavy water bead was in fact unbelievably soft. But compared to the extraordinarily heavy weight of when it was still the first Yuan heavy water, it was now very light, as if it did not weigh anything at all. Lu Ming did not think of this as strange and instead, with a blue flash of light on the surface of his body, began to pour pure Li into the bead. The bead began to emit a dark light a moment later. At the same time, there were more and more strands of mist appearing on its surface. Chapter 253 Reinforcement. Chapter 253 Reinforcement. However, just as Lu Ming shook his wrist and wanted to toss the bead into the distance, the Li in his body condensed and the bead became unbelievably heavy in an instant, causing his arm to shake, almost not being about to move it. But Lu Ming seemed to have already been prepared for this, as the muscle on his arm suddenly thickened and a huge force gushed out of his body. With a blur, the black bead was tossed out by him and crashed into a pile of rocks 300 to 400 feet away. A loud, earth-trembling rumble sounded. The ground shook and the pile of rocks instantly cracked open, forming a massive pit 30 to 40 feet long. The pit was at least 5 feet deep and everything in it had turned into powder. The rocks that were originally in the surrounding area were also shattered into pieces under the immense force. Lu Ming saw this and raising his eyebrow single-handedly beckoned at the massive pit. With a whoosh, the heavy water bead flew out of the crevice and lightly landed in his hand, returning to weighing nothing. Lu Ming inspected the bead again and revealed a sliver of satisfaction on his face. The first Yuan heavy water indeed had an astonishing power after being forged into a totem. Even without refining it or activating any restrictions, it had such destructive power that would leave people awestruck. One could imagine the terrifying power of it after being refined with blood and having all 18 restrictions mastered. But of course Lu Ming also realized a bad thing. And that was that the strength of the body needed to control the heavy water bead was way beyond his expectations. The attack just then used up 7 to 80% of his strength. If it wasn't for his recent growth in strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to activate the treasure. If the treasure was refined and its restrictions were activated to increase its weight, the strength needed would be even more alarming. If all 18 restrictions were activated, even a regular body cultivator would probably not be able to use this treasure. But luckily his strength now increased as his Li grew. In addition, the Dragon Tiger Hell method he would be cultivating would strengthen his body, thus there was no real need in worrying about this on the long term. Reaching there, Lu Ming felt a lot more at ease. Although he was unable to exert all of the power of the heavy water bead at this moment, activating the first 2 or 3 restrictions was no problem. And even with that, the heavy water bead was still extraordinarily tough. An average beginning spirit master would most likely be unable to take a single blow. Thinking it over, Lu Ming was relieved. In the following time he used the heavy water bead to attack a few more times, and after familiarizing himself with it, he was prepared to leave the valley. But just as he used a technique to summon a whitish-gray cloud, a buzzing noise resounded from one of the leather pouches around his waist and began to vibrate non-stop. Lu Ming saw this and was stunned but immediately grabbed the leather pouch and tossed it high up in the air in front of him. A pew sound rang out. The leather pouch spun once and a black light radiated out. A bone scorpion of 5 feet long instantly appeared on the ground. Ever since the ghost ingested a monster scorpion in the 10,000 Barbarian Mountains, it had been in deep sleep inside the pouch. The reason was unknown for why it suddenly woke up now. It kept twisting its body on the ground and its whole body was also burning amongst purple flames. What was even more shocking was that the bone scorpion's body was dotted in black, thread-like cracks, practically covering every inch of bone. Communicating with it through the mind, Lu Ming felt the bone scorpion's pain with clarity, as well as the mixed emotions of an extreme thirst for something. Lu Ming shuddered and without further thought, hurriedly formed seals with both hands. The seals shot out from his fingers one by one and disappeared into the bone scorpion's body. But the ghost was still writhing on the ground for dear life, without seeing any effect whatsoever. Lu Ming saw this and his expression darkened. After thinking for a bit, he took out several small bottles and poured out several pills from each, tossing them all at the bone scorpion. The bone scorpion moved its body and suddenly leaped up, ingesting all the pills. But in the next moment, it dropped down with a thud, falling heavily onto the ground. After the time of a meal, Lu Ming's expression was rather ugly. The white bone scorpion was still in immense pain as before and there was no improvement whatsoever. It was obvious that the pills from before had no effect on the ghost. Just as he was thinking if he should take the bone scorpion to the ghost hell region, the ghost that was originally on the ground made a strange screeching noise and with a move of its body, flew towards him unexpectedly. Lu Ming was naturally surprised and without thinking, moved his arm to grab the bone scorpion by its neck, forcefully stopping it at an inch's distance away. His iron-like hands blocked the bone scorpion from moving forward. But the bone scorpion kept moving its body and did not stop screeching, still wanting to get closer to Lu Ming no matter what. A feeling of thirst was transmitted from the bone scorpion's mind and seemed to be stronger than before by many times as if it were incomparably anxious. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, already realizing that the bone scorpion did not mean to attack him and was only purely wanting to get closer to him. He thought quickly and slowly pulled back his arm, pulling the bone scorpion's body towards his own. A pew sound. The bone scorpion's front claw abruptly moved and nicked open his long robe in front of his chest as well as the several layers of inner clothing, instantly revealing the dragon scale armor that was inside. With another movement, the giant claw skillfully clamped onto a dragon scale. Using all its might to pull it backward, it actually ripped the beast hide apart and put the dragon scale in its mouth. A scene which stunned Lu Ming appeared. The bone scorpion ate the whole scale with an open and close of its mouth. Without any hesitation, its huge claw moved again and wanted to rip another scale off the scaled armor. In this moment, Lu Ming finally responded and instantly moved his arm to separate himself from the bone scorpion again. He then observed for a bit with wide eyes. As a result, other than feeling a greater thirst for being closer to Lu Ming, the pain that the white bone scorpion was sending through seemed to lessen a little. Consuming such a hard scale did not seem to bring it any discomfort. Lu Ming saw this and was secretly amazed. After hesitating a little, he suddenly lifted the bone scorpion and floated up, flying towards a small mountain nearby. A short while later, Lu Ming appeared with the bone scorpion at a newly formed rock cave halfway up the mountain. He shook his sleeve and a dozen formation flags flew out and landed in the four corners, forming a white curtain of light that surrounded him and the bone scorpion. At this moment, Lu Ming single-handedly grabbed at the Sumeru conch in his arm. A red light flashed right away and a mini red serpent dragon of a few inches tall appeared in the air in front of him. It was the crystal-level dragon monster's empty shell from back then. Lu Ming tossed the bone scorpion onto the ground and pressed down midair with one hand. An immense, invisible force gushed out from between his fingers. The bone scorpion's body lowered and was forcefully suppressed on the spot. It was unable to move even a tiny bit. Lu Ming then used his other hand to feel inside his sleeve, pulling out the green short sword. With a cold flash of light, 2 dragon scales were pried off the dragon's skin and were directly tossed towards the white bone scorpion that was eagerly watching from the ground. The moment the scale landed on the ground, Lu Ming retrieved the hand that was suppressing the bone scorpion. When the immense force that was on the bone scorpion disappeared, it immediately lunged for the scales and gulped them down ferociously. It then waved its tail, sending Lu Ming the message of still wanting more. Lu Ming furrowed his brows but did not hesitate. With another cold flash of light from the short sword in his hand, He pried off several more scales and threw them all at the bone scorpion. Like this, the bone scorpion gulped down more than 20 dragon scales in a blink of an eye. It finally did not want any more and instead revealed a sleepy expression, as if it would fall asleep at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed slightly. Although there were still a lot of scales left on the dragon shell, seeing the bone scorpion ingesting them at such a high rate hurt. After all, if the dragon scales were shown to the outside, every single one would be incomparably precious. With a roll of his sleeve, the dragon shell disappeared into the Sumeru conch again with a flash. As for the bone scorpion, he naturally patted the leather pouch around his waist and returned it inside the pouch. Several hours later, Lu Ming returned to his dwelling on Nine Infants Mountain and continued cultivating. 3 days later, Lu Ming, who was meditating in the secret room, suddenly heard the rings of a bell. His facial expression changed, opened his eyes and began silently counting the number of rings. After a short while, the ringing of the bell finally stopped. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and couldn't help but mutter, "They are actually calling for all the Sect's higher-ups. Looks like the Sects at the border really can't hold on anymore. Reinforcements will most likely be sent out." Lu Ming's expression was a little overcast but did not dare to waste any time. He left his dwelling instantly and flew out of Nine Infants Mountain, heading straight for the Barbarian Ghost Sect's main peak. 7 days later, a bell sounded once again within the Barbarian Ghost Sect. Following that, several flying boats floated up one by one at the gate of the mountain within the Barbarian Ghost Sect. There were green wooden boats, white jade boats, and bone boats with surging black mist, with the longest ones being 400 to 500 feet long and the shortest ones only 70 to 80 feet long. There seemed to be at least 30 to 40 of them. Cultivators of the Barbarian Ghost Sect who emitted various auras stood upon these flying totems, and with the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader's word of depart, the sound of liftoffs resounded and the flying boats all shot out in the same direction. Once the flying boats left, the entire Barbarian Ghost Sect became surrounded by bell rings and large formations appeared in several areas within the sect. These formations activated each other and countless glyphs crazily shot out, quickly covering the entirety of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. Following this, the surrounding space of the Barbarian Ghost Sect warped and with a blur, the Barbarian Ghost Sect mountain range that was of such great size disappeared into thin air. At the same time, black mist surged out of the space where the mountain peaks were originally at, and instantly turned the place into a boundless sea of black fog. Chapter 254, The Bone Scorpion's Mutation. Chapter 254, The Bone Scorpion's Mutation. Lu Ming along with the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader, Lin Xiyu and a few other spirit masters were at the center of a huge boat. According to the discussion a few days ago, other than having one spirit master from each faction remain at the Barbarian Ghost Sect to keep guard, the rest of them were to follow the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader to support the fellow sects at the border. As for the Nine Infants faction, since Lu Ming was needed to control the 10,000 Bones demon, it was naturally Yuan who remained. Other than that, the Barbarian Ghost Sect also had hundreds of elite disciples set out with them. Amongst these disciples, most of them were middle spirit apostles and a smaller amount were late spirit apostles. If the cultivation level was any lower, participating in the war with the sea race would be equivalent to seeking one's own doom. And this time, it was not only the Barbarian Ghost Sect but also the Heavenly Moon and other sects who sent out all possible manpower. After all, the sect's higher-ups knew very well that although the sects normally fought amongst each other within the Dexian country, they needed to work together when facing the sea race. Otherwise, if they were not careful, the fellow sects could be directly crushed into pieces by the sea race's immense power and the entire Dexian country could easily fall into their hands. Not only that, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader had mysteriously revealed some information to Lu Ming and the other spirit masters at the recent meeting. Apparently sects of the other countries within the Yunchuan continent were unable to just watch the coastal countries being invaded and were also going to send support for the final battle between the sects of the Dexian country and the sea race. Hearing such good news, Lu Ming and the other spirit masters gained a little more confidence for the large battle to come. Of course, there was also bad news. The sects of 2 countries out of the several countries the sea race were fighting with had been defeated. Those 2 countries have already partially fallen under the rule of the sea race and seemed like their whole territories were soon going to be invaded. As a result, the 2 large sea race forces that were now freed were to head directly to the Dexian country as well as another kingdom that was also painstakingly persevering on. When the time comes, the sea race forces that the Barbarian Ghost Sect and other sects were facing were most likely also going to have a great increase in strength. This was also why the crystal-level experts of the several sects at the front line were desperately calling for reinforcement, as well as hastily wanting to declare a final battle of life and death with the sea race earlier. They were planning to defeat the sea race in front of them before the sea race reinforcements arrived, as that way, there would be hope in another victory against the reinforcements that were left. Like this, Lu Ming and the rest headed towards the border on the flying boat. All the regular disciples were meditating, hoping to increase their power by even the tiniest bit before reaching the battlefield. As a spirit master, Lu Ming was allocated an individual room on the bone boat and was calmly meditating there too. Time slowly passed by. More than 1 month later, the group of boats had already flown out of the area ruled by the barbarian Ghost Sect and into the area ruled by the Heavenly Moon Sect. They encountered no problems while moving through this foreign territory. However, on this day Lu Ming was meditating in his room when suddenly the leather pouch at his waist began to move and the sound of the bone scorpion hissing was emitted out. Stunned, Lu Ming hurriedly made hand seals and used his mental strength to communicate with the bone scorpion inside the pouch. He was also a little confused at the same time. The bone scorpion had just gone into deep sleep not long ago. Why was it that it had already woken up? A short while later, his expression abruptly changed and he suddenly stood up, walking out the door. A moment later he arrived at the end of the bone boat. He took out a formation disc and made a few gestures on it with his fingers. Then, without another word, he leaped off the boat, falling down towards the ground beneath. This scene frightened the several barbarian Ghost Sect disciples who were cultivating nearby, and one of them hurriedly went to report it to the sect leader. But when the barbarian Ghost Sect leader, who was in his room, heard this, he only waved his hands, indicating that he knew already and did not give any other orders. The disciple who reported it felt at a loss but could only return confused. At this time, the barbarian Ghost Sect leader finally took out a glittering, circular formation disc from his sleeve. There was a faint light sparkling on the surface and the message Lu Ming had sent was impressively floating atop. What the hell, what does, I have suddenly come across an emergency and need to be by myself for a few days. I will be back soon. Mean? The barbarian Ghost Sect leader muttered a few words to himself but revealed a helpless expression and did not really worry about Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming, as a spirit master as well as being within the Deshen country, did not need to worry about bumping into any strong folks of the sea race. The barbarian Ghost Sect leader did not even have to worry about Lu Ming running away either. Unless Lu Ming did not plan to stay in the Yuan continent anymore, escaping before a large battle against another race was enough to make a cultivator unable to find safe haven within the human region of the entire continent. At this time, Lu Ming was already lightly floating amongst a range of mountains. After sweeping his gaze in all directions, he patted the leather pouch at his waist. With a pew, a ball of black mist gushed out and the bone scorpion appeared on the ground. Lu Ming could not help but be a little stunned after looking at the bone scorpion in front of him. The cracks on the surface of the bone scorpion's body had already impressively disappeared, and in place of it, dark red scales with a metallic shine that had appeared out of nowhere dotted the bone. At the same time, a strange black bump appeared on either side of the scorpion's head. Lu Ming was surprised and did not have time to react before the bone scorpion, whose appearance had changed drastically, quickly crawled close in front of him. It used its front claw to rub against the bottom of his trousers every now and then and took the initiative to mentally communicate its thirst that was even greater than before. This caused Lu Ming to bitterly smile inside. He shook his sleeve and took out the empty shell of the red serpent dragon once again. With a flash of cold light, he used his short sword to pry off 2 scales and tossed it directly to the bone scorpion. But something unexpected happened. The bone scorpion did not even look at the scales this time and instead, stared at the empty shell whilst rubbing its claw against Lu Ming's trousers with an even more hurried manner. Stunned, Lu Ming looked at the empty shell of the red serpent dragon and then looked at the bone scorpion's strange actions, and could not help but go into deep thought. A moment later, he suddenly poured his Fa-Li into the short sword in his hand. With a hum, the cyan moon sword shined a blinding light. A dozen inscriptions appeared on the surface with a flash and then swept back into the sword. Then Lu Ming shook his wrist and the short sword pierced towards the empty shell. But this time he did not touch the scales and instead, cut a small piece of serpent dragon skin that was quite soft from the shell's abdominal region. When he tossed the piece of dragon skin on the ground, the bone scorpion immediately clamped onto it with its claws and shoved it into its mouth. It gulped it down quickly with a couple of mouthfuls and then made a sound of joy. Seeing this, Lu Ming grinned and continued to use the short sword to cut pieces of skin from the empty shell, tossing them down onto the ground. He aimed for the abdominal region as the soft skin there was the thinnest and weakest in terms of defense. If it were the thickest region on the back, it would probably take him a while using the Cyan Moon Sword at full power to cut even one piece. Like this, when Lu Ming had almost cut all of the soft skin at the abdominal region of the serpent dragon, the bone scorpion in front of him who had ingested all of the skin finally ceased to emit feelings of thirst and instead, flicked its tail and unexpectedly dug underground. With a pew, it disappeared deep into the ground. Lu Ming was a little surprised, but after slight consideration, he made a hand seal with one hand and swept his immense mental strength underground. He instantly found the bone scorpion. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and floated up on a gray cloud, heading in one direction. Over 1,000 feet deep underground, the bone scorpion speedily dug in the same direction, as if it were being drawn to something. As a result, the two, one above and the other underneath, traveled a distance of dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. In the end, it led Lu Ming to a remote and secret place, a marsh where people would practically never be able to find under normal circumstances. The bone scorpion did not move any more underground upon reaching there. Lu Ming looked at the muddy ground under him that was emitting a rotten smell. With slight hesitation, he flipped his hand, revealing a glyph, and slapped in on himself. After a muffled noise, the glyph was instantly shattered and countless yellow glyphs disappeared into his body. A layer of yellow light appeared on him. With a twist of his body, he also penetrated the mud and slowly sunk downwards. Not long after, Lu Ming found the bone scorpion amidst some rocks that were covered in thick black mist. It was desperately opening its mouth wide to breathe in the black mist nearby. With every breath in, its body grew a little bigger. Miasma, and high-purity miasma at that. This doesn't seem like a normal mutation. Don't tell me this is... Lu Ming watched as the bone scorpion's body multiplied in size in the blink of an eye and finally, with a change of expression, remembered something. Following that, in order to confirm that the bone scorpion's situation was really what he was thinking, he flipped his hand right away and took out a jade bottle a few inches tall. He then looked deeply at the bone scorpion who was still breathing in the miasma and suddenly opened the lid. Urging it with his Fa Li, a glittering black thread slowly appeared. The bone scorpion that was originally breathing instantly stopped its actions and turned its head, staring straight at the black crystal thread that was floating outside the small bottle. Lu Ming used that moment to make a seal and communicate with the bone scorpion's mind once again. Through the emotions that the ghost transmitted, it was found out that although it really liked whatever was inside the small bottle, it also feared it and thus it was hesitating. But just like this, Lu Ming confirmed what he was thinking. With joy, the hand that was holding the small bottle suddenly exerted power and an astonishing power gushed out. Ping sound. The small bottle was crushed in an instant and hundreds of black crystal threads flew out. Chapter 255 Border. Chapter 255 Border. These crystal threads were the green aura chi Lu Ming had gotten from the treasure pit of Xuanjing's earlier dynasty. Lu Ming's body shone with a blue light. He shook his sleeve, and a blue fog enveloped all the black crystal threads and brought them to the side of the bone scorpion. At the same time, Lu Ming used his consciousness to forcibly order the bone scorpion to absorb these pure aura chi. Under the double duress of its own temptation and Lu Ming's order, the bone scorpion could not endure. It opened its mouth wide and a cloud of black gas rolled out. It swept the crystal threads nearby into its mouth, strand by strand. Simultaneously, violet flames erupted from the bone scorpion's body and enveloped its body within. The miasma in the surroundings also rushed toward the bone scorpion, as if provoked by something. The reason for the bone scorpion acting quite strange for a while now as well as swallowing these green aura chi was naturally, it was because it had reached the point where it would condense its own symbol chi and join the liquid realm. Lu Ming felt the surrounding Yuan Li tumbling and smiled slightly. He took out 2 small bottles and tossed them at the black fog. Then he gave a number of orders to the bone scorpion through his consciousness, and pulled out a stack of formation flags and laid down a hiding formation. Afterwards, yellow light flashed on his body and he flew upwards. After a moment of work, Lu Ming had flown from the silt into the air and the yellow light on his body had also dissipated and went out. Lu Ming stopped the cloud in midair and used his strong mental energy to observe everything underground. Time passed little by little. He stayed here for an entire day and night. On the morning of the second day, when sunlight began to shoot over from between the mountain peaks far away, Lu Ming had not yet discovered anything extraordinary under the ground, and finally decided to get up and leave. but when he swept his gaze around the swamp, he still felt slightly uneasy. If the bone scorpion could advance to the level of a liquid-level ghost, it would be a great help to him. But he needed to rush to the borders now. He definitely could not stay here and spend many months with the sole purpose of guarding the scorpion's advancement. And the scorpion, while advancing, could not be disturbed by outside forces. Although this place was desolate, who knew if there might be some person or beast who accidentally came in here? If it ruined the bone scorpion's opportunity at advancing, it would be too late for regrets. Thinking this, Ming gritted his teeth and slapped the other pouch at his waist. A pu sound later, a cloud of black gas shot from the pouch. After solidifying, a man's head appeared. It was the flying head. Stay here and protect the scorpion until it has finished advancing, Ming ordered in a low voice. Flying head, making several jaja laughing sounds, flew toward a nearby tree. A blur later, it had vanished between the trees. Seeing this, Ming let out a breath. With a wave of one hand, he threw out a cyan-colored ball. Clenching one hand, the ball made a jabang sound and turned into a boat several tens of feet long. It was the mechanical boat he had gained from the Xinjing auction. Ming leaped onto the boat and became a ball of cyan light, shooting through the air. Keeping Flying Head at his side would gain him one helper, but at the level it was now, the Flying Head could not be of much actual help to him. Like this, it would be better to leave the Flying Head here and let it protect the Bone Scorpion so that it could advance safely. Though he did not know how likely the Bone Scorpion was to succeed in advancing, it had swallowed a lot of red dragon skin and scales. So that was something worth anticipating. Thus, as the flying boat gradually disappeared into the distant sky, the swamp finally recovered its initial peacefulness, as if nothing had ever happened here. After another day or so, Ming finally caught up with the group of barbarian ghost sect boats and appeared on the bone boat. He turned off and folded up the flying craft beneath him, and landed gently on the bone vessel. He ignored the surprised stares of the other disciples and walked calmly towards his room. In a different room on the bone boat, a wung-wung sound came from the body of the ghost barbarian sect leader. His expression changed and he took out a plate from his sleeve. After reading the new words that had appeared on it, his face broke into a smile. After putting the plate away again, he shut his eyes and continued to meditate. 2 months later, on a mountain range several tens of thousands of miles long, the group of boats flew over a high peak of more than 10,000 feet. Then their eyes lit up and before them appeared a desolate lowland that reached further than the eye could see. Not far from them, a city stronghold surrounded by a wall 1,000 feet tall stood majestically. Though this city was only 100 acres or so, it was put together using light silver bricks. From afar, the entire city shone with strength and majesty. But the exterior of the city wall was full of dents and holes. In some areas, it had even cracked apart. Some of the small cracks were only an inch or so wide, but some of the larger ones were several feet wide. The whole city looked as if it had just been through a tremendous war, and was still in ruins. At the edge of the city, there were also 10-odd stone towers of uneven height. They were made of the same silver stone, but the tallest was over 10,000 feet high, while the shortest was only 1,000 feet high. They were all protected by a thick white light. An object hung on each of their peaks. Respectively, the objects were a big press, a short ruler, a halberd and other artifacts. There were people going in and out of every stone tower. They entered the big city from the towers or flew into one of the stone towers from the big city. Atop both the stone towers and the large city, there were some people riding clouds. They drew spirit inscriptions on the silver stone with glyph pens or used chisels and small hammers to engrave patterns onto the stone. There were also some people holding round barrels and spraying some sticky silver liquid on the surface of the city wall. On being sprayed onto the cracks in the wall, this liquid became as solid as steel and firmly mended the cracks. On the city walls, there were rows of armored knights going back and forth on guard. 10-odd large black birds, about as big as a mountain goat, circled in the nearby air and kept watch on the surroundings from above. As a result, when the group of flying boats flew out from the mountain peaks, people in the city quickly discovered them. A sharp cry rose from the middle of the city. A cloud of black gas flew out from the city and rolled in this direction with a thunderous sound. Within moments, it had reached the flying boats. It dissipated and revealed a gray-robed elder whose hair was bound with a triangular comb. It was Martial Ancestor Yen, who was one of the crystal-level experts in the Barbarian Ghost Sect. The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader who had led Ming and the other spirit masters out was shocked and hurriedly bowed. "Martial Uncle, why did you come in person?" Lu Ming, Lin Xiyu and the others also bowed respectfully. I looked at the time and thought it was about time you arrived, so I came out to make sure of that. It must have been hard for you to have come from so far away. Let's go inside the city and then we can talk. Martial Ancestor Yen said with a slight smile as his gaze swept over the people on the flying boats. The barbarian ghost sect leader naturally agreed. So the flying boats, under the personal guidance of the elder, flew with great swagger into the city and landed in the area specially designated for the ghost barbarian sect. Lu Ming saw that in the city, there were many stone houses, arranged neatly and segregated into a number of areas. The ghost barbarian sect completely occupied one of them. As the flying boats descended, some waiting disciples of the ghost barbarian sect came forward to welcome them. Under the instruction of the ghost barbarian sect leader, the elders led the new disciples who came down from the flying boat into some of the stone houses and made their living arrangements. The ghost barbarian sect leader, Lu Ming, and the other spirit masters followed Martial Uncle Yen to a large stone hall that stood among the group of stone buildings. When Lu Ming walked into the large building, he looked around. 10 or so higher-ups of the barbarian ghost sect already sat there. There was the lay spirit master, Nunzhong and others. Teacher. Lu Ming walked over immediately and bowed deeply to Nunzhong. Nunzhong, on seeing Lu Ming, stood up and waved. She said with her face all smiles, "You did very well. I heard from Martial Brother that you advanced to the liquid realm on your first attempt. Not bad. I was right to notice you back at the beginning. But you are now also a spirit master, so you only need to call me teacher and no longer need to bow. I'm ashamed actually. I gave you very little guidance at the beginning. The achievements you have now are largely your own." Someone sitting beside Martial Aunt Zhong said happily as he rose, "Indeed, both I and Martial Brother Gui judged wrong. We never thought that Martial Nephew Lu could actually become a spirit master. But I hope that you won't hold a grudge against the two of us." "It was Yuchi," Lu Ming said repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare." The newly arrived spirit masters joined in the commotion in the large hall. They exchanged greetings or directly asked about the situation with the sea race. The entire hall bustled with activity. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He sensed a hostile gaze and immediately turned his head to look in that direction. A tall youth watched him expressionlessly. It was Gao Chong. Lu Ming's expression did not change, but in his heart, he frowned. Before he could react, a youth wearing a silver mask walked in his direction. "Martial Brother Lu. I'm surprised that in the few years we haven't seen each other, both of us have advanced to spirit masters." Lu Ming replied with a slight smile, "Martial Brother Yang, I'm very ashamed. Your martial brother is not of good stock and so I had to accumulate a few more years. I couldn't attack the bottleneck upon returning from the secret realm like you did." At the beginning, when he communicated using the formation in Xianjing, he already knew that Yang Gan was following closely behind Gao Chong, and had suddenly successfully advanced to Spirit Master without fanfare. Chapter 256, Resurrection of the Ghost King. Chapter 256, Resurrection of the Ghost King. Lu Ming only found out after he returned to the sect that Yang Chen advancing had also caused quite a stir within the sect. If it weren't for the sudden invasion of the sea race, the emergence of two spirit masters in such a short time frame would have to lead the sect's higher-ups to believe that it was the time for the barbarian ghost sect to prosper again. The Yang Chen now gave Lu Ming a solid and steady feeling. It was obvious that the senior brother of the barbarian ghost sect from before had accumulated greatly, and his advancement into spirit master was not just by luck. Like this, when Lu Ming and Yang Chen had conversed a few words, Martial Uncle Yan's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Okay, if there is anything you want to talk about, do so later. Let's take this chance now while everyone is present to discuss a few matters properly." Hearing the words of the only crystal-level expert of the sect, there was naturally no one who dared to disobey. They immediately split into two rows and obediently sat on the seats at the two sides. "Martial Nephew Lei, you were the earliest spirit master of our sect to take part in battle. Introduce the situation of the united forces and the sea race to your seniors who have just come," said Martial Uncle Yen indifferently after seeing this. "Yes, fellow seniors and juniors probably know of the current situation through the messages received previously. But truthfully, our battle with the sea race is much worse than what you predicted," said Lei Spirit Master to everyone with a stern expression after standing up. "We are all ears," said the barbarian ghost sect leader with a change in facial expression after hearing this. Lu Ming and the others who had just arrived all shuddered. Ever since the sea race was stopped by us a few years ago, We each built a city to prepare for protracted warfare as both sides knew that it was not possible to claim victory against the opposition in a short time. Originally, both sides were able to battle strategically with our cities as the center and remain undefeated under the circumstances that the crystal-level experts did not interfere. But 3 years later, a powerful group of reinforcements appeared on the sea race's side. They were different to the original sea race that we were battling in terms of appearance as well as power and caused us to suffer quite a bit. Later we found out through capturing one of the sea race alive that after the other sea race clans of the open sea found out the 3 big sea race clans had seized human kingdoms of our Yunchuan continent, they also sent their people out for a share. And amongst the sea race of the open sea, there are 2 crystal-level experts. Because of this, the crystal-level seniors of the fellow sects do not dare to come forward, which means us few sects are at a disadvantage for the battles hereon. In fact, the sea race had attacked right up to the front of our city in the battle not long ago. If it weren't for us using our trump cards together and causing the sea race to suffer great losses, we would probably still be trapped by them. You all just saw the situation outside and the people we sent to strengthen and repair the damages of the city in order to restore it as soon as possible. Also, 1 month ago the sea race sent out a messenger. They are preparing to destroy the agreement the crystal-level experts had unless Marshal Uncle Yen and the others from our side go out and battle with the crystal-level experts of the sea race again. But Marshal Uncle Yen and Senior Ling, you are still injured from the last battle and the opposition now have more crystal-level experts. If we battled under normal conditions we do not have hope in winning at all. Luckily, the reinforcements from inland have set out overnight and will be arriving in about 3 months' time. So our plan now is to endure through these 3 months no matter what. Fortunately, even though the sea race say that they want to destroy the agreement on the crystal-level experts not being allowed to interfere, they are still wary of Marshal Uncle Yen and the others retaliating and do not really have any experts acting in the recent battles. It seems like we are still able to delay it for a period of time, explained Lay Spirit Master in detail respectfully. Marshal Uncle, you're injured. How come you didn't notify the sect of this before? Asked the barbarian ghost sect with a change of expression after hearing this. Relax, although I took an attack from one of the sea race I am already mostly recovered. The rest are just light injuries. I didn't tell you previously because I did not want you to worry. After all, the sect still needs this old man to uphold it, smiled Marshal Uncle Yen with a seemingly uncaring expression. Marshal Nephew is ashamed, causing Marshal Uncle to still worry about the sect at such an age. If only Senior Lan didn't have an accident back then, our sect may have had another crystal-level expert. Even though the barbarian ghost sect leader breathed a sigh of relief, he still spoke with shame. It is indeed a pity regarding your Senior Lan, but it was also because of his shortage in luck. Otherwise, how would he go missing and have his life plate shatter ineffably just from going out to manage a small matter? In addition, the reason for his fall has not been found out up until now. Hearing the words, Senior Lan, made Marshal Uncle Yan's expression gloomy. Lu Ming naturally did not know who this Senior Lan was, but seeing that the other spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect, excluding Yen Qian and Gao Chong, all had an unnatural expression on their faces, one could tell that he was not an average person. Okay, let's not bring up old matters. How we get through the current crisis is the most important thing right now. Although us old folks have decided to use the strategy of delaying, we still need to strike back brutally a few times and hurt the sea race in order for them to not force us too much. That way we will have time to wait until the reinforcements arrive. Nephew sect leader, have you brought the items that I told you to bring? Marshal Uncle Yan's gaze flickered a few times before quickly calming down and asking the barbarian ghost sect leader. Don't worry, Marshal Uncle, I have brought them. There is also an unexpected surprise. I have found a suitable person who can control that thing. It is the newly advanced Junior Lu, replied the barbarian ghost sect leader respectfully. What? Have you found someone to control it? Marshal Nephew Lu, is this true? Marshal Uncle Yan's face immediately lit up with pleasant surprise and swept his gaze to land on Lu Ming. Although this was the first time Lu Ming saw Marshal Uncle Yan after advancing to Spirit Master, he had left a strong impression on the crystal-level expert back when he came out from the secret realm as well as when he observed the Wall of Shadows. The barbarian ghost sect leader and others had also sent messages about the sect gaining a new Spirit Master. Thus, he naturally did not find it weird that Lu Ming would appear here. Marshal Uncle, I am indeed able to control it with a bit of effort. Although I am not yet proficient, it should be able to do some justice for our sect in the large battle, replied Lu Ming with respect after standing up. He naturally knew that they were talking about the 10,000 bone demon. Ah, very good. I just knew that Marshal Nephew Lu was not your average person. If it's like this, the strength of our barbarian ghost sect has increased significantly. That's right, Martial Nephew may stay behind for a bit as I have another matter that I want to ask you about. Martial Uncle Yen was extremely happy hearing his words but quickly thought of something else and urged him. Although Lu Ming thought it was strange, he still nodded his head in agreement. Martial Nephew Chu, it looks like you have completed what you needed to do since you were able to come as well. Martial Uncle Yen waited for Lu Ming to sit down and turned his head to ask Chu Chi of the Balefulline faction. Martial Uncle, although the Barbarian Ghost King's several parts have been sealed away for many years, it has already completely recovered its original demeanor after Junior Bing and I used secret techniques to meticulously repair it. It's just that the most important ghost kind head is not present, so only 30% of its power is left, replied Chu Chi respectfully, standing up after hearing his words. If it wasn't for that girl being careless and letting the spy of the sea race steal the head, why would need to worry about the sea race gaining 2 more crystal level experts if we with the Ghost King at hand? Right, why hasn't the girl come? I saw her when I went to meet you before, said Martial Uncle Yen with a heavy expression after nodding. Junior Bing believes she is guilty and does not dare to meet Martial Uncle so casually. But back then, Junior Bing indeed did not think that her most beloved disciple would be one of the sea race and would suddenly attack when the Ghost King's head was found. Otherwise, how would Junior let someone who was only a spirit apostle succeed? Luckily, it is enough to go against average crystal level experts even with 30% of the Barbarian Ghost King's power, said Chu Chi hurriedly with a lowered head after shuddering. Yes, if it was the full Barbarian Ghost King, we probably wouldn't be able to control it so easily, said the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader as well. Never mind, as long as the Balefulline faction are able to control the Ghost King and make a large contribution for our sect, I will not look into the matter regarding the Ghost King anymore, sighed Martial Uncle Yen a while after furrowing his brows. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Hearing this, Chu Chi naturally thanked him with great joy. Listening till now, Lu Ming was incredibly surprised. Who would have thought that the Barbarian Ghost Sect would be able to recover the Barbarian Ghost King that had once ruled over Xian's fellow sects even though it lacked its head? It also seemed that it was going to be used in the war against the sea race. The rest of the spirit masters present did not reveal much surprise towards the matter of the Barbarian Ghost King. They obviously already knew a bit about it. If it was like so, the Barbarian Ghost Sect's power was really not average, and its background was definitely not as shallow as what it appeared to be. In the following time, under Martial Uncle Yen and Zhu Qi, the spirit masters of the Barbarian Ghost Sect discussed a few matters regarding battle preparation before finally finishing the discussion, with everyone paying their respects to Martial Uncle Yen before leaving. In the blink of an eye, there was only Lu Ming and Martial Uncle Yen who remained in the large hall. Martial Nephew Lu, was there anything out of the ordinary when you observed the wall of shadows at my place last time? The first thing that Martial Uncle Yen said to Lu Ming after making him stay behind was startling. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he did not reveal even a sliver of unusualness on the outside. He instead replied with utter respect, "Why has Martial Uncle asked such a question? I did not discover anything strange when I was observing the wall of shadows." Chapter 257 Corpse Refining Technique and Gathering. Chapter 257 Corpse Refining Technique and Gathering. Oh, does Martial Nephew know that the wall of shadows stopped emitting visions not long after you observed it that night? Said Martial Uncle Yen while staring at Lu Ming. I really did not know. But the wall was fine when I left that day, replied Lu Ming, blinking his eyes. Yes, I have indeed heard the boy mention it. Looks like this shouldn't have much to do with you and is most likely because of the energy inside the wall of shadows being used up after all these years. It's such a pity, but it looks like our sect is not destined for martial ancestor Lu Yin's direct legacy, sighed Martial Uncle Yen after pausing. Maybe it's because our aptitude is not enough to impress ancestor, agreed Lu Ming, feeling a little more relaxed. Maybe that is so. Anyways, the main reason I called for you this time is not for this but for the fact that you are cultivating the Dark Bone method. Did you know that the person who passed this method on to you is, in fact, my personal disciple? Asked Martial Uncle Yen suddenly with a smile. What? Martial Uncle Yuan is your personal disciple? Hearing this, Lu Ming was really shocked. Since you have already advanced to the liquid level, you may call him Senior Yuan. This disciple of mine was obsessed with the Dark Bone method ever since he was young and had always aspired to raise a spirit master using the Dark Bone method for our sect. He even ruined his own cultivation for this. Otherwise, it would not have gotten to the point of where it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. But at least your appearance has not wasted his hard work, said Martial Uncle Yen slowly. I have always been grateful towards Senior Yuan for passing the method to me. How is he now? Said Lu Ming. He is still in seclusion. As long as he advances to the middle liquid level before his life ends, it could be counted as seeking life in death. There is another thing that I would like to ask you. Since you have already become a spirit master, you must know that it is not possible to continue cultivating the dark bone method. Have you already chosen another main cultivation method? Asked Martial Uncle Yen, suddenly changing the subject. Since I advanced hurriedly, I have not yet had the time to find a method I am content with. Lu Ming naturally could not speak the truth and instead replied like so. If it's like that, since the attribute of your dark bone method is more towards the Yin attribute, it should be fine to cultivate methods of the corpse refinery and the Baleful faction. How about this? I will give this set of corpse refining secret techniques to you. If you cultivate it properly, it may benefit your cultivation later. Remember this technique and do not let a second person see it, otherwise do not blame me for being heartless. Martial Uncle Yen thought for a bit and spoke words that stunned Lu Ming. Following that, he shook his sleeve and a black jade slip flew out. Martial Uncle Yen, this is... Lu Ming subconsciously moved his hand and grabbed the jade slip, but was confused and about to ask something. Okay, I am a little tired, that's it for today. Martial Nephew Lu, you are dismissed. Martial Uncle Yen didn't give Lu Ming the chance to ask questions and ordered Lu Ming away. Then he closed his eyes. Seeing that the crystal-level expert seemed not willing to talk more, Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to ask anything more. He slightly bowed and turned to leave the large hall. Martial Uncle, are you really going to do this? Just as Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the entrance of the large hall, there was a fluctuation behind a pillar nearby and a figure walked out. It was the barbarian ghost sect leader who should have already left earlier but had somehow quietly returned. You two know that although I still have a little over 100 years to go, I should still prepare early. Otherwise there will be no one to control that green-haired iron corpse when I leave. I certainly don't want the refined corpse that took me hundreds of years to bring up end up like the barbarian ghost king, replied Martial Uncle Yen after going quiet for a bit. I naturally know of Martial Uncle's worries, but there is no need in having to choose Junior Lu. After all, he has just entered the liquid level and his cultivation is still very shallow. Couldn't we choose someone else? Hesitated the barbarian ghost sect leader. Someone else? Other than the three who have just advanced, the others are either too old or do not have enough aptitude and are not capable of inheriting my personal corpse refining technique at all. Otherwise, why would I have only taken your Junior Yuan as my disciple? It's a shame that he failed to live up to my expectations, and even now, it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. It's not possible for me to gamble everything on him. As for Gao Chong, he is cultivating the blood control faction's technique like you, which is completely different to my corpse refinery faction. Otherwise he would have been quite a good choice, said Martial Uncle Yen. I'm ashamed. Gao Chong, this child indeed has immense talent in cultivating the blood control faction's techniques, otherwise I would have directly recommended him to you back then. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader felt a little awkward. But Martial Uncle Yen did not care and continued, as for Yang Qin, although corpse refinery is appropriate for his main cultivation method, we both know his true identity. He is unable to inherit my personal technique. That way Lu Ming is the only one left. This child is not only young but also has great mental strength, and is cultivating the dark bone method. There is almost no problem in him inheriting my personal technique. The only downside is probably that he only has a 3 spiritual pulse and therefore it is uncertain whether he can go a step further in the future. But since he is able to advance into a spirit master in one go with such aptitude, his true aptitude is not just what's shown on the surface. It is worthy of looking forward to. Seeing what Martial Uncle has said, Lu Ming is indeed the most suitable person. But why did Martial Uncle not explain this to him and only pass him the incantation first? The barbarian ghost sect leader thought for a bit before laughing bitterly and asking with uncertainty. I have not been in much contact with this Martial Nephew Lu and do not know much about his temperament or character, so I naturally cannot just promise him the green-haired iron corpse right now. Fortunately, I still have time and do not need to be in a hurry. We'll see how he goes with comprehending the corpse refining technique first, said Martial Uncle Yen indifferently. Martial Uncle's ways are indeed of an experienced person. In comparison, I was a little rash. But there must be something that Martial Uncle wanted to discuss since you sent a message for me to come back? The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head and quickly dropped the matters about Lu Ming before asking. I called you back because I want you to come with me to meet the leaders and old guys of the other sections. The battle in the near future will impact the fellow sect's survivals. We must discuss it in detail, said Martial Uncle Yen sternly after sighing. I understand, replied the barbarian ghost sect leader. He was not too surprised when he heard this. Following that, the two left the large hall from the back and flew directly towards the center of the city. At the same time, Lu Ming was led to a rather quiet stone house by a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. This was his temporary dwelling in the city. Lu Ming dismissed the disciple who led the way and entered the house. The house was naturally more spacious than the average disciple's dwelling, and it was complete with furniture. It even had a restriction already in place which left him quite content. Just as Lu Ming was about to take a rest, there was a sudden knock on the door. This stunned him a little and he opened the door with surprise. There was a young man with a silver mask standing outside the door. It was Yang Qian. Junior Lu, I want to take you somewhere to meet some people. Would you be interested? To meet some people? Lu Ming revealed a face of surprise. That's right. They're just the spirit masters of the other sects who advanced in the last few years like us. They are mostly people who went to the secret realm last time, so Junior has probably seen them before, smiled Yang Qian. Oh, then the reason for meeting this time is... Lu Ming came to a slight realization but still had a sliver of uncertainty. It's mainly for us newcomers of the several sects to get familiar with each other. Also, there may be a need to spar, replied Yang Qian without hesitation. I see. Okay, I'll go with Senior. Lu Ming finally understood and instantly agreed with a small smile. Very good, I just knew Junior would not pass on this. Hearing this, Yang Qian was extremely delighted. Following this, the two rose up into the sky and flew in a certain direction in the city. A short while later, a small hall appeared in front of them. There was also a huge platform that was over 1,000 feet wide, and its location seemed to be in between two sections. Junior Lu, this is it. Follow me down, said Yang Qian before leading Lu Ming down to the ground. A moment later, the two entered the hall. Haha, brother Yang, you're late this time. Inside the hall, there were already several people seated around a rectangular table chatting away. When a tanned youth turned his head and saw Yang Qian, he immediately got up and yelled out with delight. The youth was the 9 Enlightenment Sect's senior Yuan who had worked together with Lu Ming in the secret realm back then. Hearing the tanned youth, the other people's gazes swept over with a whoosh. I'm late because I went to invite Junior Lu to come along. Don't tell me brother Yuan is being this loud because you're not convinced that you lost last time sparring and want to challenge me again? Said Yang Qian indifferently after glancing at the youth with the surname Yuan. At the same time, Lu Ming had a look at the other people and they indeed had familiar faces. The young woman carrying a white sword on her back was Zhang Xionyang of the Heavenly Moon Sect. Right next to her was a woman in a yellow robe with an oval face. She was also carrying 2 green short swords crossed behind her back. The 2 blood-robed men also seemed to be from the secret realm back then. One of them was the big senior of the Hall of Blood, Shuexi. The other, who was in Firestorm Way attire with a red cattail leaf fan at his waist, was also a little familiar. He was probably also in the secret realm. As for the final person, he was a youth of a tall and large build who was looking coldly at Lu Ming. It was Gao Chong. Chapter 258 Fight. Chapter 258 Fight. Lu Ming was not surprised to see Gao Chong here. After all, Yang Qian had said this was a meeting of recently advanced spirit masters. Of course, Gao Chong had the right to be here. The black-faced youth, after greeting Yang Qian, said to Lu Ming warmly, "It surprises me that Junior Bai shows up here. I thought that in the barbarian ghost sect, only Senior Yang and Junior Gao Chong would be able to take the next step. But your sect has actually really created 3 spirit masters. Although considering your performance in the secret realm, it's not surprising. Oh, I almost forgot. Junior Bai, you changed your name. I should call you Junior Lu." "I wouldn't dare. It's only by luck that I could become a spirit master. Also, how does brother Yin know I changed my name?" Lu Ming replied with a small smile. "Haha. Who else is so lucky as to stand out from among all these disciples, and advance to spirit master? Don't say this to be polite. As for the matter of the name change, brother Yang mentioned it to me before. You and brother Yang should come over and sit down. We are just talking about how to handle the matter of the sea race." Yun rolled his eyes and said. Yang Qian, hearing this, walked over. Lu Ming nodded, then followed with a serene expression. Yang Qian sat 2 places down from Yun, and Lu Ming sat down right beside him. On his other side was the round-faced girl from the Heavenly Moon Sect. On seeing Lu Ming sit near her, she blushed but nodded to him. Lu Ming was slightly surprised to see the Heavenly Moon Sect girl's shyness but also smiled at her. Her expression turned completely bashful, and she did not even dare to raise her head to look at Lu Ming. Zhang Xionyang beside the girl, only glanced at Lu Ming with an air of indifference and showed no expression. On the other side, Yuan saw Yang Qian sit down, and immediately smiled and got up and scooted over, as if he also wanted to sit close to his good friend. But Yang Qian only glanced at him with indifference. Yuan froze. He touched his nose and returned to his original seat with some embarrassment. All right. Junior Lu and I came a bit late. Could someone tell the two of us what was just discussed? Yang Qian asked the others unhurriedly. We were just discussing the 2 times a new sea beast appeared among the sea race. It was very frustrating to handle. What plans does everyone have to counter this? The youth from the Firestorm Way with scarlet brows and large eyes opened his mouth. Hearing this, Yang Qian realized something. Oh, Senior Tian is talking about that whale-like beast that can expel endless amounts of seawater from its body, and turn the empty land into a body of water. On hearing this, the scarlet-browed youth said, Brother Yang is familiar with this. Did you also encounter a similar sea beast in the previous fight? I didn't only meet it. I almost died at the hands of that beast and another sea race spirit master. Yang Qian's voice turned cold. Yes, this sea beast is very troublesome. It will not attack, but its thick hide has incredible defensive properties. It is also skilled in controlling seawater. If the other sea race people are to join forces with it, its ability will be multiplied manifold. We had thought that only Senior Tian and Junior Zhang had encountered this beast, but it looks like Brother Yang is also among them. Shuexi said. Yang Qian, hearing these words, asked Zhang Xionyang with surprise, Oh, Martial Sister Zhang has also met this beast? How did you counter it and what was the outcome? At that time, when I saw the situation was disadvantageous, I immediately used a secret technique to escape. I broke through the defenses of that sea beast. I killed it with one blow of the sword, and then took off one arm of that spirit master who cooperated with the beast. On hearing this, most of the people present felt a stirring their heart and looked at Zhang Xionyang in a somewhat different light. Junior Zhang clearly is the master of the sword communication spirit body. After advancing, your flying sword technique is incredibly strong. No doubt, even a liquid middle level is only about this level of power. Shuexi said with a grimace. This great senior from the Hall of Blood had once endured a lot of suffering at Zhang Xionyang's hands. Initially, after making extraordinary progress in his Great Blood River technique, he thought he had the strength to rival this legendary sword cultivator from the Heaven Moon Sect. But since seeing Zhang Xionyang's advances against the sea race, he had completely given up on this idea. Yang Qian and the scarlet-browed youth, who had both seen the sea beast, looked at each other and grimaced. Among us, only Junior Zhang is this proficient in the flying sword technique. So we can't make use of this to counter the sea beast. But since the beast is good at controlling water, then how about using fire to counter it? Gao Chong asked. The scarlet-browed youth furrowed his brow and said, This won't work. To tell the truth, I'm quite skilled in the fire cultivation method and have totems of the same element for support. But the strength of fire can't quickly break through the enormous amount of seawater around the beast. If it's just the beast, this would just take time. But around the beast are also other sea race spirit masters coordinating with it. It's not possible to kill the sea beast like this. Yang Qian, hearing this, also nodded. He had used similar methods before, but it had been similarly ineffective. After thinking, Gao Chong said, If fire isn't its weak point, then perhaps we should try ice techniques. If we freeze the sea water, we should be able to restrict the beast's movements. Yang Qian immediately disagreed. This doesn't work either. I haven't tried these methods and this sea beast doesn't take the initiative to attack, but it is tremendously strong. A little bit of ice can't stop it. I have gotten close to the beast before, but then its tail flung me 100 feet away. This beast is so troublesome. Does it really have no weaknesses? Yuan said with some melancholy. Hearing this, Lu Ming finally said with a smile, Since both ice and fire can't be used, has anyone tried poison? Poison? We haven't tried it. Maybe it really might work. That sea beast moves water by continually ingesting and expelling it. If we put the poison directly into the water, we could poison it easily. Yang Qian's eyes lit upon hearing this. With the size of that beast, ordinary poison likely won't work at all. Shuexi said thoughtfully. A lot of fellow practitioners here aren't skilled in using poison. But it's not too difficult with the strength of our sect to find some miracle poisons. If one doesn't work, we just have to bring more kinds and surely one among them will work. Even if we can't poison this beast to death, we can at least weaken it. Surely that's advantageous, Lu Ming said. Yes, Brother Lu, makes sense. It's worth trying. The ugly man beside Shuexi nodded and said, Please forgive my myopia. This fellow practitioner is? Lu Ming looked at the ugly man and asked curiously. Shuexi, hearing this, said with a smile, Oh, Brother Lu arrived late. No wonder you don't recognize him. This is Junior Xuening, his abilities aren't less than mine. He also participated in the journey to the secret realm that time, but most of the time he was stuck in one particular place. Otherwise, our sect's performance would not have been this average. Lu Ming seemed to realize something. So it's like this. Brother Xuening actually does look somewhat familiar. In the following time, the 1,000 or so people discussed several more methods to counter the sea beast. Although not all of the methods might be useful, they would no longer be helpless if they encountered the sea beast again. In this time, Yang Qian also informed to Lu Ming about some of the more powerful people among the sea race spirit masters, so that if Lu Ming were to meet them, he could be careful. After chatting a little longer, Yuan smiled at Lu Ming and said, All right. Let's end the discussion about the sea race here. After this, we can begin our customary challenges. This time, with Junior Lu joining us, surely there will be a lot of people interested in participating. The moment these words left his mouth, the gazes of most present landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression remained neutral. He did not show any sign that anything was out of the ordinary. The scarlet-browed youth's eyes flashed. Fellow practitioner Lu is a new face. If he does not look unkindly on it, then he prepared to challenge Lu Ming. At this time, someone else interrupted. Gao Chong turned his head and enunciated one word at a time while staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you dare to fight me? The moment these words left his mouth, everyone aside from Lu Ming was completely stunned. A fight between them did not explicitly mean anything, but under normal circumstances, challenges were made between people of different sections. Challenges had never been made between people from the same sect. Yang Qian was not too surprised at hearing this, but in his heart, he grimaced. He immediately said quietly, Junior Gao Yu. Senior Yang. I know what you're going to say. But I must spar with Junior Lu. If I lose, then I will let go of all the grudges I have with Junior Lu, and will not bother him anymore. In addition, if he is someplace, I will do everything possible to give way, and will definitely not fight with him over anything. But if I win, then he must kowtow to me 3 times in front of everybody so as to assuage my anger. Gao Chong said with a heavy expression. On hearing Gao Chong's steely tone in these words, Yang Qian's gaze changed. He looked at Lu Ming and sighed and did not say anything. He had long before heard of the conflict between these two juniors but had not known that it had festered to this extent. Seeing this, the other people from the sect looked at each other with great surprise. All right. Since Junior Gao has this much confidence, then let me have the chance to learn from Junior's new powers after his advancement. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Gao Chong, then agreed lightly. Chapter 259, The 8-Part Blood Dragon Cultivation Method. Chapter 259, The 8-Part Blood Dragon Cultivation Method. Since Lu Ming had said these words, none present could stop this fight with Gao Chong. Most of the people present in the building considered Gao Chong someone with very strong ability. After all, he had made a precedent slaughtering sea race practitioners of similar level. In contrast, some of those present had seen Lu Ming perform, but that was when he was a spirit apostle. No one had yet seen his ability after he had advanced to spirit master. Hearing Lu Ming's answer, Gao Chong's expression turned fierce. Without another word, he got up and walked outside the stone building. Lu Ming also departed with an air of indifference. The others glanced at one another and then followed suit, each of their expressions different. A moment later, in the air above the large courtyard in front of the stone building, Lu Ming and Gao Chong eyed each other quietly. Gao Chong inhaled deeply, then said to Lu Ming, Junior Lu, did you know that I actually don't hate you that much? Oh really? Lu Ming felt surprised but replied calmly. If not for you, Ming Zhu would have become my human cauldron. Though I knew this, under the command of my teacher, I could not prevent it and even became embroiled in it myself. I could not have gotten free on my own. Because of this, for a very long time, I didn't dare let my training advance too quickly, for fear that Ming Zhu would really have become the sacrifice. So, when Ming Zhu was forced to leave that day, it actually let me put down the burden in my heart. I picked a different human cauldron and advanced to Spirit Master. But what should never have happened was, You were engaged to Ming and then later reneged on the marriage and let Ming suffer this disgrace. I owe Ming so much. Today I can only account to her like this. In addition, I must make this clear to you. Don't think that we're on the same level just because we have both advanced to spirit masters. In terms of real ability, you're no match for me. Gao Chong said this slowly. Hearing this, Lu Ming expressed surprise for a moment, but he said calmly. So, Junior Gao, this is what you think about the matter of Mu Mingzhu. It's impressive that even under such circumstances, you could succeed in advancing using a different human cauldron. But the matter of the Bai family's marriage annulment is your word against mine. In the end, you and I still have to fight it out. But I do want to know why you are this confident. You're right. You and I, as practitioners, rely mostly on our own abilities. As to why I'm this confident, the cultivation method you practice simply isn't comparable to mine, Gao Ming said as his lips were lifted in a fierce sneer. He clenched one hand and blood-red smoke rose from the surface of his body. With another few words, 8 blood-red snakes emerged from the fog. Each was 100-odd feet long, and their bodies were covered with scales and there was a single horn on their head. Their eyes were ferocious and large like bells. Lu Ming was stunned on seeing this. But on closer look, although these snakes seemed real and alive, their blood-red glowing bodies were conjured by a technique. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Wordlessly he shook his sleeve, and the cyan short sword appeared in his hand. These 8 snakes are so strange. Would this be the barbarian ghost sect's famous 8-part blood dragon cultivation method? Below, a large part of the audience was also shocked at seeing the 8 blood snakes. Shui Ci, who had also trained in a blood cultivation method, exclaimed on looking closer. The 8-part blood dragon method. What is this method? Something Gao Chong trained in after he advanced to spirit master? The thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind when he heard Shui Ci's words. At this time, Gao Chong gave a sneer from the blood-red fog. These 8 red snakes twisted their heads. Blood fire sprayed from their mouths and came rushing like a cyclone toward Lu Ming. Before the blood flames reached Lu Ming, a nausea-inducing stench of blood overcame him. Lu Ming breathed in just a little and immediately felt unwell. His heart sank. Because he had taken the various spirit ingredients, ordinary poison was ineffective against him. It seemed as if these blood flames were extraordinarily potent. As Lu Ming thought this, the cyan short sword trembled in his hands. He dared not hesitate. In that moment, over 10 restrictions activated. A clear sound rang from within, and an image of a cyan sword shot forth then returned. Instantly, a bone-chilling sensation of cold rushed forth. An image of a giant sword, 100 feet or so long, flashed by. All of the blood flames stopped rolling and vanished in the light from the cyan sword. 2 of the 8 blood snakes were caught up in the cyan light. Like the flames, they fractured into pieces with a muffled sound, and turned into blood fog and exploded apart. At this time, the cyan sword light had also exhausted its energy and blurred before vanishing without a trace. This unexpected scene caused Shui Ci, and the other people present who were watching the fight, to let their mouths drop open and stare in surprise. This isn't possible. How can you be this strong? After the blood fog had settled a moment, Gao Chong's supremely furious voice suddenly came. It was as if he absolutely could not accept the outcome of the blow just now. Lu Ming, standing on the other side with an expressionless face, only waved the cyan moon sword in his hand one more time. A dense set of sword images materialized in front of his body, making him look like a porcupine. Any who witnessed it must have shivered. But he himself was also secretly surprised. But thinking about it a little more, he thought he understood a little of how this happened. First, he had just used a method of sword summoning recorded in Yi Tianmei's sword technique manual, which meant that the blow just now was the genuine sword casting technique, a real technique for sword cultivators. Thus it was so effective. Secondly, the moon sword was a mid-tier totem. Once he could release all the restrictions on the sword, its power would increase several-fold. And his Fa Li was many times purer than that of spirit masters of similar level. Thus, he was in the perfect position to use this sword's powers to their limit. Lastly, after he had made that sword strike just now, he had somewhat felt that the heart of the great symbol sword in his body had shivered in response. Clearly, this object's enhancing effect on sword-type weapons was far beyond what he had expected. Of course, there were other reasons. For example, his terrifying strength that matches a body cultivator at his own level, or his incredibly strong mental energy. All of these could have had an effect on the sword strike just now. With a doubtful expression, Yuan turned to Yang Chen beside him and asked, "Junior Yang, You are sure Brother Lu is from the 9 Infant faction, and not a sword cultivator? Of course Junior Lu is not a swordsman. That day he cooperated with us in the secret realm. You know this. Though Yang Qian was wearing the mask, he replied thus with a worried expression. This is definitely not the real 8-part blood dragon method. Otherwise, it would not have been broken so easily. On the other side, Xuexi's expression was similarly shocked, but he let out a breath and said this to himself. At one side, Xuening stared into the sky expressionlessly, but his 10 fingers became locked together tightly. But the expressions of Zhang Xionyang and the girl dressed in yellow beside her showed different expressions. Zhang Xionyang looked at Lu Ming in the air and narrowed her eyes. A faint air of hostility emerged from her body as if Lu Ming's sword thrust had called forth her fighting spirit that demanded a test of ability. The girl in yellow, who was also of the Heavenly Moon Sect, was stunned as she looked into the air. At this time, from within the blood fog, Gao Ming once again gave a thunderous shout. With 2 piu sounds, 2 more blood snakes rushed forth. They vibrated violently with the other 6 snakes, then merged together, and turned into a serpent dragon with 2 horns on its head and 4 claws on its feet. The blood dragon, after it had materialized, howled into the sky. At the same time, all of the blood fog rushed toward the blood dragon, causing its body to expand alarmingly. In a split second, it was many times the size of the earlier serpents. Already it was more than 200 feet long, and a terrifying air emanated from its body. When the blood fog had been completely swallowed by the blood dragon, Gao Chang's silhouette once again appeared clearly. But when the people below saw what Gao Chang looked like, their expressions all changed. Gao Chang's face had turned blood red. A mass of blood-colored markings had appeared on the surface of his body had also appeared. His veins visibly jumped beneath his skin, and his appearance was terrifying. Lu Ming, seeing this, frowned. Go! Gao Chong shouted as he ignored the eyes of the people below and fervently made hand signs with his 2 hands. The blood-colored dragon opened its mouth, and a ruler of blood-colored light gushed out. At the same time, beneath its feet, a wild wind rose. In a blur, its large body became a gust of blood-tinged wind and rushed forward. Lu Ming saw this. With a cold glint in his eye, he waved the short sword in his hand forward. The collection of sword images retracted toward their center and then released. A cyan disc appeared out of nowhere. As it rotated, it expanded, becoming the size of the door. The blood-colored ruler rushed toward the disc, and the cyan light was smashed to bits. After another rocking movement, the cyan disc became a cyan sword image about half as big as before and rushed toward the blood dragon. A loud hong shook the sky. The gigantic sword image and the blood dragon collided. The cyan light and the red light wove together, and the situation turned into a stalemate. Gao Chang's expression changed. The signs his hands made suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a wad of essence blood. On encountering the wind, the spirit blood turned into a sea of blood fog. It made 1 revolution, then became several blood-colored symbols that sank into his body and disappeared. In the next moment, the blood dragon in the distance produced blood fire from its body, and blood-colored symbols faintly appeared on the scales on its body. Blood flames wrapped the cyan blade light and obscured its light. Lu Ming saw this. His eyebrow twitched. He also clenched one hand and pointed to an empty space in the distance. In that moment, the Fa concentrated in his body poured out like a flood. In the distance, the large sword image flashed several times. With a loud sound, it became a cyan ball of light and split open, and countless cyan thorns shot from it. Chapter 260 Clash of Sword and Fist. Chapter 260 Clash of Sword and Fist. The thorns pierced thousands of holes through the body of the giant dragon that was initially wreathed in flames. After a single sad cry, it turned into a blood-red crystal pillar and fell from the sky. At the same time, Gao Chang's face turned white. He opened his mouth and spat out many gobs of spirit blood. At the same time, all the bloodlines on his body vanished, and he seemed a lot less active. Gao Chong thought for a second, then enunciated slowly as he looked at Lu Ming with an expression of disbelief. Very good. I didn't know you were proficient in the way of the sword. Consider this competition my loss. I will abide by my promise. Consider the Mingzhu incident closed. In future, I will also avoid all matters involving you. Then he extended one hand and grabbed at the air below him. Sound. The blood ruler that laid on the ground now rose toward the sky. With a flash, it turned into a ball of blood light and landed in his hand. Gao Chong turned around and left without looking back. The audience watching this from below looked at each other. Shuexi's eyes flashed and he sighed heavily and said, I was wondering, Senior Gao. You have only been a spirit master for a short time but can already control the 8-part blood dragon. So, it's due to that totem's power. I don't know the origins of this totem, but it looks like it has very strong enhancing powers to blood cultivation methods. Yang Qian also recovered from his shock, and looked at Shuexi from the corner of his eye and said, I'm afraid I have to disappoint elder brother Shuexi. This is a low-grade totem used by my sect leader a long time ago, and only has a large enhancing effect on our sect's 8-part blood dragon method. Shuexi, hearing this, said with a smile, Haha, elder brother Yang is very careful. Are you afraid that I plot to steal this blood method totem? However, in his heart he felt a twinge of disappointment. Elder brother Shuexi, you just need to remember these words. Yang Qian did not affirm or deny but replied. But the most surprising is still Junior Lu. The sword technique he displayed just now. I'm afraid that among those present at the scene, not many would have the confidence of taking that blow. At least I don't. The red-browed youth from the Firestorm Way interrupted, although he still stared into the air. Yang Qian, hearing this, was speechless. He was also unsure how Lu Ming knew the sword technique of a sword cultivator while having a shocking proficiency with it. To another side, the yellow-robed girl said quietly to Zhang Xionyang. Senior Zhang, this Junior Lu's sword technique is the basic, 1,000 swords combined into one technique, isn't it? Even though it's one of the most basic, it definitely is the technique of our sect. And just now I also felt a slight sword intent I did not recognize. How is this possible? Is this Junior Lu also a sword cultivator? Zhang Xionyang replied expressionlessly, I know why this Lu Ming knows sword techniques. But I don't know about the sword intent in that blow just now. But that's fine. In a while I'll understand how. She stepped on the floor and turned into a white pillar and rose into the sky. A flash later she took human form again and appeared opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just completed a match and was initially planning to fly into the air. Seeing this, he immediately changed his expression. Zhang Xionyang's eyes flashed coldly as she challenged Lu Ming. So, in the few years we haven't seen each other, martial brother Lu has really become a sword cultivator. This makes me very excited. We are both sword cultivators, so I even hope that Junior can spar with me in sword techniques. Yang Qian, Shuexi and the others present were stunned. After seeing Lu Ming's sword techniques, they were not surprised that Zhang Xionyang would take an interest. But this woman had issued a challenge very quickly, without even leaving room for breath. This was rather stunning. Of course, Zhang Xionyang challenging Lu Ming was also an indication that she acknowledged his ability. It was something to be proud of. After all, in the many past gatherings, everyone had challenged someone else twice or thrice on average. Only Zhang Xionyang had only accepted one challenge and had never taken the initiative to challenge others. The time she accepted a challenge and displayed her overwhelming ability, had extinguished any notion anyone had had of crossing swords with her. In subsequent gatherings, Zhang Xionyang had almost completely become an observer. No one dared to make their own life difficult by challenging her. This had made her the first in position among them, in name and deed. However, Lu Ming did not consider this as something honorable. After looking at the woman in front of him for a while, he shook his head and said, If it's only a competition of sword cultivation, my technique is definitely no match for yours. We don't need to fight. On hearing Lu Ming, Zhang Xionyang's eyebrow twitched. Oh, hearing fellow Lu talk like that, you admit that other methods are above the sword technique. Very well. Aside from sword technique, feel free to show off all your other methods. She said coldly, even changing her form of address as she did so. She grasped at the air behind her, and the snow-white long sword leaped from its sheath and landed squarely in her hand. She readied the sword in front of her and did not execute any special hand signs, but an icy blast of air shot into the sky. Under this influence, the surrounding air froze into crystal snowflakes and began to whirl and dance around her. Zhang Xionyang seemed to have gotten ready to strike at Lu Ming no matter how he replied. Thoughts flew through Lu Ming's head on seeing this. His expression somber, he exhaled. Since fellow Zhang says this, then let us talk further after crossing swords. Following which he also did not stand on courtesy. With a wave of the cyan moon sword in his hand, the dense collection of sword images once again appeared in front of him. A blur later, all the sword images had collected together into one. With a loud hong, an enormous ray of sword light shot forth. Where the cyan light touched, there were faint screeches in its wake, as if its power were at least a third larger than before. Good timing. I'll let fellow Lu see what real sword technique is. Zhang Xionyang, observing the astonishing presence of the enormous sword light, murmured with some joy. She readied the snow-white longsword in her own hand. The surrounding crystal snowflakes rushed forth onto the sword's blade. Cold air rolled, white and blinding. Pew sound rang. Zhang Xionyang tossed the snow-white longsword out. Under the force of the sword technique, it became a snow-white ray that shot forth and crashed into the enormous sword light opposite. The two colors of sword light, cyan and white, intertwined. But something stunning happened. The white sheet nudged the intimidating cyan light only slightly, and the light immediately shattered with an explosive sound. Zhang Xionyang clenched her fist and pointed a finger into the air. From the white sheet, an enormous snow-white sword image appeared with a flash. It circled once, then shot toward Lu Ming. It was as quick as lightning. A blur later, it appeared right in front of Lu Ming, and a gust of bone-chilling wind that swung downward. But Lu Ming did not dodge. Silver flashed in his eyes, and with a loud shout, he moved his arm. It shone gold and shot out toward the longsword. He seemed not afraid at all of his fist being cleaved open by the blade. Seeing this, Zhang Xionyang's brow twitched. She did not halt the flying sword in the distance, and the flying sword came down sharply on the golden fist. A loud hong. About a foot from the white sword, the golden fist emanated a cloud of black fog and unclenched and reclenched. An indescribable energy rushed forth from it, and became a dizzying blur and exploded open. The snow-white longsword shuddered once. The sudden indescribable force sent it flying. It rolled several hundred feet at once, then clattered to a stop. But the longsword still flashed furiously, and let out soft humming sounds, as if it had definitely been injured. Zhang Xionyang's face also turned momentarily white but quickly recovered her usual expression. She gave Lu Ming a long look and waved one hand in front of her. The snow-white longsword returned with a flash and landed squarely in the sheath at her back. Fellow Lu, you're really extraordinary. I hope that next time I will have a chance to learn from you. Junior Feng Yuan, let us leave, she said lightly, then called the yellow-robed girl behind her, and left the courtyard on a cloud. Below, Feng Yuan heard this. She hurriedly made her apologies to Yang Qian and the others, and leaped into the air and followed. In the blink of an eye, the two women of the Heaven Moon sect had left without a trace. Some of the others on the ground were also stunned. It had already shocked them when Lu Ming defeated Gao Chong with one stroke not long beforehand. Then now he had broken through Zhang Xionyang's flying sword tactics with one fist. This left them aghast. Lu Ming, in the air, had an expression as serious as a pond of water. He slowly retrieved his gold fist that he had swung and seen that the top golden part of the punch shattered slightly. In addition, there were some blood traces. Just now, he had not had to make contact to send the hovering sword flying. But the sharp hostility radiating from the sword had caused some surface injury on his fist. This made Lu Ming secretly shocked at the strength of Zhang Xionyang's flying swords. When he had returned his fist to his sleeve, his fingers loosened, and revealed a round bead engulfed in black fog. It was the first Yuan heavy water bead. It turned out that Lu Ming had had the courage to use his own fists to meet the flying sword because, in addition to having full confidence in the layer of glazed magma metal on top, he also had the heavy water bead in his fist. Due to the protection of the heavy water bead, he could use the strength of his entire body to its full extent, and could even strike back at Zhang Xionyang's flying swords. Seniors, I'm a little tired today and will go back first. Lu Ming's face changed expression. He cupped his two hands and said with a smile to the audience below. The gray cloud at his feet rose and he turned and left. Chapter 261 Great Symbol Sword Controlling Technique. Chapter 261 Great Symbol Sword Controlling Technique. Fellows, since it's like this, probably no one has interest in sparring anymore. Let's end it here, we can spar again later when there's a chance, said Yang Qian slowly when he saw the situation. Okay, after seeing your junior strength twice, I really don't have much fighting spirit, smiled the red-browed youth bitterly. Following that, he saluted everyone and rose up and away with red clouds under his feet. Seeing this, the remaining Shuexi and others also left with thoughts running through their heads. In the blink of an eye, there was only Yang Qian and the Yuan surnamed youth left at the edge of the square. Brother Yuan, was there something else you wanted? Seeing this, Yang Qian asked indifferently. It's nothing. I know that you've been cultivating a baleful secret technique recently and need some supplementary materials. I somehow obtained a small piece of marrow wood, it should be perfect for you. The youth surnamed Yuan grinned and took out a piece of dead wood that was emanating wisps of black mist from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Qian. Embryo wood is indeed of great use to me. Here are 3,000 spirit stones, it should be enough for the value of this item. With a change of expression, Yang Qian did not take the black wood and instead, took out a leather pouch full of spirit stones from his sleeve and tossed it over first. No need, I am willing to gift this to you. Although the tanned youth caught the leather pouch, he shook his hands continuously and prepared to toss the spirit stones back. If Brother Yuan does not want the spirit stones, then I am unable to accept this piece of Embryo wood. Seeing this, Yang Qian's voice deepened. The youth surnamed Yuan could naturally hear the resolve in his voice and with a bitter smile, put away the leather pouch. Yang Qian's face finally relaxed under his mask and lifted his hand to take the black wood. He played with it for a moment, his eyes revealing an expression of delight. That's right, can I see your true appearance again? Seeing this, the youth surnamed Yun's expression slowly became a little strange and for some reason, he murmured such abrupt words. What are you saying? Yang Qian's arm that was playing with the wood froze and his voice became bone-chillingly cold. Hee, if you are not willing, then just pretend I didn't say anything, dryly laughed the youth with hurry, his heart skipping a beat. Fellow Yuan, do not forget the oath you made. Unless I am self-willing, do not dare to reveal my true identity. Even more so, do not delude yourself into wanting other things. Forgetting my true appearance is the best thing to do, said Yang Qian eerily, feeling the silver mask on his face. Of course I remember it. It's just that your true appearance was so astonishing. How is it something that I could forget so easily? Sighed the youth with the surname Yuan. No matter what you are thinking, you better remember this. The time you see my true appearance the second time, is the time of your death, said Yang Qian coldly. And with that, he shook his sleeves and shot up into the sky, flying into the distance on a cloud. The youth surnamed Yuan remained at his original spot and quietly watched Yang Qian's back as he moved into the distance like a fool. A black shadow flashed in front of a stone house. Ming landed from the sky and shook his sleeve forward. A great force instantly gushed out and pushed the stone door open. His figure moved again. He entered the stone house and the door slowly closed at the same time. Ming sat down cross-legged on the cushion at the center of the room and held one hand in front of his eyes. The injuries on the back of his hand had impressively become only a few faint traces of blood. With the strengthening of his body, even if he did not use healing techniques, his own healing capabilities were enough to heal regular small injuries. He exercised his fingers and seeing that they were all nimble as before, he set his mind at rest. After Ming went into deep thought for a while, he pulled out the green short sword and held it in front of his eyes to examine it. At the same time, the snow-white sword that was on Zhang Xionyang's back flashed in his head. Although the tier of the sword that the woman used was unknown, it didn't seem too possible that it was a high-tier totem. It was most likely a mid-tier totem like the Cyan Moon sword. The flying sword technique she used was indeed astonishingly powerful, but he could faintly feel that Zhang Xionyang did not exhibit the true power of the sword. Which meant that this Heavenly Moon Sect disciple's Fa Li was nowhere near as pure as his. But from another point of view, Zhang Xionyang's flying sword technique seemed even scarier. Ming quietly recalled the scene where the woman tossed out the sword in her hand. It had turned into a snow-white ray and easily defeated the sword light of the Cyan Moon sword. It was obvious that Zhang Xionyang's secret technique of turning the sword body itself into a sword light was far more clever than the sword techniques he used. It looked like he still had to comprehend the Great Symbol Sword method. The book definitely had similar high-level secret techniques recorded in it. Before, his cultivation was not enough for him to comprehend more things. But now that he was a spirit master, he would definitely gain a lot from studying the book again. Thinking like this, Ming put away the Cyan Moon sword and slowly closed his eyes, making a hand seal with one hand. A spiritual light instantly arose in his consciousness and a golden book appeared in his mind, slowly flipping open page by page. He sat cross-legged on the floor without moving and began to browse through the Great Symbol Sword method. 2 whole hours later he opened his eyes, full of delight. Great Symbol Sword controlling technique. There really was a sword technique that defeats enemies by controlling the sword body. Cultivating this technique to the end can allow one to slay enemies that are 100 miles away. In fact, becoming one with the sword along with sword flying techniques and other techniques are strong techniques that were derived from it. Very good, let me see how this technique is cultivated first, murmured Ming, seemingly extremely excited. The sword controlling technique, that Zhang Xionyang cultivated before was actually just the becoming one with the sword technique. It was just that regular cultivators preferred to call this technique the sword controlling technique instead. Lu Ming breathed deeply and closed his eyes again, focusing on his sea of consciousness once again. Like this, time passed bit by bit. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again, his brows were furrowed. Cultivating the sword controlling technique is actually so difficult. Not only do you have to remember the countless sword method hand signs, you also need to practice coordinating it with mental strength repeatedly in order to control the sword at will. Then you have to activate the Li within to connect it to the sword to finally be able to exhibit the power of the flying sword to perfection. According to the descriptions of the sword controlling technique in the book, although the level of cultivation would affect the power of the flying sword, the proficiency of the sword controlling technique was also separated into the levels of beginner, initial mastery, complete mastery, and perfection. Also, under the same level of cultivation, the power could be a world of a difference. From Lu Ming's estimation, the level of difficulty of cultivating the sword controlling technique was most probably way beyond that of high-level techniques. In addition, if the aptitude of the cultivator was not enough, they might be stuck at the beginner level forever. The becoming one with the sword technique needs one to be at least at the level of initial mastery, and sword flight would be impossible unless one was at the level of complete mastery. It was clear how terrifying Zhang Xionyang's aptitude was as a sword communication spirit body, for she was able to use becoming one with the sword before she had even advanced into a spirit master. However, from Lu Ming's perspective, the Heavenly Moon Sect's genius disciple's sword controlling technique was still only at the beginner level. Otherwise, it would not have just been the surface of the skin that was injured by the sword's aura at the spar before. The sword may have in fact been able to cut through the palm of his hand. Of course, if Zhang Xionyang's sword controlling technique was really cultivated to such terrifying levels, Lu Ming would not have received the attack with his fist and instead activated the heavy water bead's full power and tossed it out without hesitation. No matter what, the sword controlling technique was also, without doubt, a method that could increase his strength rapidly. Although Lu Ming did not expect to be able to cultivate this technique to the level of a beginner in just 2 or 3 months, initial understanding and easier things such as attacking by releasing the Cyan Moon Sword was still possible with effort. Thinking till there, Lu Ming was determined. He took out the sword that was in his sleeve and actually began to practice the authentic sword controlling technique. This was different to that of regular methods of controlling totems. Despite him tossing the item in his hand into the air repeatedly, the short sword either only remained in the air for a mere moment and shakily fell, or it flashed crazily. The sharp aura that was emitted by the body of the sword couldn't truly accumulate into a shape. Like this, Lu Ming went into seclusion in the stone house for half a month. Just as he felt that he was finally finding the key to understanding a bit of the sword controlling method, there was suddenly the sound of a bell ringing from outside the stone house. Lu Ming had already been notified about this and immediately knew that this was the alarm for the appearance of the sea race. He hurriedly put away the sword and got up to push open the stone door. He walked outside with large steps and saw that the entirety of the huge city was in commotion. Inside the huge city, numerous flying ships and battle chariots rose up from each sect's area. On the city wall, groups of armored soldiers rushed up to the front of the city and rapidly set up huge glyph crossbows, aiming them at the far distance. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and a black cloud appeared under his feet, taking him high up. In the blink of an eye, he was several thousands of feet high in the air and could see the situation near the city as well as in the distance clearly. He could see that the dozen tall, faint silver towers around the city had begun to radiate a strange light. Simultaneously, the items that were hanging at the top of the towers were buzzing continuously. The noise and rhythm were all in sync as if they were in coordination with each other. At the same time, with the huge city as the center and the dozen towers as points, an enormous silver formation was faintly forming. At the horizon in the far distance, there was loud rumbling and a black line appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it grew larger and thicker, becoming a boundless stretch of churning black cloud. Chapter 262, Attack of the Sea Race. Chapter 262, Attack of the Sea Race. When the black cloud appeared, the area underneath shook violently and waves of water gushed out. The ground instantly became a vast expanse of whiteness that was the sea. Simultaneously, various roars rang out and sea monsters of strange shapes appeared on the sea surface, with the smaller ones only an inch big and the larger ones as big as a small mountain. At this moment, the sea race, who had bodies that were half human and half fish, came down from the black cloud. They either traveled on water or on a sea monster, their impetus astonishing. Junior Lu, the sect leader, has called for us. Just as Lu Ming was lost in a trance, Yang Qian's voice echoed in his ears. He looked down. He could see Senior Yang waving at him from the city wall below. The barbarian ghost sect leader, lay spirit master as well as other spirit masters were all standing there. After exhaling, he dropped down towards where they were. Since the reinforcements have come, we are not intending to just defend. Other than leaving a small half of people in the city, the rest will be sent out to battle with the sea race in order to strengthen our morale. Junior Lin, Junior Chu. You two lead part of the disciples and remain in the city. The rest of you follow me out. Marshal Uncle Yin and the other elders will also remain in the city to guard it and prevent the opposition's crystal-level experts from making sudden sneak attacks. Everyone make sure to be careful, as the sea race's morale is currently booming and they are extremely sanguinary. They will not be dropping their disposition to talk nonsense with us, ordered the barbarian ghost sect leader once Lu Ming had arrived. It seemed that after days of studying he was already very familiar with the sea race. Lu Ming along with the other spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect naturally did not have any different opinions, and all boarded the flying ship nearby. In the other directions, the other sects such as Heavenly Moon and Hall of Blood were in the same situation. Groups of disciples were either flying of clouds or had boarded flying boats and battle chariots and all looked combative. When Lu Ming boarded a bone ship of over 100 feet long, the barbarian ghost sect leader's voice rang at his ears. Junior Lu, you are the key person controlling the 10,000 bone demon. If you run into a strong opponent on the battlefield, make sure to return to the city immediately. Do not flaunt your power. Remember, you are our sect's trump card and must make sure that your own safety is first priority. Hearing this, Lu Ming looked towards where the barbarian ghost sect leader was at with slight surprise and nodded at him. He did not plan on taking risks in the battle with the sea race this time anyway. After all, with his cultivation he may be able to easily defeat average entities of the same level of cultivation, but there was not much chance of winning if he went against a middle spirit master. If he bumped into a late spirit master he would probably have to consider how to save himself. At this moment, the 7 or 8 disciples of the bone ship greeted Lu Ming. He acknowledged them, and with that, the ship shot forward like the other bone ships of the barbarian ghost sect. In an instant, the densely packed front lines of the sects were only a mile away from the seawater across. Clear buzzing noises radiated from the Heavenly Moon sect and densely packed sword rays shot up, condensing in the air to form a light sword of more than 1,000 feet long that held up the sky. A pew sound rang out. The huge sword slashed out, shattered all over and disintegrated. Amongst an earth-shaking noise, the seawater about a mile away suddenly split from the center and a huge ravine of a few miles long appeared on the ground's surface. The sea race and sea monsters nearby that were hit were instantly reduced to a mess of blood. At the same time, the yells of countless sea race came from another stretch of seawater nearby. Following that, a blue light appeared on the surface of the water and blue balls of water floated out, all heading to one point and condensing into a huge blue hand. It spread out and each finger pressed towards the direction of the sections. Boom! A great, invisible force crashed down on the disciples of the 9 Enlightenment at once, and the flying chariots and ships within a mile's range were all crushed into pieces, the disciples either killed or injured. Seeing this, the 9 Enlightenment sect spirit masters nearby all had ugly expressions on their faces. The Firestorm Way had a dozen elite disciples making seals, and a huge firebird of more than 1,000 feet long appeared out of the air amongst the group of people. It flapped its wings at the other side and densely packed flame feather arrows shot out instantly. There was a sizzling sound. Balls of burning flames exploded among the sea race, becoming clouds of flame that shrouded the masses of sea monsters and sea race who was unable to dodge in time, turning them into charcoal. On the other side where the Hall of Blood was, the disciples opened their mouths to spit out a mist of blood. The mist turned into a dozen huge blood spears that were 70 or 80 feet long, and with a tremble they shot out. There was a loud whistling noise in the air. A dozen streaks of blood flashed on the sea surface across, and the sea race or sea monsters that were in their way all exploded with a tremble. In the sea race's formation, more large blue hands appeared and retaliated against the several sects on this side without holding back. There were already many who had fallen in the battle, even though the two sides hadn't truly come into contact yet. But with the speed of the two sides charging, such long-range attacks only lasted an instant. In a moment's time, the fellow sects and sea race were only over 1,000 feet apart. The disciples at the front could even see the sea race's ferocious faces on the seawater across from them. "Go!" yelled a middle-aged spirit master of the Firestorm Way suddenly. Immediately, almost 100 Firestorm Way disciples took out stacks of glyphs and threw them across crazily. The glyphs crazily flashed a few times before turning into streams of yellow mist that entered the ground between the sects and the sea race. Next, the disciples of the Firestorm Way continuously activated techniques. There was a strange rumbling noise. There was a yellow light that flashed on the ground ahead and chunks of earthen walls grew out, forming a city wall that was 100 feet tall and 20 feet thick. It turned into stone in the blink of an eye, becoming incomparably rock solid. When the seawater on the other side hit the thick city wall, other than a small part of it passing through on top, most of it was slowed and could only gush past the two sides of the wall. The shocking, imposing manner from before was thus stopped. There were also sea monsters that were riding the water and were unable to dodge in time, crashing into the city wall with a low growl. Amongst them, the more powerful ones rebounded off the wall and felt a little dizzy for a moment, whereas the weaker ones were battered and bleeding from the crash, with injuries that were not light. Seeing this, the human sect's disciples were delighted and either activated their weapons or techniques to attack the sea race and sea monsters behind the city wall without pause. "You're looking to die," yelled someone from the sea race with great anger. Then, a spirit master of the sea race with a green face and red armor who was controlling an octopus 300 feet long appeared from out of the seawater behind. He stepped on the head of the octopus and the sea monster's 8 feet slashed at the city wall with a blur. A booming sound rang out. 8 eye-piercing balls of white light erupted at the wall ahead, and following a shattering noise, 8 huge water tank-sized holes appeared on it. The seawater nearby instantly gushed in through these holes. Simultaneously, powerful sea monsters such as giant turtles and cuttlefish appeared in front of the other walls and were all ordered to destroy the city wall into pieces. They all roared out at the sky. For a moment, the whole area turned into the churning surface of the sea. At this time, the fellow sect's disciples had already abandoned their tools for flight and began to attack with their weapons. On the sea race's side, the black clouds in the sky dispersed and countless cultivators of the sea race appeared on all kinds of enormous sea monsters. In an instant, the two sides came into battle like tidewater, and at the moment they came into contact, a dozen figures fell from the air. For a moment, the battle became incomparably severe. As a higher-up within the sect, Ming naturally could not rush to the front like regular disciples. Instead, he discarded the bone ship and stood side by side with Yang on a cloud. Not far from them, the barbarian ghost sect leader and other spirit masters were watching the large battle ahead with stern expressions. "Junior Lei, Junior Zhu, go support the west side. 2 sea race cultivators of the liquid level have appeared," ordered the barbarian ghost sect leader with a low voice a moment later. Hearing this, Lei Spirit Master and Zhu Qi flew towards the battle on the west side on clouds without another word. "Junior Lin, Junior Chu, go kill the thick-skinned giant turtles in the northeast. Our sect's disciples there aren't able to deal with them." "Yes, sir." "Yang Qian, go support the 9 Enlightenment sect neighboring us." After a short while there were only a few people, including Ming and Gao Chong, remaining near where the barbarian ghost sect leader was. At this time, the entire battlefield had spread out and spontaneously formed groups of battles of different sizes. Some battles consisted of a dozen sea race attacking a few human disciples, whereas others had several dozen human disciples attacking one spirit master of the sea race. Of course, there were even more experts of the liquid level who were battling each other. Under the effect of the immense force, the area nearby was swept clear. Right at this time, the sea surface near the barbarian ghost sect shook and loud, deep noises rang out again and again, as if there was something extraordinarily heavy that was slowly crawling out from the depths. Ming narrowed his eyes and looked towards where the noise was emitted with surprise. He saw that the seawater split and a large dark blue hand shot out at lightning speed. It grabbed a disciple of the Hall of Blood that was flurrying in the air nearby and crushed him, turning him into a bloody mist. There was the sound of a bull's grunt. An enormous monster that had a bull's head and a human's body crawled out of the water. It was at least 70 to 80 feet tall, covered in blue scales and carrying a huge black sword in one hand. Monsters like this crawled out of the seawater one by one. There were at least 13 or 14 of them. With a sword in one hand, these monsters rushed into the groups of battles nearby. They were unstoppable, none of the disciples were able to last a few attacks. They were either slashed in half by the huge sword or grabbed by its large hand and crushed. The attacks of the several Sect's disciples using techniques and weapons were all blocked by the thick scales on the body surface and were unable to cause any large harm at all. Lu Ming, you go and deal with the newly appeared sea demons. The regular disciples are not their opponent, ordered the barbarian ghost sect leader. After seeing this, his expression had darkened and he finally turned his head towards Lu Ming. Chapter 263, Initial Battle with the Sea Race. Chapter 263, Initial Battle with the Sea Race. Yes, sect leader. Leave these sea demons to me. Lu Ming had of course also seen the monsters with a bull's head and human's body moving recklessly amongst the barbarian ghost sect disciples and immediately responded. Sea demons referred to sea monsters that had gained full intelligence. It was just like how the cultivating world differentiated monsters and demons. Regardless of how powerful a monster was, if it had not gained full intelligence, it would still be a monster even if it had the power to move mountains and seas. On the contrary, if a monster gained full intelligence, it would be regarded as a demon even if it was weak. However, under most circumstances, a certain amount of power was still needed in order to gain full intelligence. After gaining full intelligence, one would be able to learn suitable methods and techniques instead of only cultivating innate ability. Therefore, demons were normally a lot more powerful than monsters. But the bull-headed sea demons before them were clearly sea demons that had gained full intelligence. The huge swords in their hands not only slashed violently, but the surface of their bodies also had a blue light that gathered now and then, allowing them to be more and more fierce as they battled without being fatigued at all. While Lu Ming was flying on his cloud, he had already moved one hand and pulled out the cyan moon sword from his sleeve. Swoosh! A few sea race spirit apostles that were in his way were smoothly chopped in half in cold light by him. Then his figure swayed a few times and he appeared in the air above a bull-headed sea demon that was slashing its huge sword and forcing a barbarian ghost sect disciple to fall back. A low growl sounded. At the instant that Lu Ming appeared, the sea demon had detected his presence and with a shake of the huge sword in his hand, it slashed it at him. There was a humming sound. A strong gale rushed towards Lu Ming. With the huge sword's terrific bulk, Lu Ming seemed abnormally thin and weak in front of it. Its blow was like a door that swept down upon him. Lu Ming's eyebrows twitched and without another word, he slashed out his short sword, lightly aiming it to block the huge sword. Boom! Sound rang out in the next moment. When the huge sword and the cyan moon sword collided, a great force that was many times stronger than even the huge sword itself gushed out. The bull-headed sea demon's hands felt hot and the huge sword flew out of its hands. Its shoulders were numb and its large body was forced back a few steps. Lu Ming's sword shot out a green light with a tremble at this moment. Simultaneously, his body appeared behind the bull-headed sea demon with a blur. Put-ong. A blood-red line appeared on the neck of the bull-headed sea demon and its head rolled off. Its large body crashed down and streams of blood shot out from the neck. The sea demon that seemed to have tough skin and the shocking defense was actually easily defeated by Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming's figure appeared and disappeared near the other sea demons in the area and in the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 bull-headed sea demons were slain one after another. But when his body flashed and appeared near another sea demon and was about to release the green short sword, a sound rang behind him as if something stood after shooting out. Lu Ming's expression darkened and with a shake of his shoulders, his body instantly became blurry. A pew sound. A three-edged awl with white flames shot through Lu Ming's back and with a turn, it pierced Lu Ming's chest again before it landed in the hands of a long and narrow-faced man of the sea race with a few flashes. But at this time, Lu Ming's body had already turned into spots of spiritual light that diffused away. What the three-edged awl pierced through just then was actually just a mirage. At the same time, Lu Ming's true body appeared at a place over 100 feet away. He coldly measured the sea race man for a bit. Seeing this, the sea race man shuddered and without another word, shook his hands. There was instantly a pew sound and 4 other three-edged awls flew out of his sleeve. Along with the one from before, they turned into 5 white rays that shot out under the activation of his technique. With a blur, the white rays appeared before Lu Ming, emitting heat. Lu Ming raised his brows and turning the green sword in his hand, a green moon instantly appeared before him. With a flash, the white rays crashed into the green moon. There was instantly the sound of an explosion and the 5 three-edged awls all exploded at once with a crisp sound. But there was a white spiritual flame that surged out and enveloped Lu Ming's body right away. Seeing this, the sea race man in the distance laughed proudly at once. His 5 bone awls appeared uncommon but were actually just 5 perfect tier practitioner weapons. However, they secretly hid a powerful spiritual flame that was derived from symbol chi. But an average person would not have guessed that a liquid-level opponent's weapon was not a totem. Instead, the bone all would most likely explode when it collided with a totem and explode, releasing the white flame inside that would engulf the enemy by surprise. The Sea Race man had used this method to kill numerous opponents of the same level in the past. It was quite effective this time too. So this is your trump card. If it is really so, then I am greatly disappointed. I'm not sure how many times I used this kind of method when I was a spirit apostle. Just as the Sea Race man thought it was impossible for the opponent to survive, a faint voice was heard from within the white flames. What? You didn't die? Hearing this, the Sea Race man was in shock. Just at this moment, a chilling aura surged out from the white flames, sweeping the white flames away instantly. A figure that emitting a pale blue light was revealed. It was Lu Ming, who was holding a sword in one hand. The surface of his body was emitting a sparkling blue light. It was the seventh blue symbol chi he had cultivated. The symbol chi was originally of dark yin nature, and along with Lu Ming's technique, its defense was not weak and had actually blocked all of the white flames. Of course, the reason why Lu Ming dared to do this was because he had already grasped onto the heavy water bead in his sleeve and quietly forced out a great amount of shapeless water vapor, filling the light screen with it. Otherwise he would not dare to take such a risk. The Sea Race man across from him naturally did not know this. He was shocked when he saw that Lu Ming was unharmed, but he suddenly rubbed his hands together after his facial expression changed a few times and there was a ting sound. A layer of white flames violently surged out from his body and made the Sea Race man seem like he was made of fire. At the same time he said, "My Tsang Ruo flame will not be overpowered by your symbol chi." Just as he finished speaking, he lifted both arms and flames surged out, faintly forming a huge flame whale that pounced directly towards the other side. The flame whale had only opened its large mouth on its way. Lu Ming felt that the air around him heated up and there was a strange feeling of being unable to dodge it. Quite interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his facial expression revealed a sliver of interest for the first time. But in the next moment, the green sword in his hand trembled and densely packed sword rays appeared before him. With a blur, all the sword shadows gathered together and with a boom, a huge sword ray surged out. There were faint screeching noises wherever the green light passed. The white flame whale let out a whine as its enormous body was shattered by the green sword ray. The Sea Race man on the other side only felt a coldness before his eyes before the sword ray reached him. It was too late to use any defense methods. Not good. After he yelled out in shock, he was enveloped by the surging sword rays. His symbol chi formed from the white flames that were protecting him only endured a short moment in the cold light before shattering with a boom. The Sea Race man only had the time to give out a shrill cry before being smashed by the sword ray. A shower of blood instantly fell from the air. The Sea Race spirit master of the liquid level was easily killed by a single blow after Lu Ming used his sword technique. The level of success was even beyond Lu Ming's expectation. Sword techniques are so trenchant. No wonder most people have a change in expression when the sword is mentioned regardless of their level of cultivation. Lu Ming grabbed the air with one hand and caught a black bracelet set with countless shells from the blood shower. Before, he had heard from Yang Qian that the consumable storage items Sea Race spirit masters often used were in the shape of a bracelet. This type of storage item would only shatter after being used over 100 times. They were a lot better than the average storage glyph, thus Sea Race spirit masters often used them to store things. But just as Lu Ming put the bracelet in his sleeve, a sudden feeling of great danger spread out from within him, as if he was going to be faced with imminent disaster in the next moment. He was taken aback and hurriedly swept his gaze at his surroundings, but other than the Sea Race in the battle groups in the slight distance, there was no trace of an enemy nearby. But Lu Ming's gaze flickered a few times before he suddenly had a big change in expression. His figure swayed, leaping to one side with a streak of blurs. A pew sound. A huge mouth full of sharp teeth an inch long suddenly bit through where Lu Ming was previously standing. But it only a mouthful of air, closely passing by Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming let out a low growl, and with a shake of the green sword in his hand, he instantly slashed it at the huge mouth. A loud crash rang. A huge, silver mace appeared before the huge mouth, easily blocking the green sword. Lu Ming's gaze paused and his body shot out at once. A boom sounded. The other huge, silver mace crashed down from up high with strong force but missed. Looks like I have underestimated your strength. No wonder that useless bastard was easily defeated by you earlier. A lazy voice echoed in the air nearby, carrying with it a hint of oddness. Who are you? Why are you being so sneaky? Asked Lu Ming with narrowed eyes, staring at the space above the huge mouth. At the same time, he carefully held the green sword in front of him and his hands were covered with a layer of gold in an instant, stretching all the way to his wrist. Chapter 264, Li Sha. Chapter 264, Li Sha. The stink of blood appeared near the gigantic mouth, and a crystalline shark several tens of feet long appeared out of nowhere. Not only did this sea beast have a body that was crystal clear, even the bones within its body were smooth, rounded and clear, giving out a mysterious feeling of extraordinary ghostliness. Above the crystalline shark, after a brief distortion in the air, a young sea wraith appeared, wearing a white robe and holding hammers in each hand. Both hammers were unusually large, and their surfaces gleamed with a silver light. The young sea wraith, on the other hand, had a handsome face, a head full of green hair, and on his forehead was a strange inscription glowing a light silver shade, throbbing, expanding and contracting as if it was a living being. His body radiated an aura of strength that struck fear into the hearts of enemies. Middle liquid level. Lu Ming assessed with a grim face upon using his mental strength to observe the aura radiated by his opponent. I am Li Sha of the Silver Scale race. Since this fellow is a sword practitioner, you are qualified to tell me your name. The young sea wraith nonchalantly said, before smashing his twin hammers together. Bang! A huge ringing sound spread out, and multiple airwaves rushed outwards in every direction. It seemed as if this Li Sha had bottomless strength. Lu Ming's expression was now a serious one, yet the words from his mouth came slowly. I am Lu Ming of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. Your tone is arrogant and your ego huge. I can only hope your blows are equally as heavy. Immediately after finishing the sentence, the short cyan sword in his hand suddenly became a blur, and in one moment he struck and expelled several bundles of cyan sword energy, which instantly merged into one and turned into a huge sword radiance lashing out towards his opponent. Upon seeing this, a fierce light surfaced beneath Li Sha's eyes. With the swing of his arm, one of the huge silver hammers instantly smashed forward. Boom! Although the cyan sword radiance was sharp, when hit by the immeasurably fierce and overwhelming blow of the huge silver hammer, it dissipated and disappeared almost instantly. At the same time, the body of young sea wraith turned abruptly, and with the jerk of his other hand, threw the other huge hammer, which smashed forward with a violent gust of wind and a sound of, so. Lu Ming only saw a flash of silver from the other side before the huge hammer appeared before him, whistling through the air. The intensity and ferocity of the hammer was so great, it made even his expression turn. But right before the violent gust of wind could arrive in front of him, he quickly weaved signs with a single hand and his body fluttered and rose, amazingly avoiding his opponent's blow with ease. Upon seeing this, the young sea wraith frowned, but instantly reached his hand out into the air and made a grabbing motion. The hammer that was avoided by Lu Ming immediately hummed and rose into the air once more, smashing repeatedly towards where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, wild gusts of wind started blowing in the air nearby, and everywhere was blinking projections of the silver hammer. However, even with this, Lu Ming remained like a willow sailing along with the wind, unharmed regardless of how heavy and concentrated the hammer projections become. Li Sha saw this, snorted coldly, and with the sudden weaving of signs with one hand, the crystalline shark below him instantly shook its tail, and in the midst of flashing lights, disappeared into thin air. Simultaneously, the young sea wraith's other arm moved, and the second huge hammer also morphed into bundles of hammer projections crashing towards the other side. In the blink of an eye, everywhere around Lu Ming was filled with layers and layers of hammer projections, and even with the complexity and wonder of his body movement technique, Lu Ming's situation was precarious. Several times he had dodged a silver hammer, only to almost get hit by another one the very next moment. But what made Lu Ming worry the most was instead that strange shark that had disappeared. This sea beast's invisibility technique was extraordinarily complex and unusual. He had almost died to it earlier. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, and using a single hand he tapped his forehead, and a huge mental strength burst out. At the same time his short cyan sword disappeared in a flash, replaced by a small pale blue flag which unfolded in the wind and turned 10 feet long. Just then, another huge hammer whistled through the air and smashed towards his head. Lu Ming, despite this, smiled and didn't dodge. Instead, he waved the blue banner flag before him, and countless blue inscriptions surfaced, along with layer after layer of blue water curtains which quickly enveloped Lu Ming. Boom! The huge hammer crashed upon the curtains, shattering two of the outer layers upon contact, but was forcibly stopped by the third water curtain. Upon seeing this, Li Sha, who had been in the distance, howled, and both of his hands weaved signs with flying speed to call upon the other hammer. Pooh! The other silver hammer appeared above the blue water curtain in a blur and fiercely crashed downwards, right into the other huge hammer. The might of two hammers instantly merged into one, and with the sound of an explosion, dissipated the final layer of the water curtain in a single blow. Yet, the very next moment, Li Sha's pupil contracted. It was empty below the third water curtain, without even a shred of a silhouette of his opponent. Just then, in the air not far away from the young sea race, wisps of blue light suddenly surfaced, and after gathering in the middle, a pale blue silhouette mysteriously appeared. Li Sha violently turned his hand, and stared squarely at the blue silhouette, the edge of his mouth betraying a trace of cold, grim gin. Pooh! A gigantic mouth surfaced near the blue silhouette and snapped shut with lightning-quick speed, severing the silhouette at the waist into two with a single bite. It was the crystalline shark that had gone into hiding. But before the young sea race could even muster a trace of a smile, the broken corpse of the blue silhouette turned into wisps of blue light and dissipated into the air. Then the entire body of the crystalline shark appeared nearby in a flash. Water Shadow Technique. Science Scale Race's Essence Water Flag. How did it fall into the hands of a human? Upon seeing this, Li Sha exclaimed in surprise. Just then a mass of black energy surfaced out of thin air above the crystalline shark, and after a quick spin, suddenly morphed into a black whirlpool 10 feet wide. At the same time, a dull sound rang from within the whirlpool, and with a flash of golden light, a golden fist pounded downwards from within, fiercely smashing upon the long skull of the sea beast below. Boom! A huge ringing that shook the ground and the air spread out. A mass of golden light instantly exploded below. With a sorrowful wail, the sea beast's skull caved in and exploded, countless pieces of blood, meat and shattered bones splattered around, and the broken and damaged corpse slackened and fell from the sky. It was obvious that this beast was utterly and completely dead. Next, an obscure silhouette swayed within the black energy, and Lu Ming calmly appeared. "How dare you hurt my precious beast? I'll have your life to pay for this." The young sea race saw the scene unfold, but had absolutely no time to save the sea beast, and was so angered such that his eyebrows sloped almost vertically upwards. This crystalline shark that had the ability to hide its body was one he had committed many resources to bring up, and one that, to some extent, had a small chance of evolving into a crystal-level demonic beast. To have it pulverized and killed in front of his eyes in such a manner, how could it not have angered him? The youth quickly weaved signs with both hands, and the two huge hammers in the distance shot backward in a flash, and after a blur steadily landed in his hands. Li Sha then placed both hammers together while chanting rhythmically. The sound of thunder. Several silver arcs curled outwards from within the hammers. Simultaneously, the young sea race's body abruptly expanded, and in an instant grew to several times his previous height. The twin hammers in a blur, once more turned into a field of silver hammer projections. Li Sha's arms didn't pause, but with a huge step forward, he walked towards Lu Ming whilst swinging his hammers about in a mad dance. Countless arcs of electricity surged forward from the hammer projections, curling towards every direction with shocking momentum. Lightning Attribute Cultivation Method. Upon seeing this scene, fear couldn't help but appear on Lu Ming's face. If there was any cultivation method amongst the tens of thousands of cultivation methods in the world that barely had equal destructiveness as the art of the sword practitioner, it would be this power of lightning. Of course, even Lu Ming did not expect that the opponent before his eyes had learned a godly power of this type, and with the aid of the terrifying power of those two hammers, his opponent's might was extremely terrifying, and definitely not something he could forcefully receive. It seems if he did not use his killer technique, retreat would truly be his only option. Upon arriving at this thought, there was no longer any doubt in Lu Ming's heart, and with a shake of his sleeve, a black round bead flew out from within, landing in his golden palm in a flash. His other hand quickly weaved signs, and immediately from the surface of his body wisps of light surfaced, forming a blue light curtain that covered his entire body, while a single crystalline icicle quickly formed, radiating a freezing aura that chilled the air. However, Li Sha behaved as if he did not see all this happening, and continued to walk across the air towards Lu Ming, one step at a time. Every single step was unusually heavy, and in the blink of an eye he was only several tens of feet away from Lu Ming. It seemed almost as if Li Sha only had to swing his arms forward and shoot out silver electric arcs from the hammer projections, and he could completely cover Lu Ming with his attacks. Yet at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes shone with a flash of brilliance, and one of his hands suddenly hit the 5 feet huge icicle in front of him. A sound of shattering air rang out. The blue icicle instantly turned into a crystal flash and disappeared, appearing before the gigantified young sea race the very next moment. Li Sha shouted in a low voice, and both of his hammers suddenly hit towards the middle in a combined blow, and with a crisp crack, utterly smashed the huge icicle into pieces, sending pieces of ice flying in every direction. But from within the white frost and freezing aura, with a chi sound, a crystalline slender needle shot out. Upon seeing this, fear rose within the young sea race's heart, and swaying his body he was about to shoot backward and avoid the needle. Yet at this moment he felt a chill across his body and his movements slowed. At the same time the air nearby with a sound of Sheila had layer after layer of thin ice condense out of thin air, and in an instant was about to freeze Li Sha on the spot. The icicle technique that Lu Ming had trained to perfection, along with the increased effect brought about by the 7th blue aura chi, upon exploding, radiated a freezing aura that was so harsh that it was beyond the imagination of most people. Li Sha was now truly shocked and for the first time felt the danger of death. However, this middle liquid-level existence that had transformed and gigantified also possessed powerful abilities that were incomparable to beginning spirit masters. With a loud shout, the twin hammers in his hand suddenly flashed violently with electric arcs, forcibly dissipating the freezing aura nearby. Yet, in the moment of doing so, he failed to avoid the jade light that was shooting towards him at an incredible speed. The young sea race could only abruptly hollow his chest, and a ball of pure white breath shot out of his mouth, squarely hitting the jade shadow needle that was shooting towards his face. Although the slender needle was incomparably sharp, upon being obstructed by this breath, it still stopped for a moment. Li Sha saw this and violently leaned his head to one side. So, the slender green needle shot through one of his earlobes without even drawing a single drop of blood. Even so, it still made the young sea race sweat cold sweat. However, when he lifted his head and looked forward once more, his pupils again couldn't help but contract. Chapter 265, The Crystal Level Spirit Master Steps In. Chapter 265, The Crystal Level Spirit Master Steps In. At a time unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming appeared not more than 3 meters from him and was throwing a golden fist at him. Before Lu Ming really punched out, a force with enough strength to terrify the sea race youth poured out of it. Li Sha automatically moved his 2 arms, placing the 2 giant hammers in front of himself. Hong, a boom rang out. The golden fist struck solidly between the 2 hammers. Li Sha felt his arms grow numb, and the 2 hammers involuntarily opened up. At the same time he stepped backward, unable to stop himself. His expression began as one of surprise but instantly turned hideous. His mouth suddenly opened, and out spouted a small blood-colored shield which, with a turn, transformed into a blood-colored light curtain and protected him within it. Ha ha, with this shield of blood and fat, you would be deluding yourself if you think you can hurt me. With a maniacal laugh, Li Sha finally managed to stop himself with a shake of his body. However, at this moment Lu Ming, who was standing across from him, opened his golden fist and a black ball sitting within it radiated outwards. After disappearing for a moment, it transformed into a ball of black haze which severely attacked the blood-colored light curtain. An astonishing scene unfolded. After a muffled noise, the blood-colored light curtain was shattered by the black ball. The black ball then became hazy for a moment before attacking the sea race youth right on the chest. Li Sha cried out in pain as a large bloody cavity appeared on his bosom. The symbol chi protecting him now utterly ineffective. With a heave and a face full of fear, his body burst into bloody rain. This middle liquid-level sea race spirit master was thus killed off by Lu Ming. With a few movements, Lu Ming removed himself from the path of the blood rain, at the same time beckoning in front of himself with one of his hands. So. The jade shadow needle, the black ball, and a shell bracelet shot back from across the way, returning to his sleeve with one tug. With that, Lu Ming surveyed the scene. After looking at the 2 seemingly extraordinary large silver hammers, he hesitated for a moment before casting out 2 storage glyphs. After 2 white clouds rolled past, he withdrew these 2 enormous weapons. Just as his sleeves rolled up and he withdrew the 2 storage glyphs, a furious cry suddenly pierced his eardrums. "Human scoundrel, you dare to take my nephew's life. I'll tear you to shreds." The sound rumbled like thunder. Even Lu Ming, with his pure cultivation status and tremendous mental strength, was shaken and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, a drawn-out howl rang out from behind the sea race ranks. A hazy figure shot forth from afar like a ghost, and with a few flashes appeared on the battlefield. All of the sea race and humans blocking its movement forward were sent flying backward through the air. The lucky ones sustained massive injuries, the less fortunate ones met their end in a bone-crushing death. It was at this moment that Lu Ming finally regained consciousness. He raised his head in astonishment to see a skinny old man in long silver robes not far from him. Face pale and eyes like a dove, the old man was staring at him with fury in his gaze. Lu Ming's heart sank. Almost instinctively he waved a hand. A shiny black iron tube emerged, and with a "ga bang" sound, a sparkling silk screen moved forward to cover what was coming from across the way. At the same time, with a flash of green light, a green dagger appeared in his other hand. With a single breath, he sent 10-odd daggers slashing towards what was across from him. Feet flying without hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow. "Going somewhere? Well, you won't be leaving alive." The skinny old man let out a groan, turned his sleeve and grabbed at the air in Lu Ming's direction, completely ignoring the sparkling silk screen and the 10-odd green daggers. There was a "pu" sound. A blue flare violently surged from the old man's body. When the silk screen and the green daggers came near it, it sucked them up and turned them to ash. At the same time, Lu Ming, who had fled 10+ meters away, felt his body sink. A tremendous suction force broke out behind him and pulled him back through the air against his will. Lu Ming was terrified. He uttered 2 incantations with lightning speed, accelerating the activation of the Li within his body. He felt his body sink and once again stopped, still far away. This caused the skinny old man to let out a faint hiss. As his face turned sour, he flexed the 5 fingers of his hands slightly. "Wait." Just at that moment, another sound emanated from behind the barbarian ghost sect, and black aura billowed out from above the skinny old man. An enormous ghost hand covered in green hair shot out from it in a flash and slapped the top of the old man's head. The skinny old man's complexion changed completely, and he suddenly moved his outstretched palm in a different direction, grabbing at the ghost's claw. Hong, a muffled sound like the chime of a clock rang out. A ball of green chi exploded between the ghost's claw and the old man's palm. Hurricane winds and earthquake tremors rolled out in all directions, hitting the nearby battalions several times and knocking them to the ground one by one. While this caused a slight loss of Li in some of them, others' incantations became ineffective and they fell from the sky. Though Lu Ming, who was a bit closer to the ball of chi, managed to keep himself in place, the fierce winds felt like a knife against his face. At the same time, the air grew tight around him and he felt like he was nearly suffocating. Lu Ming was terrified. Hearing the voice of the person blocking the skinny old man behind him, he knew it was none other than that martial Uncle Yen. But he also knew that only a sea-race crystal-level spirit master could match him. As it had been a crystal-level spirit master who had just faced off against martial Uncle Yen, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel deeply uneasy. With a sudden change of heart, he took out several glyphs and patted them onto his body, and with a turn he erected several light curtains and jumped backward, out from within the roaring winds as if his life depended on it. Hands still in a deadlock with the ghost's claw, the skinny old man glanced towards the winds and could see Lu Ming's moves. An ugly expression formed on his face and he immediately raised his arm, pointing a finger in Lu Ming's direction. "Stop." The furious voice of martial Uncle Yen rang out from the black aura in the sky and the ghost's other claw shot downward from the aura, sending down wave upon wave of rancid wind, but it was clearly too late. A blue light appeared at the skinny old man's fingertip, and his fingernail, black and shiny, severed off and shot forward like a bullet, making a "so" sound as it launched. A moment later it was gone without a trace. At almost the same moment, Lu Ming, fleeing backward as if his life depended on it, felt a sudden gloom. That was followed by a burning sensation in his back as he was struck with tremendous force. His mouth opened and several balls of pure blood burst from it. His back was immediately consumed by incomparable pain as if it was being torn apart by an awl. Seeing Lu Ming right himself as if nothing happened after stumbling around for a few paces, the skinny old man couldn't help but be shocked. But as he went to attack him again enraged, a bolt of white silk suddenly appeared out of nowhere and circled around him. "Yi Tianmei." The skinny old man leaped up in shock as if he was a dog and someone had stepped on his tail. He hurriedly shook his two sleeves, instantly producing two gold round symbols. Twirling his body at the same time, he transformed into a golden silhouette. Even so, however, the bolt of silk chopped down on him and he gave an ear-splitting shriek. Nonetheless, there was a ping sound a moment later. The golden silhouette struck the bolt of silk and it finally exploded open. However, with a flash of light from its inside, a startling blue rainbow shot out. After a brief haze, it fled far, far away. Just at this moment, a roar rang through the air and a green light column descended from the sky, landing precisely on the retreating rainbow. A muffled noise sounded from within the rainbow, but with barely a quiver, it continued to retreat at nearly the same speed and returned to the sea race army. The skinny old man's voice, dripping with anger and hate, rang out from that direction. "Thank you, Goddess Yi and fellow Yen, I will remember this. I promise to work myself to the bone to take care of the human hoodlum who killed my nephew and exact my revenge, no matter how long it takes." As his voice faded further into the distance, he left and did not look back. The cultivators of the various sects and of the sea race, who had been fiercely fighting one another, could not help but look at each other and cease fighting one by one. And precisely at this moment, a human silhouette appeared in a flash within the dark aura in the air. An ashen-robed old man, hair on his temples, descended from the sky. It was indeed Martial Uncle Yen. However, he did not immediately acknowledge Lu Ming when he made his appearance, but rather rushed towards that bolt of white silk spiraling through the sky. He cupped his hands in front of him in a sign of respect as he spoke the following words. "Many thanks to fellow Yi for her help. Nephew Lu would not otherwise have been able to escape otherwise. My sect and several of the others hereby join forces. Scoundrel Li disregarded our agreement, entering the battle to finish off a younger disciple. I naturally cannot stand by and watch from the sidelines." Once his words fell, the white bolt of silk began to light up, and a beautiful maiden dressed in white royal robes appeared in the distance. It was none other than Yi Tianmei of the Heavenly Moon Sect. But this time, there was a trace of amazement in her gaze as she looked towards Lu Ming. As she and the skinny old man were of essentially equal stature, there would be able to fend against the skinny old man's fingernail-hitting hurl. She was naturally astonished that Lu Ming seemed to have weathered this attack with no visible damage beyond minor blood loss. No matter how you put it, without fellow's help, we would not have been able to fight back against scoundrel Li. Nephew Lu, come forth and thank Elder Yi for saving your life. Martial Uncle Yen nodded as he spoke and waved a hand in Lu Ming's direction. Junior sincerely thanks Elder Yi for her help. Through the searing pain in his back, Lu Ming walked over and spoke to Yi Tianmei with the utmost sincerity. It was nothing. I just never imagined that in the few years that we haven't seen each other, Nephew Lu has not only mastered the art of sword cultivation but has also entered the ranks of the spirit masters. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Yi Tianmei spoke with a faint smile. Junior cannot accept this praise. Without the blessing of Elder's guidance that year, how could Junior have mastered the art of sword cultivation this easily? Lu Ming remained respectful in his speech. What? Nephew Lu learned sword cultivation from fellow Yi? Martial Uncle Yen, standing beside them, was taken aback. At this moment, the long drawn-out sound of a horn suddenly rang out from behind the sea race army. The sea race and sea beasts at the front of the ranks fled backward like a riptide. With a crash, the dark aura in the sky and the seawater on the ground immediately followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a black line and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 266 Egg of the Sacred Beast. Chapter 266 Egg of the Sacred Beast. Those of the sea race have retreated. The attack from them this time had quite an anticlimactic end. Since they have retreated, the few of us should return to the city to have a discussion. This time, and for the first time, the sea race's crystal-level practitioners acted in disregard of the pact. This is something we cannot neglect to guard against. Yi Tianmei spoke when she saw the retreating army, the tip of her eyebrow slightly raised. This occurrence is indeed unusual. Our sects need to have a thorough discussion. Martial Uncle Yen spoke with a solemn expression when he heard Yi Tianmei. The two quickly used hidden messages to discuss with the few other crystal-level practitioners in the city behind, then immediately gave out the order to retreat as well. Thus the allied army of the multiple sects put out their flying ships and war chariots, combed and tidied the battlefield. After finding the dead bodies of their fallen comrades, they brought them back to the city they were occupying. Although the battle this time did not last very long, Both sides still suffered deaths and injuries numbering in the hundred. This made those acquainted unavoidably low-spirited. Once they arrived back at the city, Martial Uncle Yen did not pursue Lu Ming for the means he used to receive the fatal blow by the withering old man. Instead, he only gave Lu Ming some advice, before hurriedly leaving to meet with the crystal-level practitioners of the other sections. Naturally, Lu Ming was in no mood to deal with others, and after greeting some people from his own sect rushed back to where he was staying. He had just crossed his legs and sat down in the stone house. He immediately took off the layers of clothes he had on, revealing the dragon scale armor attached to his skin. On his back, the center of a crimson scale which was positioned to cover his heart was dented several inches inwards and the area beneath the scale was bruised black and swollen. After Lu Ming used his mental strength to sense the condition of his back, he couldn't help but wince. Obviously, if he didn't have this dragon scale armor, he would definitely have died this time. A simple blow by a crystal-level practitioner had such terrifying might, it was no wonder that every sect considered the existence of a practitioner of this level to be the basis and foundation of a sect. He, on the other hand, having killed that sea-race spirit master named Li Sha, had caught the eye of such a terrifying existence. Just thinking about it sent chills throughout his body. Fortunately, the various sects and the sea-race were mortal enemies. This sea-race crystal-level practitioner was being kept in check by Martial Uncle Yen and the other human practitioners, and couldn't easily attack Lu Ming. As long as he was more cautious in the future battles, there shouldn't be a chance of him facing this existence alone. Lu Ming silently brooded for a moment and calmed his mind, then he moved his arm, and slapped a cyan glyph he had earlier taken out on his back. Pale white radiance circulated about the bruised area, and soon the color and the swelling was gone. The bruise was indistinguishable from the skin around it. But these were only surface wounds, and even without the use of a glyph, with his resilient body, it would have healed very quickly. The true problem was the intense shock damage to his internal organs from that one blow. Even with the help of pills, this kind of wound still probably wouldn't completely heal in a matter of weeks. As Lu Ming was thinking about all this, he had already retrieved several pills and quickly swallowed them. After thinking for a moment more, he shook his sleeve. Out came two masses of black light, which emitted a woo-woo sound as it spun and turned into two black bracelets inlaid with seashells floating silently in the air before him. Lu Ming motioned with a single hand and grabbed one of the bracelets. After briefly looking at the bracelet, he directed his mental strength into the bracelet. Lu Ming let out his voice in surprise, but in the very next moment he tapped the bracelet with his hand. Pooh! A blue arc of light flew out, and immediately a whole pile of things appeared before him. More than half of the pile was pale blue mid and high-tier spirit stones, as well as shells of various colors. The smaller half had some pill bottles, some glyphs and several low-tier totems made from animal bones, all of which were identical several inches long tridents meant for throwing. But amongst them, the one that was the most eye-catching was an unknown egg the size of a fist. Its surface was covered with purple and red spirit patterns, and the egg itself radiated a vague aura of oppressive might. A single look made it obvious it wasn't the egg of a common spirit beast. Lu Ming, upon seeing this, was surprised. With the scoop of a single hand, the purple beast egg was steadily attracted to his palm. But at the very instant his fingers touched the egg, a loud crack suddenly rang out, as several arcs of purple electricity surged out of the egg. Although it didn't look very threatening, the electricity still numbed his palm. Lu Ming was shocked. This egg was the egg of a lightning-type spirit beast. Given that to be the case, as long as this beast didn't have limited future potential, it would be unbelievably valuable. Moreover, this was the first time Lu Ming had even heard of electric arcs that were purple in color. Lu Ming held the purple egg with both hands, his expression betraying a mix of emotions. At the same time, in the skies above the direction of where the Sea Race's army had retreated, atop a huge flying cart with extremely exquisite detail pulled by 9 silver flying fish, a refined Sea Race man wearing blue armor spoke to a withering old man beside him with an expression that resembled a smile. Brother Li is indeed most courageous. To think you would charge into the middle of the human army, and face 2 practitioners of equal level to you and escaped unscathed, especially with one of them being a famous sword practitioner of the human race. Tiske, if this news was known to everyone, it would no doubt raise Brother Li's reputation by several fold. Fellow, are you mocking me? The withering old man was already wearing a solemn expression, and upon hearing this, burst into rage. Hey, I wouldn't dare. That said, the mere loss of the life and nephew couldn't have made you lose your cool, and risk your own life to deal with a mere human spirit master, could it? If my memory serves me right, Brother Li had at least 17 or 18 nephews, if not 30 or 40. The man in blue armor spoke after looking at the old man from the corner of his eyes. What do you know? Li Sha could not be compared to the rest of my nephews. Not only did he possess 9 lightning spiritual pulses since birth, he even had an innate talent which gave him boundless strength. He had the most possibility of reaching the crystal level amongst all my nephews. A light flashed in the eyes of the withering old man, but he spared no courtesy in his reply. Is that truly the case? Don't keep things from me, Brother Li. Even if Li Sha was your most valued nephew, individuals at our level would, at the very best, only pay more attention to him. No matter how I think about it, this shouldn't have made you risk your own life. After all, your attack this time could very well incite an attack from the human race and ruin the plan we had previously discussed. Who could bear the consequences of that happening? The expression of the man in blue armor soured when he heard the old man's words. Fellow you, are you threatening me? The withering old man narrowed his eyes, his pupils filled with hostility. This is hardly a threat. I am just very curious as to the reason Brother Li would commit such an act. After all, this plan to invade Yunchuan continent was something planned by our races for several hundreds of years. I will not allow for any occurrences to affect its success. However, I am indeed not one of the silver scale race, and naturally cannot decide what you do, but I suppose your race's leader's words might hold some weight. The man in blue armor removed his sour expression from his face and calmly said. The withering old man's expression turned a harsh green upon hearing this. Both of eyes were fixated on the man in blue armor, and his hands within his sleeves were balled into fists, looking as if he was about to attack in a fit of anger and frustration. But the man in blue armor, despite seeing all this, acted as if he did not notice, and only calmly and silently looked at the old man. Fine. You win. But after hearing this, you had best keep it to yourself. Forever. Otherwise, I might have to ask to experience fellow you's powers again. Finally, the old man spat out, his tone cold as ice. There's no need to worry, Brother Li. As long as what you have to say does not affect our race's plan, I will keep it a secret. Upon hearing this, the man in blue armor smiled gladly. The old man saw his companion smile, but internally he was overwhelmingly upset. After a very long wait, he slowly began to speak. My nephew had with him a mutated lightning-type egg spawned by the sacred beast of our silver scale race not long ago. What? The egg of the sacred beast of your race? And a lightning-type one? Have you gone insane? The man in blue armor who had previously been smiling had an instant change of expression and almost leaped as he yelled at the old man. What are you so excited about? Although it is a mutated sacred beast egg, the egg had congenital deficiencies and has next to no chance of actually hatching. At best it could have been used to concoct pills. The reason I lent it to Li Sha was simply to let him improve his control over lightning using the mutated lightning abilities of the egg. I would have never thought that this idiot would have let himself be killed by a mere human beginning spirit master, and lose the egg along with his life. It's only because of this that I had no choice but to risk myself and attempt to take back the egg. The withering old man explained grimly. So it was only a mutated dead egg after all. Such a shame. If it hadn't been the case, your honored race could have had the terrifying battle strength of another crystal level. Having said that, even if it was a dead egg, it's still extremely valuable. If used well, it would bring about tremendous benefits even for existences like you and I. But don't worry, I keep my word. I will keep the secret for you. But looking at Brother Li, it seems you won't give up on that human brat so easily. You still want the sacred egg back. If the time comes, do you want my help? The man in blue armor finally relaxed after hearing the explanation and asked with a smile. I am only dealing with a mere human spirit master. Does fellow think I need the help of another person? The withering old man's eyebrows straightened and he spoke, visibly upset. Haha, it seems I have misspoken. Hopefully, Brother Li can indeed fulfill his goal in the future. The man in blue armor laughed but kept up the courtesy after a quick thought. This time, the withering old man only snorted and did not say anything more. Inside the stone house situated within the human city, Ming put the purple egg in his hands into a crystalline jade box. After shutting the box together, he solemnly attached several glyphs onto the box. After an examination previously, although he didn't manage to identify what beast the egg belonged to, he could still tell that the life force within was extremely weak. Thus, he intended to seal the egg and wait for an opportunity to have someone identify it, and see if it was truly worth the huge effort to save or hatch the egg. Chapter 267. Chapter 267 E Reinforcements. When he opened the other storage bracelet, the items inside were ordinary, a few spirit stones, pills and several bone alls that he saw before. There was nothing precious. But even like this, Lu Ming was satisfied with these 2C race spirit masters' collections. Disregarding the other things, there were already 200,000 or so of the mid to high tier spirit stones. This left him much more relaxed than before. This was not unexpected. These were the treasures of 2 spirit masters. Even though they did not carry all of it with them, it was definitely not comparable to that an ordinary spirit apostle would carry. In the subsequent time he closed his eyes. He clenched his fists to channel the medicinal energy, and began to heal his wounds. At the same time, rumors spread throughout the city that Lu Ming had killed 2C race spirit masters in this fight, one of which was a middle stage spirit master, and that he had escaped with his life from a strike from one of the C race's crystal level elites. The disciples of the barbarian ghost sect spoke with pride of this new martial Uncle Lu to the disciples of other sections. The disciples of other sects mostly half believed it, but some completely disbelieved it. 2 days later, when the scoreboards recording the outcomes of fights had been put up all around the city, Lu Ming's name was first in place with 3,000 points of merit. This shocked all the sections. This was not to say that the others were unable to kill C-race spirit masters of the same level. But they had demonstrated their strength in the previous Great Wars, so the weaker C-race naturally would not come to them when that would mean certain death. In addition, the C-race responded to the humans that surpassed them by sending people who could subdue them. Zhang Xionyang, after participating in the last Great War, was occupied fighting 2 middle-stage Liquid Realm C-race practitioners who were skilled in defensive tactics. Though her sharp flying sword tactics were unparalleled, they could not break through the strong combined defenses of her 2 opponents. It was a great accomplishment that she could hold up 2 middle-stage Liquid State C-race practitioners, but this was still a far cry from Lu Ming, who had killed 2 opponents. The news also spread that Lu Ming had mastered sword tactics, and had fought against Zhang Xionyang without losing. Instantly, Lu Ming's name became known among all the spirit masters and the disciples of every sect. Some even spoke of Lu Ming and Zhang Xionyang in the same breath and acknowledged outright that he had the same high ability as Zhang Xionyang. Lu Ming did not know of this turn of events. He was silently healing his wounds. During this time, the C race sent a large army to attack the city again. Lu Ming had not yet exited when he received the barbarian ghost sect leader's message to stay where he was and ignore the impending fight. The reasons being first that he was still injured, and it was not convenient for him to fight a strong enemy. Secondly, he had already earned a lot of merits and no longer needed to put himself in danger. He needed only to focus on the final fight and make preparations. Lu Ming was surprised on receiving this message but had no intention of opposing it. In the next 2 months, after completely healing his wounds, he quietly continued to practice the sword technique. After all, this secret technique could improve his skills the fastest, and it was the one he was most likely to master before the decisive battle. The merit points he had gained were the sect's way of rewarding people who had made achievements in the battle with the C race. They could be exchanged for goods from the sects of many kinds, including totems, cultivation methods, medicine tablets, and glyphs. Lu Ming did not stand on courtesy. He used these merit points to redeem several medicinal tablets that improved Spirit Master's Fa Li. In the remaining time he used his own Fa Li to undergo another step of intense improvement, to the point that he had almost reached the middle stage of the Liquid Realm. In this time he occasionally ventured out and learned that the crystal-level elite cultivators had again fought a tremendous battle against the C-race elites. Even though the sects were at a disadvantage due to numbers, several of the elite cultivators had used their last resort methods and had narrowly avoided complete defeat. Thus, the agreement continued between the 2 races that crystal-level elite cultivators were not allowed to enter the war. But the words the C-race elites had spoken before they left suggested that they were not satisfied with the outcome of this fight, and likely would challenge the various sects' crystal-level cultivators again before long. Today, as Lu Ming trained in the stone house, he heard cheers from outside. His heart jumped and he walked outside. In the surrounding air and on the city walls were disciples of various sects, all of whom were unusually excited. They pointed to somewhere in the distance. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and leaped into the air. His cloud rose to 1,000 feet high in the air before stopping. He looked in the direction they had been pointing. In the distance, large boats of many colors had appeared, each one was over 1,000 feet long. They were all packed with human knights. Near the fleet of boats were countless flying vehicles and birds. On them were small groups of human cultivators, all rushing toward the city. Ah! Do you see the silver symbol on that ship? That's the symbol of the Jianghu sect from the inner land. Among their disciples are the 7 late-stage liquid realm cultivators, called the 7 children of Jianghu. All of them have astonishing potential to advance to the crystal level. Those veiled girls are likely from the 10,000 Wonders sect. They only accept female disciples, each of which is skilled in charm. Excellent cultivators' partners that many male disciples from the mainland would likely want to marry. So what? Do you see the black-armored people on that black iron ship? Those are the disciples of Yunchuan mainland's premier sect, Yuan demon sect. It's said that among them is a terrifying disciple that has a heavenly spiritual pulse. He advanced to the middle stage of the liquid realm before he was 30. He also has the terrifying ability of being able to defeat others that are of a higher cultivation level. It is said that he is the person with the most potential on Yunchuan continent. I also heard that the elder of the Yuan demon sect is the most powerful person on Yunchuan, and has already trained to the crystal level's limit, the fake pill realm. He is only one step from the true golden pill. With these 3 sects cooperating, the Dexian country does not need to worry about anything anymore. Not far from Lu Ming, some barbarian ghost sect disciples talked excitedly. The strength of these reinforcements was very surprising. They no longer had to worry that they might not win this fight. At this time, from the middle of the city came a woman's voice. Dexian is grateful for getting the 3 great sect fellows of Yuan Demon, 10,000 Wonders, and Jianghu to help out. Leng Yu, representing the Heavenly Moon sect, expresses endless thanks to the sections. Oh, it's fellow Leng Yu. I had heard that you had been ambushed and were now bedridden. How do you now? Another bright voice, filled with surprise, came from one of the ships. You must be Yuan Demon sect's fellow He Jian. Yes, I was plotted against. But I have undergone treatment and these wounds are nothing now. The speaker was really Elder Leng Yu from the Heavenly Moon sect. Hearing this, He Jian of the Yuan Demon sect laughed and replied, "Ha, very good. If fellow Leng Yu has re-emerged, then I think eliminating the sea race will be no problem at all." The group of boats in the distance rumbled and flew near. Lu Ming's expression turned thoughtful as he saw this. The disciples of the 3 large sects had arrived in the city, making it much more cramped than before. At the same time, the 3 sects' elders discussed with the Heavenly Moon and Barbarian sects various matters regarding the sea race and quickly made detailed plans. Early the next day, the sects sent a messenger to arrange a decisive fight with the sea race in 3 days. Somewhat unexpectedly, the sea race did not fear the humans' challenge at all and agreed immediately. The messenger had just returned from the sea race camp. In the hall in the middle of the city, the human crystal-level elite cultivators gathered and listened to the messenger's account of the sea race's answer and reaction. So, the sea race does not have any doubts at all about our challenge. They even seem happy. Elder Leng Yu's eyes flashed coldly as she said, "These sea race bastards. What are they thinking? They know we have reinforcements, yet they still agreed so quickly. Surely there's no plot here?" Leng Yu of the 9 Enchantment sect stroked his beard. He seemed hesitant. The sea race's reaction is indeed somewhat strange. But since we have issued this invitation, we can't back down. But just for precaution, we should still think through how we are going to fight this battle. A green-robed elder with his head wrapped said slowly. Among the people present, aside from the crystal-level elite cultivators and this elder, was also a pleasant-faced violet-robed lady, and an intimidating man in black armor with bronze skin and glittering eyes. Fellow Gu Changfeng is right. This war with the sea race will determine the safety of Dexian, and even other kingdoms. It's a pity that martial brother Yuan started to take a life-or-death retreat a few years ago, and could not go with the reinforcements. Otherwise we would not need to concern ourselves this much. The martial brother's ability is enough to take on all comers from the sea race. The black-armored man said with a heh. Yi Tianmei, who sat beside the elder Leng Yu, raised an eyebrow and said, "I have heard that in the history of your sect, the strongest person takes the name of the Yuan Demon. This generation's Yuan Demon is someone who has the terrifying battle record of having defeated 5 crystal-level elite cultivators working together, and all the sects name him to be the most powerful person on Yunchuan continent. A pity. I have only advanced to the crystal level for a short time, and have not personally witnessed the Yuan Demon's deeds. This is regrettable. But, fellow practitioners, you must know, why did this martial brother close the life-or-death retreat?" Martial brother did not say much more before he started to close the gate. But since it is the life-or-death retreat, either his time was approaching, or he felt an opportunity to break through, and prepared to try to break through again. And martial brother Yuan is in his prime, so the latter is more likely. The large black-armored man did not dare hesitate to answer Yi Tianmei's question, but there was a hint of pride in his words. Hearing this, the elites from various sects could not hide their surprise. Chapter 268 Sneak Attack. Chapter 268 Sneak Attack. Has fellow Yuan demon already broken the fake pill bottleneck and tried to break the crystal and forge the pill? This time, Xueling, the crystal-level elite from Hall of Blood, said with an expression of surprise. This I don't know. What I said before were just my guesses. Yijian yawned and said. But the other people looked at each other, and not many really believed what the black-armored man said. All right. Even if fellow Yuan really has potential to condense the true pill, and become a true pill cultivators and legends, Far Hope does not deal with the matter at hand. This has no direct effect on the war at hand. If we want to defeat the Sea Race's army in the coming war, this will only be possible if everyone here lends a hand together. Lung Yu finally recovered her usual calm and said with dignity. That goes without saying. But to be honest, the reinforcements from the inner land were split. On this side, Dexin received much fewer numbers. There are only our 3 sections. On the other side, there are reinforcements from the Fusion Sect and the other 13 sects combined. There are 7 crystal-level cultivators. So, on our side, as long as we don't lose, we have one. We just have to wait for the reinforcements on the other side to eliminate the other Sea Race group and come back to help us. Then the Sea Race on this side will fall without even fighting. So, in this fight I think it's better to put safety first. The violet-robed woman said with a smile. Master, sure, this is bad. We are facing the aggressive Sea Race. How can we pin everything on a different battleground? What if something untoward happens on that field? No matter what, in the next war we must still give it our all. We can't be optimistic. Yi Tianmei, hearing this, said with a raise of one eyebrow. Since Sister Yi thinks so, I don't have a different opinion. But the disciples of our 10,000 Wonders sect do not specialize in fighting head-on, and I don't intend to sit and watch them as they die or get badly injured. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time explaining to the sect when I go back. The violet-robed woman replied. As soon as these words left her mouth, Ling Yu and several others frowned. Don't worry. If it's fighting the enemy head-on, leave it to us, the Yuan demon sect. Our disciples enjoy a good fight. You 10,000 Wonders are skilled in concealment. At that time you only need to coordinate with us. That will be enough. He Jin waved a hand ostentatiously and said as if it were no cause for concern. Hearing this, the violet-robed woman agreed immediately. The Zhao sect does not specialize in fighting the way the Yuan demon sect does, but in support and coordinating formations, we do have some ability. At the time, we will also teach the Sea Race a lesson they won't forget. Gu Changfeng from the Zhao sect said with a smile. Lung Yu's eyes flashed and she said, Fellow He, your 3 sects' disciples' abilities perfectly complement each other. In addition, you have never worked with our 5 sections. Then you might as well go to the fight on your own. You don't need to mix with the likes of our disciples. At the time, you 3 sects only need to restrain the Sea Race's strength as much as you can. As for directly defeating the Sea Race's army, let us 5 sects do it. But if the other side sends out crystal-level elites, then we still hope that you 3 personally lend us a hand. On hearing this, Martial Uncle Yen, Ling Yu, and the others did not feel any surprise. They had discussed this before. No problem at all. We will handle the Sea Race's crystal-level elites. Yijian, hearing this, agreed at once. The violet-robed woman and Gu Changfeng also did not raise opposition. It looked as if this also suited their wishes. To their 3 sects, if their disciples were to make a formation of their own, then they could avoid being used by the sects of Deshen country as a sacrifice. A pity? If there were a few more crystal-level elites here, our chances of winning the battle would go up by a lot. Martial Uncle Yen suddenly interrupted with a sigh. Brother Yen, it isn't that our sects aren't willing to lend you our strength completely. It's that we also have our own enemies. If we exhaust all our power and leave the sects without strength, the enemy might spring a surprise attack. After all, not all the sects from the inner land sent reinforcement. Gu Changfeng said with some embarrassment. That makes sense and we understand. That's why we from Deshen country are endlessly grateful for the reinforcements you 3 bring. If we from Deshen country can overcome this situation, we will definitely remember this great kindness. Lung Yu said respectfully. She still did not smile, but anyone could hear that she said these words sincerely. Martial Uncle Yen and the others followed suit and gave similar thanks. To people such as them they need not make oaths. They could represent their sect and acknowledge the favor the 3 sects had done them. The violet-robed woman and the others, seeing this, smiled at each other, then said some polite words in response. In the remaining time, the crystal-level elites began to discuss the plans for facing the enemy 3 days from now. Initially they had already prepared a plan. But since the sea race had responded in a surprising way, they now intended to create an even more thorough plan, so as to be absolutely sure of this fight. 2 days later, a line of people left the city quietly, under a firm restrictive protection. They made a long detour, then rose into the air and flew carefully toward the sea race. In this group of people was Lu Ming, Zhang Xionyang, and the Yuan youth. There were another man and woman, both with extraordinarily strong presences. By their attire, they were spirit masters from the Firestorm Way and the Hall of Blood, and they both seemed to have late-level liquid realm cultivation status. The man wore a blood-red robe and was about 40 years old. He was handsome and his hair was white. On his back, he carried an ordinary-looking broadsword, but he gave off an inexplicable aura of somberness. The woman was a green-robed beauty with an incredibly good figure. She was well-proportioned, and her face was extraordinarily pale and soft, with a light blush. She was very striking. In the woman's hand was an intricate golden plate. A semi-transparent curtain of light emanated from it and completely covered the line of people beneath. If someone were to look in this direction from afar, they would not see the translucent light curtain and see only an empty patch of air. They would not discover the tracks of Lu Ming's 5-person party. After an hour had passed, the 5 people finally saw an enormous lake, several tens of thousands of acres large, appear before them. In the middle of the lake floated a large city, no smaller than the Sect's but with extraordinarily quaint architecture. The inside was made up completely of semicircular structures and gave off an air of secrecy. Near the city, the blurry silhouettes of several large sea beasts could be seen moving. Who knew how many more sea beasts rested in the depths of the lake? Above the surface of the lake were sea race guards riding large seabirds. They circled an area several hundred meters larger than the lake, patrolling. If Lu Ming and the others were not still far from the lake and concealed by the hiding treasure, they might really have been discovered by these sea race. The group stopped. The green-robed woman observed the large island in the distance, then said something to the white-haired youth in a low voice. Then she wordlessly pointed down. Everyone, concealed by the light curtain, immediately dropped into the sparse forest beneath. Without another word from the green-robed woman, the white-haired man waved his sleeve, and a ball of yellow light flew out. When it reached the floor, it became a dark yellow pangolin several tens of feet long. The white-haired man dressed in the Hall of Blood's attire quietly said a few sentences, and the beast began to move. It dug quickly and mounds of dirt flew up from beneath it. After 2 hours had passed, Lu Ming and the others were in a small hole more than 300 feet underground. All right. Now the sea race have no way to discover our movements. You all can talk now. The green-robed woman stuck the golden plate into an area near the mouth of the hole, and exhaled lightly and said. Her voice was soft but extraordinarily pleasant. Senior M.O., now can you tell the 3 of us what this mission is? Yuan had endured the question for a long time, and now that he heard this, he asked immediately. Before you 3 set out, did you receive any hints or news? The green-robed woman replied with a slight smile. No. I was called by senior sect leader and told that there was an important mission concerning the outcome of the war that I needed to do, and that I just have to listen to Senior Mo's and Senior Shuefeng's instructions from now on. Yuan replied without hesitation. Me too, Zhang Xionyang said slowly. Lu Ming only nodded with no change in expression, but he felt worried. The barbarian ghost sect leader had also sent him out like this and had even let him take the 1,000-skeleton demon. So, even though he did not know the full details of this mission, he knew that it was definitely very dangerous. Senior M.O. replied, so the measures taken to maintain secrecy were done very well. Actually, aside from Shuefeng, me, and some of the crystal-level elders, even the sect leaders do not know much about this mission we are going on. They only know that for this mission we need to borrow from the sects a great strength, second only to the crystal level, in order to complete it. Hearing this, Lu Ming and the others looked at each other. None of them had thought that they were this strength second only to the crystal level of their respective sections. So it's something like this. Senior, would you please elaborate further? Zhang Xionyang's expression of surprise faded, and she said carefully. It's simple. Our objective is to destroy the sea race's main camp. That floating city we just saw. The white-haired youth finally said coldly. Chapter 269, Perfect Tier Spirit Totem. Chapter 269, Perfect Tier Spirit Totem. Are you kidding, Brother Shui? To have the few of us destroy the sea race's floating city? Even if we were all crystal level, this is still something we can only dream of doing. Yuan cried out when he heard this. There's no need to be worked up, Brother Yuan. The few ancestors that decided on this plan are not having us start right now. Rather, we are supposed to wait for when the war starts and when most of the combat strength of the floating city has been diverted away and then begin the operation. Moreover, we are only one of the attacking parties. When the time comes, there will be another 2 parties attacking with us. Only they will act as feints while we are the true strike team. Shui Feng calmly explained. I see. If that is the case, we can definitely give it a try. Yuan nodded, his expression mildly relieved when he heard this. Zhang Xionyang and Lu Ming still had their eyebrows furrowed, evidently aware of how difficult this mission was to be. Although I don't know why those crystal-level seniors would decide on 3 newly advanced spirit masters to be this party's main force, such that even me and fellow Shui Feng are only in an auxiliary position, but I'm sure you people must understand the reason yourself. Would it be possible to tell us about it? The beautiful lady in the green shirt asked with a turn of her eyes. This. Yuan hesitated upon hearing this. Fellow Mo. The white-haired teenager beside her exclaimed with a low voice when he heard this. Haha, I'm only joking. Those ancestors couldn't possibly have selected the wrong candidates, and as for the reasons, I'm not in a rush to find out. When tomorrow comes, all will be clear. The lady in the green shirt giggled. Her words, however, made Yuan feel a little awkward. Senior Mo, I'm afraid our mission isn't as simple as destroying the sea race's floating city, is it? Xionyang isn't bragging, but due to some special reasons, if I appear in the Heavenly Moon Sect's camp tomorrow, my utility will be no less significant to a crystal-level cultivator. Given that this is the case, I assume Brother Lu and Brother Yun should also be able to provide such a degree of utility. If this was only to destroy the sea race's headquarters, it is absolutely not worth the effort. Zhang Xionyang spoke once more. Indeed, Lu has the same doubts. Even if our mission was truly to destroy this floating city, there should at least be a more concrete target, shouldn't there? Is it to kill all of the sea race in the city, or is it just to destroy all the architecture or the protective formations inside? Even Lu Ming also spoke with some hesitation. Given that the 3 of you represent valuable combat strength of all our sects, naturally your target isn't merely some defending soldiers of the sea race. The floating city itself is also an inconsequential matter. As long as the sea race has sufficient manpower, rebuilding it out of thin air is a simple matter for them. In reality, our goal this time is to destroy a large formation at the center of the floating city, and to steal away the spirit totem that functions as the eye of the formation. What formation and what spirit totem is it to have so much effort put into them? Yuan was now very curious. Lu Ming also wore an expression that suggested his intent to hear about to this. Zhang Xionyang, on the other hand, only blinked as if she was deep in thought. What that formation is called, neither I nor Brother Shui Feng knows. We only know that this formation is the key to the sea race's ability to gather massive amounts of seawater here on land. The reason those of the sea race are able to manipulate seawater to attack us is in fact largely because of this formation and the might of this spirit totem. Otherwise, even if those of the sea race could still gather and manipulate seawater, it would definitely not be of the same scale and with the same ease as we have seen previously. As for the spirit totem that functions as the eye of the formation, it is a perfect tier spirit totem and is irreplaceable. The sea race here probably only have this one totem in their inventory. Once it is lost, even if the sea race wanted to rearrange or restore the formation, it would not be something that can be done in a short period of time. The lady in the green shirt said cheerfully. It's actually a perfect tier spirit totem. Yuan, upon hearing this, was left with a face full of shock. Even he only owned 2 low-tier spirit totems only, and not even a single mid-tier spirit totem. I see Xionyang has also heard mention of this formation from Marshal Ant Yi in the past. If we can carry out this plan, we can indeed instantly rob the sea race of nearly half of their strength. Zhang Xionyang spoke as she exhaled slightly. If this is the case, the sea race should value this formation and this perfect tier spirit totem extremely, even to the extent of having strong cultivators assigned to protect it, won't they? Lu Ming was also shocked when he heard the words, perfect tier spirit totem, but after brief thinking worriedly asked. Junior Li is right. According to our knowledge, this formation will have 1 sea race crystal level practitioner guarding it every day. This is no exception even during each time they fight with us human sections. But there is no need to worry about this person, as there will be another 2 groups of people who will act as decoys to draw him away. Our mission is to destroy the formation as fast as possible, and then snatch that perfect tier spirit totem. Shuefeng replied in a detailed manner. I understand. Having heard this, Lu Ming's expression softened slightly. Yuan, rolling his eyeballs, asked with some curiosity. Senior Shuefeng, do you know how the other two groups of people will be attracting the attention of the crystal-level practitioner? In ordinary circumstances, since this C-race practitioner is responsible for guarding the formation, he wouldn't easily leave, would he? There won't be any accidents then, would there? The two of us have no knowledge on this. But since the ancestors of the various sects were the ones who decided on the plan, they probably have complete certainty of how things will go. Upon hearing this, the lady in the green shirt slowly stopped smiling, and for the first time replied in a serious tone. Haha, I understand. Yuan blinked and replied as if he just remembered something. Lu Ming saw this and looked at the teenager with some surprise, unsure if he really did understand, or merely pretended to understand. Anyway, Lu Ming was confused and had no idea how the other two groups of people would attract the C-race cultivator away. But all this would be revealed tomorrow, and he was too lazy to think more about this issue. Thus, for the time afterward, all 5 people began adjusting their breaths and resting their minds in preparation for the important battle tomorrow. The morning of the second day, when the red sun had just risen above the horizon, in both the directions of the human city and the sea-race city, there was the stir of movement. On the side of the human race's various sects, various flying ships and battle chariots neatly rose to the skies. Arranged in formation based on their own sects, they marched forward. However, as compared to the several past times, amidst the formation of the humans were 7 or 8 incomparably gigantic objects that were not previously there. Each one was at least 3,000 or 4,000 feet in height. The 3 most eye-catching of them were up to 10,000 feet huge. One was a pitch-black mountain peak, with countless red and cyan-colored glyphs floating above it. Another was a cyan city of wood. Its city walls were lined with countless squads of human-shaped puppets, all armored, holding dagger axes or carrying crossbows, tightly packed together to a total of almost 1,000 of them altogether. Another was a palace, completely blood-red with blood mist all around it. Hazy shadows of beasts appearing occasionally, along with vague and mysterious beast roars. Besides this, the Yuan demon sects and the 2 other sects' reinforcements formed a battle formation, closely following behind the 5 sections. As for the sea race on the other side, after the appearance of a black cloud in the skies, they directed waves of seawater and marched towards the human sections. They had the same tightly packed formation of sea beasts, seabirds that filled the skies, and ferocious sea race warriors walking across water. However, they had a similar addition of more than 10 gigantic demonic beasts, each one more than 1,000 feet in size. There were also 3 floating islands crafted of shells of various colors, thousands of acres large, which followed closely behind these sea beasts. The floating island was full of armored sea race guards, each one with heavy auras, evidently the true elites of the sea race. However, the scales of the sea race on the 3 floating islands were very much different. They were pale cyan, crimson and light silver, each representing the cyan scale, red scale, silver scale clan, the 3 sea race clans in the area near the Yunchuan Seas. For the battle this time, surprisingly, neither the humans or the sea race immediately charged at each other's battle formations like before. Instead, with a distance of several thousands of feet in between them, they held back their disciples and their clansmen, stopping where they were. This old man is Cyan Scale Race's Dong Taiching. Which fellow on the side of the humans can speak for the various sects? On the side of the sea race, on one of the floating islands, a dignified elderly in a purple robe suddenly rose to the sky. With some swaying, he mysteriously appeared between the 2 battle formations, asking calmly at the humans. His words caused a commotion on the side of the humans, but after a brief moment, a silhouette emerged floating from the Cyan city of wood, saying coldly, "So it is fellow Dong. I can represent the words of the other fellows." This person wore a white monk robe, her face exceptionally stern. It was Leng Yu. "So it is fellow Leng Yu of the Heavenly Moon sect. Have you recovered from your injuries?" The purple-robed old man observed Leng Yu, his face showing an expression of surprise. "This is thanks to you, sea race. But fortunately I have a tough life and I'm fine now." Upon hearing this, Leng Yu's gaze became even harsher. "Haha, your injuries cannot be attributed to this old man. Those were done by those guys over at the Silver Scale Race. According to my opinion, with the strength of the sea race, why would we need to use these underhanded means? All we needed to do was just invade Yunchuan continent." The purple-robed old man heard this but only replied with a laugh. If that is the case, what is there to be said between you and me? Upon hearing this, Leng Yu furrowed her eyebrows. The reason I appeared here is only to give the sects of the Deshen country one last chance. If you 5 sects are willing to give up the Deshen country and retreat to the neighboring human countries, I can guarantee that all disciples under the 5 sects can leave safely. Otherwise, once this battle starts, you sects of the Deshen country might truly be facing the demise of your sections. Dong Taiching narrowed his eyes while speaking in a deep, low voice. What an arrogant tone, fellow Dong. Do you really believe that the result of this battle will end in the demise of the Deshen country's various sects, but not the genocide of you 3 sea tribes? Leng Yu heard this but was not affected and instead replied with a sneer. Chapter 270 Decisive Battle with the Sea Race. Chapter 270 Decisive Battle with the Sea Race. Yes. If there are no other unforeseen events, we are about 80 to 90% confident. So I say that this is the Deshen country's sect's last chance. If you are willing to leave Deshen country, then you can keep most of your sect's strength. Even if you go to other human race countries, you will be able to make a place for yourself, the violet-robed elder said calmly. Hearing this, Leng Yu's heart pounded. She eyed the elder for a while, then said seriously. As a human sect, if we cannot protect the people and citizens in our own nation, then what kind of face do we have to try to establish ourselves elsewhere in Yunchuan? Cut the bullshit. In this battle, either we perish or you do. The violet-robed elder could not help but show disappointment. A moment later, he sighed lightly and said, I expected that you'd reply like that. But I still feel that this is a pity. Since things have come to this, our 2 races have no choice but to fight, and decide who Deshen country truly belongs to. After saying this, the violet-robed elder did not say more. With a shake of his sleeve, he glided gracefully backward. Leng Yu remained where she was and watched coldly as the violet-robed elder returned to the sea race's camp. Then she turned and shot towards the humans. A moment later, the 2 camps began to act as if prearranged. In the human camp, the golden drums sounded. Immediately the sounds of chanting rose from the various sects, and light veils of many colors appeared above everyone. On the opposite side, a horn sounded. Seawater churned upward from beneath the sea race and became veils of blue water that covered the bodies of the sea race. The number of water veils on every sea race person differed according to the levels of their cultivation status. Some with low cultivation status only had 1 or 2 layers. Some with high cultivation status had more than 4 or 5 layers, and it seemed like their entire body was encased in a ball of water blue light. And the sea race was much faster than the humans at executing this. On materializing, the sea race's protective water curtain armor became balls of blue light that rose from the surface of the water toward the sky. They solidified into blue hands that pressed toward the opposite side. At the same time, the densely packed sea beasts also opened their mouths. Many kinds of water spell techniques, the smallest water arrows to the largest water pillars, rushed forth. On the side of the humans there was a loud thunder-like sound. Countless rays of light and fog cracked open against the light screens and caused these protective layers to shake and flash. Some defensively weaker light screens shattered on the spot, and the human disciples inside were drowned in the various attacking techniques. At this time, a human spirit master gave an angry shout, and suddenly 10 people from the Heavenly Moon sect's side rose through the light screens toward the sky, heedless of the attacks. They each summoned a flying sword and pressed together. The sword light rolled and a bolt of light several hundred feet long shot into the air. A flash later, it had reached the sea race's camp and flashed wildly as it circled. On being struck by the enormous sword light, the thick-skinned sea beasts and the sea race covered with water curtains all turned into a rain of blood and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, almost 100 sea beasts and sea race people had fallen beneath this bolt of sword light. Seeking to die. A sea race elite on the floating island said with terrible anger in a low voice as he clenched one fist. Under the sword light, the seas parted. A scaly hand an acre wide shot forth and clutched the sword light. Then it tightened its 5 fingers. The sword image cracked apart inch by inch and turned into the 10 flying swords again, which fell. The 10 Heavenly Moon sect spirit masters who had controlled the flying swords, their bodies shook, and they opened their mouths and spat blood. The blow from the sea race elites had dealt them serious injuries. At this time, a cloud of blood fog solidified above the hall of blood in the human camp. It condensed into a large blood sword 700 or 800 feet long, which slashed forward through the air. Pooh! Bloodlight flashed from the sword, and it rushed into the sea race camp. Immediately, screams rose. Under the light, many of the sea-race sea beasts turned into mists of blood. The blood fog nearby that had touched the other sea beasts melted their skin and flesh, and they instantly died too. The Great Blood Blade Technique. Fellow Schweling, do you really think we of the sea race have no crystal-level elite cultivators? Immediately, a silver silhouette rose into the air from the sea race's floating island and shoved a palm toward the air above the humans' camp. The air above the two camps began to move. In the air appeared the image of a great silver hand like a mountain, which descended fiercely towards the humans. At the same time, a great force rushed into the sky from the humans' black mountain peak. Two auras of light, one red and one green, rolled through the air and a scarlet pillar spewed forth. A flash later, it collided with the image of the silver hand. A loud honk sounded. Flames engulfed the silver hand and both vanished in a flash. The crystal-level elite who was enveloped in silver light smiled broadly and said, "Jianghu, so it is you. Perfect. We didn't fight enough in the last battle. Now's our chance to fight properly again." From the black mountain peak came a man's cold voice. If fellow Yin Yan is inviting, then how can I refuse? Come with me." A flash of fire later, a dual-colored ball of red and green light rushed forth and shot toward the other side of the sky. The sea race elite laughed and turned into a silver bolt of light and gave chase. "Fellow Dong, if we two races do not want to involve other people in our battle, then we must do what we did before and have all the crystal-level beings leave this place. What say we find another battlefield to fight?" Lung Yu's voice emerged from the Cyanwood city. A silhouette rose into the air from the sea race's floating island. It was the violet-robed elder. He replied expressionlessly, "Haha. I thought the same thing." The crystal-level elites from both sides rose into the air one after another, and turned into different kinds of light and shot in the same direction. Neither side worried that the other would secretly leave behind crystal-level elites that would massacre their own side. The battlefield they had chosen was not far from here, so the moment they received news, they could return quickly. Moreover, to the crystal-level elites, being able to subdue or seriously injure a crystal-level opponent was many times more important than killing low-level disciples on this battlefield. When the elites of both races had all left, the ones left in charge on the human side were the Sect elders. On the sea race side, it was late-stage liquid realm cultivators just lower than the crystal-level elites. Once the elites had vanished beyond the horizon, both sides showed their hidden techniques at the same time. The 9 enchantment sect's disciples tossed out multicolored balls. A click later, they turned into many oddly shaped beast-like puppets which rushed headlong toward the sea race camp. At the same time, the human-shaped puppets above the Cyanwood city glowed with spirit light. They rose into the air in neat rows and rushed toward the sea race on the opposite side. Before they reached the sea race camp, they released a dense sheet of arrows in coordination with the beast-shaped puppets. The Cyanwood city itself shook. On the side facing the sea race, its walls cracked open. 7 black orifices appeared, and from them emerged silver tubes the width of a water urn. A loud sound of thunder. Big balls of lightning sprung from the tubes and shot toward the sea race camp. Where they landed, electricity crackled in a large sheet. From the blood fog near the Hall of Blood, a bizarre cry rose and a cloud of huge blood-red bats flew out. There were 400 or 500 of them, each more than a foot long. They swarmed toward the opposite side. The barbarian sect's movements were slowest, but under the sect leader's severe direction, the rows of disciples pulled out sheets of inscriptions and tossed them into the air, then clenched both hands and pushed forward. On encountering the wind, these inscriptions exploded, and became balls of pitch-black miasma and dissipated. The miasma instantly engulfed the whole barbarian ghost sect camp. In the next moment, from the miasma rose a hair-raising low growl, and a bizarre green light appeared middle of the black fog. A peng sound. A large, pitch-black claw emerged from the light formation, and a black arm followed it with a flash. Then, a headless ghost 70 or 80 feet tall slowly crawled out from the light formation. This ghost had no head. Its body was covered with thick black scales, and its arms and legs were covered in black spikes of bone. On its back grew an abnormally long green mane. As this headless ghost appeared, its 2 hands rose and opened toward the heavens. A loud cry emanated from its body. At the same time, on a great island in Yunchuan Sea, a terrible 2-horned head, which had been sealed by layers and layers of restrictions in the middle of a formation, began to move. The sealed formation shone brightly with light. Nearby, the sea race people who were responsible for overseeing and controlling the sealed formation saw this. Their expressions changed, and they pulled out stacks of many-colored inscriptions and crowded forward to paste them on the ghost head. Layers and layers of restrictive lights flashed, and the terrible ghost skull finally calmed and regained its peace. On the side of Dexian country, a heart-rending scene appeared. Just as the terrible ghost let out a loud shout, the miasma in the surroundings rolled toward him and condensed into an enormous pitch-black pole 100 feet long. A pitch-black token appeared in the barbarian ghost sect leader's hand. He gripped it with one hand and commanded the big ghost, "Go." This giant headless ghost was the barbaric ghost king, who had gone missing from the barbarian ghost sect many years ago. Now, compelled by the token, it took a big step forward and leaped toward the opposite bank with its large stick in hand. Chapter 271 Final Battle with the Sea Race, Part 2. Chapter 271 Final Battle with the Sea Race, Part 2. Each step the barbarian ghost king took, its figure also multiplied in size. With just a few steps, its body had grown to that of several hundred feet tall. The rod in its hand had also grown to that of over 1,000 feet long with it, and grasping it with both hands, it pounded it towards the other side. Boom! A pale gray rod shadow of over 10 miles long instantly appeared in the air above the sea race. It dropped down with a buzzing noise and the seawater below was split apart by a great invisible force. It was cut in half by the huge gray rod shadow. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed for a moment and there was a huge ravine, so large that one could not see the end of it, that formed. The sea race and sea monsters nearby were all killed or injured. One blow of the rod by the barbarian ghost king was so great. Simultaneous to when the barbarian ghost sect's headless ghost king appeared, two rays of light, one green one red, surged out from the huge black peak where Firestorm Way was. They formed two huge birds, one green and the other red, that were over 300 feet long. One flapped its wings and densely packed wind blades shot forth. One opened its mouth and spat out fireballs the size of a head. After the puppets left the 9 Enlightenment sect's green wooden city, with a blur, they changed shape with a rumble and formed a humanoid puppet of several thousand feet tall. It lifted its gigantic arms to point them forward and a milky white pillar of light shot out of the tips of its fingers at once, shooting through the air and landing amongst the sea race army. A huge area was instantly swept clean. Under the order of several spirit masters, disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect formed sword formations of various different sizes. They worked together to activate sword rays several dozen feet long. The disciples of the 3 foreign sects including the Yuan demon sect also summoned a huge green face of a ghost and a rainbow butterfly of over 100 feet tall. One opened its mouth to blow out an endless gust of eerie demonic wind, while the other shook its wings with the wind and scattered densely packed bright fluorescent dust. The sea race and sea monsters that were hurled by the black demonic wind had the water screen on the surface of their bodies as well as their blood and flesh rapidly sucked dry and instantly turned into dried corpses, falling down from the air. The faces of those who came into contact with the huge butterfly's fluorescent dust grew bright red after a moment's time and their bodies shook uncontrollably. Bursts of red flames shot out from their ears and noses, burning them to death. As the humans used all sorts of measures, the sea race had no intention of being inferior. Amongst the humming of chants, the sea race used a vast quantity of seawater to form 5 blue giants a few thousand feet tall each. They were complete with heads and limbs, but their faces were just a smooth, blue surface without any facial features, and held a 1,000-foot-long sword that was also formed from seawater with both hands. The moment the water giants appeared, 2 of them headed for the barbarian ghost king, 1 headed for the puppets from the green wooden city and the other 2 remained in front of the sea race, sweeping at the blood bats and puppets that were swarming in from below. The dozen sea monsters with shocking bodies also rushed out of the sea race base and violently attacked the light screen of the human base. As for the other densely packed sea monsters, part of them went for the puppets and the others followed the other giant monsters to attack the human race's light screen shield. What was even more shocking was that after an ear-piercing screech among the black clouds above the sea race, there were suddenly a dozen 300 feet long white whales, surrounded by a large amount of floating seawater, that flew out. There were countless silver lights that were flashing in the seawater. While the higher levels of the human race were stricken by this, there was a flapping sound amongst the seawater in the air and an innumerable amount of silver flying fish flew out. Every one of them was only the size of a finger but had wings on their backs and a mouth full of small, sharp teeth. In an instant they flooded into the 2 bases. The human's light screen shield, the barbarian ghost king, various sized puppets, blood bats, the giant butterfly and ghost faces were all their targets. It was hair-raising. Just at this moment, someone amongst the humans gave an order and light screen above the disciples on the front line suddenly dispersed. After a shout, everyone rushed towards the opposing side using the clouds under them. The sea race on the opposite side also selflessly rushed forward under the sound of a horn. Instantly the two sides were tangled in battle. Ming had already opened his eyes in the cavern and with a stern expression, sat legs crossed on the ground, unmoving. The others were also like so. In order to stop the sea race from discovering them, the 5 of them were in a restriction and did not dare to let their spiritual sense out of the cavern. Even so, they could still imagine the horrendous scene of the two races fighting on the battlefield. In this battle, the loss would be heavy regardless of which side turned out to be victorious. It would be unthinkable to recover the vitality without at least a few hundred years' time. Because of this, as well as the huge responsibility that they were about to face, the atmosphere inside the cavern was very heavy. The green-robed woman who always appeared to be playful and at ease also had a serious expression on her face. "Senior Mo, the battle has already lasted for so long, it should be about time," asked the youth surnamed Yuan, unable to restrain himself anymore after sitting cross-legged for a while. "Junior Yuan, you don't need to be impatient. There will be someone who will notify us when it's time to move," replied the green-robed woman calmly. Hearing this, Yuan could not help but grimace. With his temperament, quietly sitting here waiting was torture and it was truly difficult to bear. Just as he thought for a bit and was about to open his mouth to say something else, suddenly, a long roar filled with boundless anger faintly resounded from the ground. It was able to be clearly heard by them in the underground cavern. Following that, an enormous, startling spiritual sense swept across the area above the cavern. However, when it came into contact with the restriction that enveloped the cavern, it smoothly slipped past and did not touch anyone in it. "Crystal-level expert of the sea race," exclaimed the youth with the surname Yuan. The others were also shocked. The enormous spiritual sense swept through the surrounding area time and time again, clearly trying to look for someone. This caused everyone to feel anxious. The long roar suddenly stopped and the enormous spiritual sense was withdrawn like tidewater. An extremely enraged voice was then emitted from the sea race's floating city with a boom. "Little thieves of the human race! How dare you kill my clansmen? If I do not tear you to shreds and pull out your tendons, then I will not live up to the name of our clan's guardian." Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rushed out of the sea race's floating city and moved in one direction with indescribable speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Ming's expression darkened slightly. The voice seemed to belong to the sea race elder that personally attacked him between the two bases previously. Could it really be that coincidental that the crystal-level expert who remained in the floating city today was him? If that truly was the case, then he would really need to brace himself. Right when Ming was faintly feeling that things weren't well, Yuan, having heard the startling noise outside, said with delight, "It's the other two groups, looks like they've succeeded. Wait a little longer so that they can lure the crystal-level expert a little further, otherwise it would only take a moment's time for him to return with his speed," said the white-haired young man calmly after raising his head to look at the silver formation disc in his hand that he had already taken out. The green-robed woman nodded her head, appearing to approve of this greatly. Yuan could only nod his head continuously. After the time of a cup of tea, the white-haired young man's silver formation disc suddenly started buzzing and a line of small gold text appeared. "Okay, let's set out. Remember, we only have the time of 1 stick of incense. When the time is up, we must immediately retreat from the floating city regardless of whether we have succeeded," ordered Shui Feng lowly with a glisten of his gaze. The others who heard this shuddered internally and agreed to this all at once. Thus, with a move of their bodies, the 5 of them rushed out of the cavern one by one and appeared on the ground. Ming swept his gaze across the floating city in the distance and immediately saw black smoke coming from one of the walls. Some walls were full of dents, clear signs of it being attacked by someone just recently. There was also a large mass of corpses floating on the surface of the water nearby, some of them being people of the sea race and others sea monsters. Fresh blood had basically dyed a large amount of surrounding water red. "Looks like the other two groups who attacked previously did their best. You guys get to work, the 2 of us will support you," said Shui Feng with a cold gaze upon seeing this. Hearing this, the 3 of them, including Ming, didn't dare to waste any time. Ming instantly took out a small black jade box that was sealed with densely packed glyphs on his sleeve with one hand. Zhang Xionyang took out a stack of formation flags and tossing them in all directions, formed an extremely strange formation amongst flashing light rays. The woman instantly stepped into the large formation and sat down with her legs crossed. Yuan was the simplest, however, as he shook his sleeve and tossed out a blood-red ball that was covered in countless gold patterns. The young man pointed to his forehead with one finger, opening his mouth simultaneously to spit a ball of fresh blood at the round ball. With a pew, the fresh blood exploded and turned into a mist of blood that disappeared into the round ball. The gold patterns lit up on the surface of the round ball that originally appeared to be inanimate and emitted an impressive light. Yuan used his other hand to form a hand seal and crazily pointed at the ball without stopping. After a period of jebang sounds, the blood-colored ball turned into a 20-foot-tall golden ape puppet with a blur. The puppet was vastly different from the giant ape puppet Lu Ming had seen before though, as it not only had a thick body and golden fur, but it also had a half-open bloody eye in the center of its forehead. It was also emitting a shockingly eerie, cold light as if it were actually alive. Only the rings of black metal at the ape's joints allowed one to make out its puppet characteristics with difficulty. Letting out the golden ape, the youth with the surname Yuan abruptly bit his finger and speedily used the fresh blood to draw a bloody inscription between his eyebrows. A strange scene appeared. The bloody inscription on the youth surnamed Yun's forehead rotated once and with a blur, it formed a blood-red monstrous eye. Other than it being a little stiff and lifeless, it was exactly the same as the one on the forehead of the golden ape puppet. Chapter 272, Decisive Battle with the Sea Race, Part 3. Chapter 272, Decisive Battle with the Sea Race, Part 3. With a low grunt, the youth pointed a hand towards the golden ape puppet. Moving its body, the golden ape dashed towards his direction. Towards the golden ape's coming, the youth's body blurred and silently entered the golden ape's body. The eyes of the originally mechanical golden ape flashed and had a quick-witted look. Haha, Junior Lu, Elder Zhang, I shall make a move first with this flesh puppet. Saying that, the golden ape stomped on the ground, transforming into a golden light, flashing towards the floating city. Flesh puppet. I have heard the 9 enlightenment sects found a primeval flesh puppet in a secret realm, to think it is this 3-eye golden ape spirit. With its name from the ancient days, just 10 to 20% of its body is equivalent to a crystal-level expert. Seeing this, Xie Feng let out a shocked expression. However, according to records, to activate a spirit beast flesh puppet, normal puppeteering techniques are useless. I'm afraid junior brother Yuan has the same bloodline as the puppet and therefore, could use it to his will. The green-sleeved girl's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. Having demonic bloodline is not something strange. During ancient times, to give birth to powerful future generations, interrace marriages between powerful race were common. After many generations, most humans have at least 1 to 2 bloodlines of other races. If not, how can there be such special spirit bodies? However, Junior Yun's 3-eye golden ape bloodline should be extremely negligible, but enough to activate this flesh puppet. With the rarity of 3-eye golden ape bloodline, just how much effort did 9 enlightenment sect put in to find Junior Yuan? The white-haired youth slowly said. The green-sleeved girl nodded and did not say any more. At this moment, Lu Ming tore down the glyphs on the jade box and tossed them out before weaving a hand technique. Emitting a wung-wung sound, the lid flew open and a miniature skeleton about a foot tall jumped up. Its body was covered with silver mantras and was broken to the point of only having one arm. Lu Ming waved his sleeves and revealed a white bone token. He waved it in front of the skeleton and said, "Go!" Pooh. The black spirit inscriptions on the token flashed and countless black smoke covered the skeleton. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he moved, rushing into the black smoke. Immediately, a low growl was heard from within the black smoke and the smoke dispersed from all sides. A white light flashed. Upon touching the formation laid by Zhang Xionyang, the black smoke was blocked by a white light. Seeing this, the green-sleeved girl and white-hair youth quickly retreated a distance away. Lu Ming was unperturbed as he remained in the smoke, activating the token without stopping. Hong. A white skeleton size of a basin emerged from the black smoke. At the same time, a 300 feet high skeleton, whose body was shining with silver light, emerged as well. Lu Ming was standing on the large skeleton's shoulder and he gave an order, "Move." The black smoke nearby coagulated and wrapped around Lu Ming and the giant skeleton, sending them towards the faraway floating city. At this moment Yuan reached the lake beside floating city. In a blink of an eye, The golden ape he was controlling shape-shifted into 1,000 feet huge being and killed its way through the sea beasts emerging from the lake before appearing in front of floating city. The shocked sea race guards atop the city wall immediately sounded the alarm while at the same time, started raining attacks on the golden ape with their giant crossbow. However, upon nearing its body, the attacks were nullified by a golden light. The physical and magic attacks from the sea race did not affect the golden light the slightest. After killing the two gigantic sea beasts with 2 punches, the golden ape's body appeared above the floating city, sending a fierce punch down towards the nearest city wall. Hong. A protection made up by a myriad of colors appeared on the city wall, blocking the attack. However, the youth controlling the golden ape continued raining attacks on the city, causing the protection on the city wall to disintegrate layer by layer. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows shifted. There was no need to help out as Senior Yuan could single-handedly break the outer defense. At this moment, space flashed and a shadow stood above the black smoke. Lu Ming was surprised, seeing that the person was Senior Mo. Junior Lu, this should be your sect's famous 10,000 Bones demon. You are different from Junior Yuan when controlling the 10,000 Bones demon, your defense will weaken, therefore I shall defend you for a while. The green-sleeved girl smiled as she said. I shall trouble Senior Mo then. Lu Ming thought for a while before nodding. With the 10,000 Bones demon's shocking speed, it appeared above floating city in a few flashes. Seeing the protection weakening under the attack of the golden ape, the white bone token on his hand flashed a black light. The hands of 10,000 Bones demon moved, pressing down towards floating city, the demonic flames on its fingers moved as a great power pressed down. Hong. Under the combined attacks of the golden ape and 10,000 Bones demon, the weakened protection immediately collapsed. Seeing this, hundreds of sea race guards wanted to back away but it was too late. The golden ape let out a strange laughter as its fist shot out, causing a huge golden ray to envelop the sea race, turning them into a mist of blood. The black smoke on the 10,000 Bones demon twisted around and members of the sea race turned into ice on the spot. Seeing this, the green-sleeved girl beside the 10,000 Bones demon was joyous. Just as she was about to urge Lu Ming to move into the city, the space distorted and 5 to 6 sea race spirit master angrily shot towards them with 7 to 8 high-level liquid-level demon beast. Seeing this, Lu Ming was a little shocked. It was no wonder the crystal-level expert dared to leave floating city, to think he left so many experts behind. However, both 10,000 Bones demon and 3-eye golden ape possessed the strength to rival a crystal level and did not fear these liquid-level opponents. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes and he was about to urge the 10,000 Bones demon to start attacking. Suddenly, he heard a clear rumble behind him. A white light flashed past the 10,000 Bones demon and 3-eye golden ape, and into the midst of the sea race and demonic beast, and under the angry shouts, a cold light exploded. The cold disappeared in an instant. Both the sea race spirit master and demonic beast bodies were split into two and a strong stench of blood wafted into the air. The light whirled towards the center before shrinking. Only after the air was littered with bodies did Zhang Xionyang appear with a sword in hand. Although her appearance was the same as before, she carried with her an unfathomably deep aura which was shockingly at the late-stage liquid-level cultivation. Senior Zhang, you are? The 3-eye golden ape youth was involuntarily shocked. I only borrowed a treasure from my ancestor, causing my cultivation to increase exponentially. I cannot maintain it for long, we must hurry. Zhang Xionyang said. Of course we will, but what kind of treasure is that to increase one's cultivation by 2 realms? This is an inconceivable matter. Heavenly Moon Sect deserves its reputation as the top sect of Deshen country. Its strength is unfathomable. Yun sighed with shock and said. Junior Yuan has exaggerated. Speaking of true strength, your 3-eye golden ape and Junior Lu's 10,000 Bones demon is not below my current strength. Zhang Xionyang laughed, obviously not wanting to answer the question. At this moment, the white-haired youth finally rushed over. All of them spoke a few more words before rushing towards the center of floating city. Although waves of sea race guards and demonic beasts attacked them along the way, under the attacks of the 3, their attacks had no use on the 5 people. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the center of floating city and looked at the plaza surrounded by blue glyphs. The 4 corners of the plaza were guarded by 4 different sea race statues: tortoise, octopus, whale and serpent dragon. Each of them was 100 feet huge and were all white and sparkling. In the center of the plaza was an altar over 100 feet tall, and on top of it was a silver basin with a simple black bowl within. Get it? This is the perfect tier spirit treasure of the sea race. The green-sleeved girl's eyes lighted up upon seeing the black bowl and shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, Yuan got excited and the golden ape rushed towards the altar. Hong. Upon reaching the edge of the plaza, the three-eyed golden ape was blocked by a blue light that suddenly appeared and was violently repelled by the force. After taking around a dozen big steps back, the huge ape shook its head and steadied itself. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the rest had a shiver down their heart. Chapter 273 Decisive Battle with the Sea Race, Part 4. Chapter 273 Decisive Battle with the Sea Race, Part 4. In the next moment, Lu Ming stepped on the 10,000 Bones demon. The giant skeleton let out a low growl and opened its mouth, shooting a ray of black light which slammed on the light screen. The blue light blurred while letting out a loud hong long long sound and its outer side dented. However, no matter how the light flickered, there was no sign of it cracking. After the attack by the 10,000 Bones demon was exhausted, the light screen bounced back to its same position as though nothing happened. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed. At this moment, Zhang Xionyang's body let out a shocking aura as she threw out her sword. She then weaved a few seals and pointed towards the sword. Pooh! The snow-white sword became blurry and became 100 feet huge sword and slashed down. Zila. Upon coming into contact, the blue light screen started trembling and a crack appeared on it. Zhang Xionyang raised her eyebrows and started forming more sword techniques. The huge sword transformed into a sword shadow and fiercely slashed down. Seeing this, Lu Ming and Yuan at the side was elated and started joining in the attack with the 10,000 Bones demon and three-eyed golden ape. Although the blue light screen was mysterious, it was unable to take the attack of three of them. In a while, a low rumble was heard and the light screen transformed into dots of blue light and vanished. Without further hesitation, the three of them rushed into the plaza. As for the green-sleeved girl and white-haired youth, they remained outside to fight against the waves of sea race guards coming their way. The first held a single bloody blade while the other was urging 3 crystal beads that turned into 3 green spheres. Wherever they passed, the sea race guards either became cut into 2 by the bloody light or were pierced by the green beads. There was no one who could even block one attack. Their power as late-level liquid levels were terrifying. After rushing into the plaza, Lu Ming and the rest neared the altar in a few flashes. Suddenly, the three of them felt the hard ground become soft. Under the flicker of the blue light, the plaza turned into waves of sea water. At the same moment, the 4 statues at the corners of the plaza became alive with the noise. Their bodies started flashing with spirit inscriptions, turning them into giants, rushing towards the 3 people. Seeing this, Yuan, who transformed into the giant ape, let out an angry roar and rushed towards the octopus, and with a flash of golden light, both giants slammed into one another. One side has 8 arms dancing around while the others had 2 hairy fists pummeling down. Within a moment, both of them, which had coarse skin and thick flesh, started battling each other. As for the gigantic whale, it slammed its tail, causing a towering wave which rushed towards Lu Ming. Without a word, the giant turtle shrunk its limbs into its shell and also bounced towards Lu Ming. As for the serpent dragon, it was obviously the most powerful of the 4. Opening its mouth, torrents of wind blades shot towards Zhang Xionyang. At the same time, its body swayed and layers of violent wind formed around its body before it shot towards the girl from Heavenly Moon Sect. With her cultivation boost, Zhang Xionyang was obviously not afraid. The snow-white sword trembled and she clashed with the flood dragon. In a moment, 3 fierce battle circles between the 4 beasts and 3 humans started. Lu Ming, who was tangled with 2 frightening beasts, naturally was not able to care for the others. With a hand activating the white bone token, he used the other hand to slap several glyphs on his body, causing a myriad of light to cover his body. At the same time, the 10,000 Bones demon gave a strange laugh as the black smoke rolled from its body, turning into a huge black shield. The wave hitting the shield was akin to hitting a giant rock and was blocked. Seeing this, the gigantic whale twisted its body, preparing to unleash more attacks. However, the 10,000 Bones demon crouched down, and its hands coldly pierced the sea below. A shocking scene happened. Zila. The seawater near the gigantic whale turned dark and layers of dark-colored ice started congealing, surrounding the whale. The whale did not have time to protect itself and was sealed in the ice. However, the giant turtle also reached the 10,000 Bones demon's side and rammed into the black shield. Waves of vibration appeared on the seemingly thick shield and with a kacha, it broke open. Without any barrier, the giant turtle slammed into the body of the 10,000 Bones demon. Peng peng. The 10,000 Bones demon's hands blurred and two bony hands grabbed the turtle by the side of its shell. With a low growl, it lifted the turtle into the air. The gigantic turtle shockingly extended its limbs and head out of the shell and started struggling. At this moment, a layer of blue light was circulating around the body of the originally frozen giant whale, and wherever it passed through, the ice would threaten to break. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face turned serious and waved the white bone token in the direction of the whale. At the same moment, the arms of the 10,000 Bones demon trembled and it tossed the giant turtle towards the frozen whale. A violent wind rose as the turtle was flung outwards by an unbelievable force, turning into a ball of light. A loud sound was heard. The giant turtle's body ruthlessly slammed into the giant whale. Letting out a miserable cry, the whale turned into a ball of light and burst, causing the dark ice on its body to turn into uncountable pieces as they shot out. As for the giant turtle, it had already hid back to its shell, therefore there was not much damage done except for being immobilized for a while. However, Lu Ming rose his eyebrow and without another word, directed his power into the token, causing the black runes to appear and enter the body of the skeleton below him. Giving a loud roar, the 10,000 Bones demon strode out towards the giant turtle as black flames gathered on the surface of his arms. So, balling its fist, the skeleton's arm moved. As though it was a sharp weapon, it penetrated the seemingly impenetrable shell, which was unable to put up any resistance. Hong! The black demonic flames exploded from the turtle's body, causing it to give a miserable scream before turning into stone and exploding. At this moment, Lu Ming's face was pale and the white bone token in his hand had turned dim. It was obvious that the attack expended quite a lot of power. Taking out a sweet-smelling red pill, he swallowed it before moving towards the other direction. He was just in time to see a shocking white streak envelop the serpent dragon before tearing it to pieces, turning it to pieces of stones falling on the ground. After spiraling in the air for a while, Zhang Xionyang emerged from the white streak. At the other side, the three-eyed golden ape roared and tore the giant squid apart before throwing it into the water where it turned to stone and sank to the bottom. Grab the totem. The green-sleeved girl who was blocking the sea race guard saw the situation and joyfully urged. Hearing this, Zhang Xionyang turned into a white light, rushing towards the altar. In a roll of light, the girl appeared in front of the altar, her hands about to grab onto the circular black bowl. A sudden change occurred. Pooh! Blue clouds emerged from the bowl with a flash and collided onto Zhang Xionyang's chest. With a muffled hang, she spat out a glob of blood as her slender body shot out at a speed quicker than before. Seeing this, Lu Ming, who was behind the girl, was shocked. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the 10,000 Bones demon, cushioning Zhang Xionyang's retreat. There was a muffled bang. Lu Ming felt an unstoppable force transmit from Zhang Xionyang into his arms, causing it to heat up, and he heavily retreated 10 steps before stopping. With a roar of anger, his body sank and he regained his balance. At this moment, the blue cloud from the bowl whirled around the altar before disappearing with a blur. The next moment, a fluctuation appeared in front of the three-eyed golden ape and a blue crystal ring appeared. In a blur, it slammed into the ape's chest viciously without giving it any time to react. The three-eyed ape trembled as it shot back as though it was hit by something heavy. Before the giant ape landed, the blue light flashed again, slamming into the ape's chest again. The golden ape's spirit soared into the air once again. The blue light ring kept flashing, hitting the golden ape over 10 times in succession, causing the protective golden light to shatter. The final few hits slammed into the ape's limbs. Under the crazy attacks from the blue light, the golden ape's limbs broke, its body started to shrink, turning back into its miniature form. Chapter 274 Final Battle with the Sea Race, Part 5. Chapter 274 Final Battle with the Sea Race, Part 5. At this moment, a blue light shot up from the bowl, and with a spin, it became a young woman in a rainbow robe. The woman appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old and had sparkling eyes and skin that was like fine jade. There was an unexplainable pure aura about her as if she were not of this world. Both sides of her cheeks had a faint golden pattern, making her a little mysterious. It was clear that the blue ring from earlier belonged to this woman and she had injured both Zhang Xionyang and Yuan in one go. Her strength was unfathomable. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but have an overcast expression after seeing this. Zhang Xionyang, slightly blushing, broke loose of Lu Ming's embrace. Thanking him with a low voice, she then looked towards the rainbow-robed woman with a stern expression. Simultaneously, there was a cold light that flashed in her sleeve and her snow-white sword appeared once again. "Who are you? What kind of talent is making a sneak attack on us from within the totem?" Huff Zhang Xionyang. The rainbow-robed woman swept her gaze at Lu Ming and the others lightly. With a beckon of her hand, the blue ring shot back with a flash and securely landed in her hand. She then said indifferently, "Making a sneak attack on you youngsters? What a joke. I was just taking a nap in the totem." But to be unable to even guard the sea overturning bowl properly, the three great sea race clans of Yunchuan are really useless. Looks like it won't do if I don't act early. Just as she finished speaking, with a flutter of her body, she walked towards Lu Ming and Zhang Xionyang ostentatiously. Regardless of how much the three-eyed golden ape that was controlled by Yun struggled, it lacked the strength to do anything. Every single bone was crushed and there was no way it could stand up to fight. "Junior Lu, use whatever skills you have. If we cannot defeat the enemy in one go, this place will probably be where we die," said Zhang Xionyang to Lu Ming lowly, raising her eyebrows. She then opened her mouth and spat a few balls of essence blood on the sword in her hand. With a slight tremble, the snow-white sword instantly became bloody in color. At the same time, her aura rapidly grew with unbelievable speed, approaching that of a crystal level. Hearing her words, Lu Ming's expression darkened and without another word, he poured all his Li into the white bone token in his hand and shook it towards the back. With a blur, the token disappeared into the 10,000 bone demon's body. In the next moment, the bone demon gave a huge roar and the black mist around it surged to condense into churning black flames dozens of feet high. Following that, the 10,000 bone demon grabbed at the air with both hands. With a poof, two huge black blaze swords over 100 feet long were formed. Lu Ming then used the dark bone method and the 10,000 bone demon instantly charged at the rainbow-robed woman across from him. The two giant swords swayed and each had a shocking, black sword chi that crazily shot out. The moment the black sword chi shot out, it became black flames and with a spin, it rushed at the rainbow-robed woman. Right at that moment, Zhang Xionyang gave a low yell and her body moved, instantly becoming an eye-piercing blood-red light ray, along with the sword in her hand, that also rushed at the woman across. It was the sword person as one technique that sword cultivators could use after they reached initial mastery. Zhang Xionyang practically did not hold back this time, and with the support of the essence blood, the power reached the point where even an average crystal-level expert would be affected. Simultaneously, the three-eyed golden ape appeared to be unable to move before, moving its head with all its might, suddenly opened its third eye that was on its forehead widely. A muffled sound. A blood-red light ray shot out of the bloody eye, and with a flash, it appeared in front of the rainbow-robed woman. It was even faster than the black flames and blood-red sword ray. The rainbow-robed woman was not flustered at all by Lu Ming and the others' combined attack. Instead, she lightly snorted, flipped one hand to hold the blue jade ring between her hands and began chanting. An incredibly large blue right ring rippled out from her and everything froze in its path. Everything that was swept by the blue light was dispersed and extinguished by it, whether it was the light ray or the black demon flames. When the 10,000 bone demon's two black flame demon swords came into contact with it, they were warped by the blue light and the demon flames were extinguished. It was turned into a small, clear, blue ice mountain. The huge skeleton could not move at all amongst the ice. Lu Ming's connection with it was also instantly cut off and he was unable to sense it anymore. When Zhang Xionyang's blood-red sword ray came into contact with the light ring, a large part section of it entered the light ring with a crisp sound and was then stuck in the blue light, unable to move one bit. But Zhang Xionyang kept trying to activate the sword in her hand and a shocking sword aura shot from within her. A blood-red light appeared and with a jibang, the blue light nearby shattered. With a flash, the blood-red sword ray pierced through the blue light and surged at the rainbow-robed woman at lightning speed. Seeing this, the rainbow-robed woman's eyes flickered and a surprised expression appeared on her face for the first time. She shook her sleeve and a gold, glistening trident halberd appeared in her hand. With a blur, she slashed it at the sword ray. The trident halberd gave off a buzzing noise and a large patch of gold light was unleashed. There was a deafening boom. The blood-red sword ray that appeared to be unrivaled in power was pushed back by the gold light under contact, and with a few flashes, it shattered. When the light dispersed, Zhang Xionyang appeared next to Lu Ming again with a pale face. Even though the girl was always strong at heart, she couldn't help but look at the rainbow-robed woman in shock. The sword person as one. Not bad, who would have thought that someone as young as you could cultivate the sword to such levels? Unfortunately, the Li you have right now was not cultivated by yourself, otherwise, you may really have a sliver of a chance in defeating me, said the rainbow-robed woman finally after she looked at Zhang Xionyang, a strange expression appearing on her face. Hurry and leave. This person is not someone you guys can go against, run while you can. The white-haired young man and green-robed woman outside the square naturally witnessed everything, and after exchanging glances, the white-haired young man shouted at Lu Ming and the others. Then the two didn't badger with the sea race guards nearby any further. Making a hand seal with one hand and twisting his body, he disappeared into the ground. The other shook the glyph in her hand and her body instantly became spots of green light that dispersed. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression darkened and instantly crushed the golden glyph in his sleeve that he already took out. A gold light coiled around his body and with a whoosh, he became a gold light ball that flew out. Zhang Xionyang, who was next to him, crushed the white jade pendant that was hanging at her waist before Lu Ming had even moved. A white light shot out and enveloped the woman, shooting out into the sky in another direction. At this moment, the three-eyed golden ape roared loudly and its body exploded in an instant. A blood mist then surged to form a blood-red light ray that shot up into the sky. With a spin, it escaped into the horizon at lightning speed in a flurry. Lu Ming and the others were the fellow Sect's most important disciples and had naturally prepared life-saving techniques before taking the risk of executing such an important mission. Seeing that things weren't going well, they instantly left without a hint of hesitation. Seeing them leave so simply, the rainbow-robed woman was slightly surprised. But she then lightly smiled right away, and with a move of her body, became a blue light ray that shot into the sky. The direction in which she was heading was the same as Zhang Xionyang. Lu Ming traveled over 100 miles in one go without looking back before the glyph's power was finally exhausted. The layer of gold light on the surface of his body turned into spots of spiritual light that scattered at once. He then stopped and used his mental strength to sweep behind him. Lu Ming, upon not seeing the rainbow-robed woman's figure, relaxed his expression and exhaled largely. The strength of the sea race woman who appeared later was the strongest he had seen yet. The pressure he had been put under was one that he hadn't felt from even the Sect's crystal-level experts. Could it have been that the woman was an existence greater than that of the crystal level, the rumored old monsters of the true pill level? But it didn't really seem like that either. If she really was such an existence, they would have been crushed to death like ants from her purely moving her fingers. It was known that when crystal-level cultivators reached the final level of perfection, also known as the fake pill period, they were incomparable to that of average crystal-level experts. The woman was most likely a peak-level expert. But why would the sea race hide this if they really did have such an existence? If she had made a move at the beginning, the Sects would not have been able to withstand it and the allied forces of the human race would have retreated in defeat. The 10,000 bone demon had landed in the hands of the woman like that. How would he explain it to the barbarian ghost sect leader after he returned? It was such a regrettable matter. Lu Ming rapidly thought like so and his facial expression changed multiple times. But after changing his mind he shook his head. This kind of thing should be left to the crystal-level experts to decide. Although he had escaped thus far, it was probably still not that safe with the sea race woman's terrifying strength. It was best to quickly return to the city first. Making his decision, Lu Ming took out a pill and swallowed it. He was about to urge the gray cloud to continue forward. But right at this moment, an old man's voice was suddenly heard from not far in the air. "Wonderful, it is truly wonderful. Human brat, who would have thought that you'd meet me again so quickly? Let's see who will save you this time." Lu Ming shuddered when he heard this. Raising his head to look in that direction, his face drained of all Colorado. He saw that high up in the air a few miles away, a purple-robed, emaciated old man was watching him with a hideous grin. It was the Li Elder of the Silver-Scaled clan. Chapter 275, A Thousand Miles in Pursuit of a Kill. Chapter 275, A Thousand Miles in Pursuit of a Kill. Lu Ming's expression changed several times in succession. Without warning, he drew out a golden glyph and beat it on his body before once again moving towards one side while being covered by golden light. Other than that gold light glyph which he had previously received from Master Lei, just before he had departed the barbarian ghost sect leader had given him 3 more of this type of glyph, which thankfully could be used to protect his life as a last resort. It was also what had made him confident enough to accept this assignment. Seeing this, Elder Li was suddenly indignant. The blue light around his body began to coil before he used an escape technique to give chase. In the blink of an eye, the two opponents who had been standing a few miles apart, were suddenly more than 100 miles from each other. The gold light glyph was a rare gold-type escape technique glyph. Once activated, one's escape speed would be able to surpass a Spirit Master level enemy. While Elderly was a crystal level Spirit Master, he was not particularly skilled at escape technique. The escape technique he was using was no more than a very common sort of water-type escape technique. Being on a sea or lake would naturally amplify his power, but in a barren setting utterly devoid of water like the one in which they currently stood, he was only slightly faster than a Spirit Master otherwise would be. Therefore, though the Sea Race Elder had poured all of his strength into his escape technique, he was unable to even have the distance between himself and Lu Ming. The further he chased Lu Ming, the angrier he became. Unwittingly, he soon became utterly engrossed in pursuing him, and his mind became filled with evil thoughts of torturing Lu Ming. Lu Ming, fleeing through the sky down the path in front of him, activated the gold light glyph's amplifying powers to their fullest extent. The Li within him surged wildly, and his mind churned in near insanity. When he had chosen the direction in which to flee, he had taken painstaking care to avoid the path from which Elderly would pursue him. How could he possibly run into him now? He was utterly confused by this. Moreover, while he still had 2 gold light glyphs left, these would take him no more than 1,000+ meters further before he would return to his average escape speed. This was utterly insufficient for him to make it back to the Allied army base. Furthermore, when he had initially traveled here, he had examined the road in that direction quite carefully. It was extremely flat, and if his escape speed were to diminish, he would inevitably be without a place to hide. Nonetheless, he continued to follow his current path. He would be likely to run into members of the Allied sections. However, unless he were to run into a crystal-level Spirit Master from one of the sects, those who he was likely to encounter would unlikely be able to defend against the terrifying power of the attacker pursuing him. But this was not very likely. Moreover, he was even more concerned about the outcome of the battle between the human race and sea race up ahead. If the sects had won, then all would be well. But if they had lost, the site of the base may have already been seized by the sea race army. If this was indeed the case, then following this path to its end was simply suicide. On the other hand, if he were to turn around and flee in another direction, with the aid of the 3 gold light glyphs he would likely be able to reach a specific mountain range on the border of Decisive country. But in that case, there would be absolutely no chance of finding a cultivator from any of the sects in that direction. He would be entirely on his own and facing the sea race cultivators chasing him. However, if he remembered the topographical map he had recently seen correctly, that mountain range was truly enormous and extended deep into Decisive country. As long as he could make it into the mountain range, there was a significant chance that its topography would help him lose his pursuing assailant. After some quick consideration, he came to a firm decision. He suddenly made a one-handed sign. In a flash, his body became surrounded by gold light, and he changed course, shooting off in his new direction. Seeing this, Elderly, resolute, made the same turn and continued in hot pursuit. At this moment, Lu Ming popped a few pills into his mouth. With a high-tier spirit stone clutched in his 2 hands, he drew in the heaven and earth Yuan Qi within it with all of his might. From behind him, Elderly, seeing what was happening, laughed coldly to himself. As his mental strength was quite powerful, naturally he could see that Lu Ming was an early liquid-level cultivator and was drawing Yuan Qi from pills and spirit stones. It was unclear for how long he would be able to sustain such a speed. After all, for flying escape technique glyphs such as the gold light glyph, the faster one flew, the more of the glyph's energy one would consume. In his mind, he figured that with the kind of escape technique that Lu Ming was using, it would not be long before Lu Ming ran out of Li. A liquid-level cultivator's cultivation didn't amount to much in his eyes. But when Lu Ming had flown to escape more than 200 miles in one breath with no signs of slowing, the Sea Race Elder's expression finally started to change. According to his estimates, an early liquid-level cultivator's Li should have been mostly exhausted by now, unable to sustain continued motion. But at this moment, the gold light on Lu Ming's body went out. Incredibly, the glyph's powers were finally exhausted. Seeing this, the Sea Race Elder was naturally ecstatic. Just as he was about to activate his Li and speed over to catch Lu Ming flipped his hand and pulled out yet another gold light glyph, which he attached to his body. He once again became a ball of gold light and flew far through the air. The Elder once again couldn't help but feel depressed and to curse loudly, again exhibiting no trace of a crystal-level Spirit Master's proper demeanor. The Sea Race Elder had no rare and valuable glyphs like the gold light glyph. Those glyphs he did have were nothing more than water-type glyphs and none were escape glyphs. Furthermore, his opponent, merely a spirit master and continued to use one gold light glyph after another. What could make him more indignant than that? But when Lu Ming pulled the third glyph out of his sleeve an hour later, causing his body to be wrapped in gold light once again, the elder did not curse him again, but silently activated his escape light and continued in pursuit. But from the dark gaze which the elder periodically cast on Lu Ming, it was clear that he had made up his mind, and would thus pursue Lu Ming for the rest of the way. Of course, the Sea Race elder was quite bewildered, not knowing which kind of spirit pill Lu Ming had consumed that had enabled him to come this far without exhausting his Fa-Li. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a trace of spirit power from his spiritual sea. He couldn't have been happier. The pill he had consumed was naturally a popular Fa-Li recovery pill. In most cases, even if one continuously drew Fa-Li from a spirit stone with both hands, one could not fly at this speed for nearly so long. But now, the true benefit of pure Fa-Li had finally become evident. As he was flying, his spiritual sea was continuously recovering some of his previously used Fa-Li. Though it wasn't much, as it had been accumulating for such a long time, it was quite a surprising amount. Though Lu Ming knew that his Fa-Li was pure and that the speed of its recovery would significantly increase, he never imagined such incredible results after becoming a liquid-level spirit master. Also, it was fortunate that this was escape he was concerned with. Otherwise, had he been engaged in intense, prolonged combat, there was no way his Fa-Li would have been able to recover at the same rate as expended. But with this, Lu Ming had some confidence. Buoying up his spirits, he temporarily threw to the back of his mind a secret technique which he had prepared to boost his energy temporarily and continued to work silently and diligently to extract the glyph's power, turning into gold light and flying through the air. Of course, even still, the aura around Lu Ming's body had weakened to about half of its original state. Less than an hour later, the dark green outline of a mountain range could finally be seen on what had previously been a great void. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly made 2 incantations using his 2 hands, and his body was once again covered in gold light. With speed impressively faster than before, he shot towards the mountain range. Behind him, Elder Li's expression suddenly changed when he saw the mountains. He suddenly understood what Lu Ming was trying to do. His facial expression changed several times in rapid succession before he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, spurting a ball of pure blood from it which turned into a blood mist in the wind and permeated the air. The elder's figure pierced through the blood mist in a flash. The surface of his body immediately divided into countless blood-colored spirit lines, and his back sprouted a blood-colored light fin. The bottom half of his body became a silver-colored fishtail a moment later. The blood-colored light fin on the Sea Race elder's back waved ferociously, and with a sound his entire body shot forward like a shooting star. His escape speed increased by just under half, and he rapidly began to reduce the distance between himself and Lu Ming. The Sea Race elder's moves were naturally a supplemental secret technique that was quite taxing on one's Yuan Qi. Though his escape velocity increased significantly, it required a non-trivial amount of Yuan Qi to execute, certainly causing the elder to feel some degree of remorse. Hence, while the elder had not initially thought to use this technique, seeing Lu Ming about to flee into the mountain range ahead quelled any fears he had about using it. The elder's blood-colored light fin waved incessantly, and with a moment's work brought him within 3 or 4 miles of Lu Ming. He gazed at Lu Ming's back in the distance, which had become much more clearly seen than before. A hideous expression appeared on his face, and he suddenly pulled one of his hands out from his sleeve and swatted it in the air in Lu Ming's direction far ahead. There was a pew sound. A colossal force flew fiercely through the air on a collision course with Lu Ming's back. By the time Lu Ming realized something was going on behind him, it was too late to move out of the way. All he could do was to turn and send the Fa-Li in his body gushing out behind him. There was a flash of blue light. Symbol Qi flooded out from his body, and a moment later congealed into a thick light barrier protecting him from behind. At this moment, the colossal force arrived without a sound. Hong! In a flash, the blue light barrier which the symbol Qi had transformed into was broken into blue light sparks. Lu Ming felt only a warmth in his back and a sweetness in his throat, but he was thrown far through the air by the attack, and his mouth opened to produce a number of balls of pure blood. Behind him, the elder was thrilled to see this, but the next moment he was suddenly furious once again. Far ahead, although he had been thrown through the air by the attack, with a twist of his body he once again righted himself in midair. Moreover, he had taken advantage of the momentum from the colossal force to recover his escape speed. By contrast, the Sea Race Elder had caused himself a delay with the attack he had launched, which had significantly decreased his speed. All he could do under his incomparable pangs of regret was to wave his blood fin fiercely once again and continue with his urgent pursuit. Lu Ming's body was obscured for a few moments before he wholly submerged into the mountains. He circled the mountaintops around him, but after a few circles, his figure disappeared completely. It was uncanny. Chapter 276, Golden Armored Man. Chapter 276, Golden Armored Man. Although the wings of blood that grew out of his back allowed his speed to increase greatly, the Sea Race Elder who was chasing after him still accidentally lost Lu Ming, as he couldn't yet control the secret technique completely according to his wishes. But the old man Li was a crystal-level expert after all. Facing this situation, he halted, stopping above a mountain peak, and smiled instead of becoming angered. "Brat, do you really think that I won't be able to find you just because you've hidden yourself? Even though that palm strike didn't take your life, you now have my scent on you. I will find you within a moment's time with the power of my mental strength." When he finished speaking, the Li old man made a hand seal in the air single-handedly and suddenly pointed one finger at his forehead. With a poof, a terrifying spiritual sense, so great it was as if it were solid, instantly shot up into the sky from the elder. It spun once and spread out in all directions. Everything was swept by the spiritual sense, regardless of whether it was the forest or underground. The Sea Race Elder was originally very calm, but after he used his mental strength to sweep his surrounds 7 or 8 times and still did not have a result, an anxious and doubtful expression finally appeared on his face. He could still faintly sense that Lu Ming was definitely in the area nearby and had not gone far through his own scent, but could not determine where his exact location was when he used his spiritual sense to search for him. Thinking quickly, the old man suddenly changed his hand sign, and the blood inscriptions on him as well as the blood-red light behind him turned into spots of bloody light that dispersed. It had turned into densely packed, blood-red beetles the size of peas. The blood-red beetles were glittering and translucent and were clearly not material. They shot out in all directions with a buzzing noise. They either pierced through trees or disappeared into the ground. Some even entered the small mountains nearby. The old man instantly sat cross-legged in the mid-air quietly with his eyes closed, not talking. It was a special secret technique he cultivated. The illusionary beetles had no attacking ability and weren't able to carry out overcomplicated orders, but through the mental connection he had with them, every single beetle acted as another eye of his. Like this, even if there were places that had eluded his spiritual sense, everything would be covered in one glance this time. A dozen beetles entered the mountainside with a flash and immediately separated to begin searching. Some of them flew directly up toward the top of the mountain while others rapidly dropped down beneath the mountain. Not long after, they discovered several natural caverns and 7 or 8 underground riverbeds that were hidden very deeply. However, after the blood-red beetles searched the caverns and rivers and did not find anything, they left the mountain without any hesitation and began searching other areas. One of the underground rivers that appeared to be abnormally limpid had a few small, white fish swimming in it slowly. Suddenly, one of the small fish moved forward but was rebounded, as if it had bumped into something. Ripples instantly appeared in the water, but everything went back to normal after a mere moment. With a wiggle of its tail, the small fish struggled forward a few more times, but after making sure that it really was impossible to directly pass through, it made a turn along with a few other small fish and swam past as if it were skirting an obstacle. At this time, if there was someone who had the power to see through things, they would see at once that in the river water ahead, Lu Ming was in a crystal-clear water screen that was exactly like the water outside. He held a small blue flag that was several inches high in one hand, and in front of him floated a black bead that was enveloped in thick mist. Clear water continuously flowed out of the small blue flag and poured into the water screen around him. The thick mist that was emitted by the black bead filled the entire water screen and caused the inside to become hazy as if it were drizzling. Lu Ming sat cross-legged with his eyes shut tightly. He was not breathing in through his nose or mouth. It was as if he were truly dead. However, if one were to look closely, it could be seen that there were 2 black glyphs that crossed behind him. They gave off a faint layer of translucent light that covered the area where he was injured from before. The old man surnamed Li controlled the beetles for an hour. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound and the remaining blood-colored inscriptions on him disappeared with a flash. His expression instantly became extremely ugly. Almost at the same time, the blood-red beetles that had spread all over the area exploded one after another, not even one remained. He dodged both the power of my spiritual sense as well as the search of the spiritual blood insects. Looks like this human brat has some kind of unusual treasure shielding him in order to hide so well. That's okay, I have plenty of ways to force you out, muttered the elder surnamed Li after his facial expression changed several times, giving a long exhale. Then, with a sway of his body, he rose into the sky and after a few blurs, he appeared in the air 10,000 feet high. Shaking his sleeve, he took out one hand and gradually pressed it down. Poof! A large, gray phantom palm instantly appeared under the old man and silver electric arcs gushed out of it, pressing down towards one of the mountain tops below. An earth-shaking sound. Amongst the wreathing of lightning, the top half of the mountaintop was forcefully crushed in. After that, the large hand separated its fingers and swept at another mountaintop nearby, causing a small half of it to crumble from the middle. In the following time, the huge gray hand under the old man's control wasn't to be stopped and it was only a moment's time before it had destroyed all the mountains nearby, causing the surrounding ground to be covered in rock fragments. During this, the Li surnamed old man used his mental strength to cover the area. Not one abnormal sign would have been missed by him. However, there was no result. Good, very good. Since I still can't find him, he must have hidden in an extremely deep place. The Sea Race Elder's expression grew even uglier and after looking deeply at the ground below for a moment, he suddenly took out a stack of pale blue formation flags from his sleeve. They were similar to the water essence flag Lu Ming had, but the inscriptions on the surface were slightly simpler. With a move of his body, the elder quickly flew around the area once, tossing the formation flags down from the air one by one. The instant they landed on the ground, they became huge, blue flags 20 feet tall. In an instant, a large formation faintly formed, enclosing the entire area. Then, with a blur, the old man with the surname Li appeared above the center of the formation, and forming a hand sign single-handedly, he began chanting. There was a loud rumble. The blue flags flashed a blue light and a large amount of seawater gushed out at once. The strange thing was that the seawater, under the restriction of the formation, remained floating at a low altitude without one drop leaking out. Like this, it didn't take long before a lake, over 60,000 square feet in area formed. Right at this moment, a vicious expression appeared on the face of the old man in the air. With a plop, he jumped into the lake. In the next moment, a huge, pale silver phantom fishtail slapped brutally at the water surface and the whole lake came alive at once. All the seawater began to spin with the fishtail as the center. It spun faster and faster and in the blink of an eye, it had formed a huge whirlpool. With an ear-piercing screech, the seawater formed a sharp cone shape and drilled towards the ground below. The earth began to shake and large areas of rock and soil were dislodged by the swirling seawater. The old man surnamed Li had decided to borrow the power of the formation to dig up the surrounding area, making Lu Ming, who was well hidden underground, to have nowhere to hide. However, just as the seawater the Li surnamed old man was controlling reached several dozen feet deep into the ground, a soft sound of surprise escaped his mouth and the seawater that was originally swirling violently calmed down instantly, becoming a lake, once again. Then the seawater split and the old man swam out in a half-fish state with a sliver of suspicion on his face. There was a round shell-type item at his waist that was buzzing non-stop. The elder furrowed his brows and pat the item with one hand. A blue light instantly shot out of it and twisting in the air, it formed a blurry picture of a man's face. Li Kuan, regardless of where you are right now, get back here immediately. Remember, this is the Lord's command. Do you know that because of your negligence of duty, the Lord is forced to take action earlier than planned? She is very unhappy and has ordered you to return to the city within 4 hours to continue to take guard. The result of you being late. I don't need to say any more, do I? The moment the face appeared, it instantly opened its mouth to say a string of words. It seemed that he was quite frustrated. The face then flashed and dispersed with a poof. What? Is the Lord going to act earlier? Could it be that this brat escaped from where the Lord was? No wonder I bumped into him so coincidentally. It's going to be troublesome now. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed greatly. A hint of fear flashed across his face, but sweeping his gaze toward the mess of the ground below, his eyes revealed a glimpse of unwillingness. Although I have no time, I will still have this human brat slain here and take back the egg of the holy beast. Even if it will take a toll, decided the old man with the surname Li after thinking quickly. He then moved one hand and took out a pale silver rectangular box from his bosom. There was a yellow glyph that appeared old and worn out stuck on it. The elder looked at the silver box in his hand and hesitated from a bit, but he then gritted his teeth and ripping off the glyph, he opened the box. A ray of golden light instantly shot into the sky, and condensing in the air, it became an extraordinarily mighty golden-armored person. The golden-armored man's eyes were shut tightly. Its appearance was extremely alike to that of the Li surnamed old man, only much younger, around 30-something years old. Chapter 277 Yuan Mo appears. Chapter 277 Yuan Mo appears. Old bastard Li, what kind of trouble have you run into this time to be willing to let me out again? I remember the last time you summoned me was over 100 years ago, sneered the golden-armored man after slowly opening his eyes and sweeping his gaze at the old man surnamed Li below. Stop with the nonsense. The opponent this time is very weak. His cultivation is only of the beginning liquid level but is very good at hiding and should be somewhere underground. I summoned you since I have other important matters to attend to and don't have time. It doesn't matter what kind of method you use, you must find this human brat and take the egg of the holy beast that he has, said the old man with the surname Li with a dark expression, not caring for the golden-armored man's provoking words. Alright, this kind of small matter is not a problem. However, according to our old rules, you must give me 2/3 of your FA Li, said the golden-armored man without hesitation. You're crazy. Why would you need that much FA Li when you're only dealing with a brat of the beginning liquid level? This time I will pass half of my FA Li to you at most. It should be enough for about 8 minutes of continuous battle if you use it carefully, replied the old man surnamed Li expressionlessly. Hee old man Li, you're becoming more and more stingy. Fine, half of your FA Li. But after using me this time, more of the promise from back then will be completed and it won't be long until I gain true freedom, agreed the golden-armored man after snickering. No matter what, if I didn't exist you wouldn't either. There is no foretelling what could happen if you really want to leave me, said the Li surnamed elder with his brows furrowed, staring at the golden-armored man. Well then, let's see what happens first. At least, I believe our relationship is not as close as what you imagine, otherwise, you would not have needed to use the blood contract back then in order to control me with difficulty, replied the golden-armored man impolitely. If I knew that refining that ancient golden strength soldier glyph would cause this kind of situation, I would have destroyed it back then and you would naturally not have appeared, rebuked the Li surnamed old man. Old bastard Li, your words are double-faced. If it wasn't for my existence, you would have already died from encountering strong enemies back then and would not be alive today. Plus, from another point of view, I am sharing the same body as you and destroying me would mean a great loss of vitality for you. In fact, it would even affect your lifespan. I don't think you would really be willing to do such a thing. But if you dare to still stop me from leaving after I complete the promise from back then, don't blame me for going all out and self-exploding to cause damage to the both of us, replied the golden-armored man without a care, leering at the old man surnamed Li. Of course I remember the promise from back then. As long as you are really able to help me a few more times, I will naturally grant you freedom. Okay, I still have important matters to attend to and must take my leave immediately. I will first pass the FA Li to you, said the old man coldly, before making a hand sign without any hesitation and pointing one finger at the golden-armored man in front of him. Pooh! A sparkling ray of pure FA Li instantly shot out of the finger and with a flash, it entered the golden-armored man's body without stopping. The golden-armored man lifted his arms to point to the sky instantly and his aura grew at a terrifying speed right away. Simultaneously, his face revealed an expression full of obsession. On the contrary, the Li surnamed old man's aura dropped at incredible speed and his face began to grow pale. When the golden-armored man's aura reached the late liquid level, the elder stopped his hand sign and the ray of FA Li shooting out from his finger shattered and disappeared. It's exactly this kind of feeling of great power. Haha, unfortunately you're only a crystal-level cultivator right now. If you were able to become a cultivator of the legendary true pill level, then half of the FA Li would be enough for me to experience the feeling of this level, murmured the gold-armored man with his arms down and hands and fists, while faint blue patterns appeared on the surface of his body. Cultivator of the true pill level? You really dare to mention it? Our Yunchuan continent's 3 great sea races doesn't even have someone of the fake pill level, not to mention true pill. Alright, I'll leave everything here to you now. I'm leaving this set of small water formation flags here as well just in case that brat runs away. Remember that you must retrieve the egg of the holy beast from that human brat. After the Li surnamed old man finished speaking, he was not willing to continue to make any delays. Amongst a blue light, he recovered his human form with a shake of his tail and became a ball of blue light that shot out. Within a moment's time, he disappeared into the horizon. He actually trustingly left. Just a mere human cultivator of the beginning liquid level has you at a loss. Old bastardly, looks like you've really gotten old. Never mind the true pill level, there is no hope for even the fake pill level this lifetime. Why would I put all my eggs in one basket? Ridiculed the golden-armored man after watching the sea race elder disappear. Following that, his gaze shifted and swept towards the pale blue lake that was still floating nearby. He gave a cold laugh and beckoned at it with one hand. Boom. The large lake turbulently became streams of water that shot out in all directions. In an instant, an enormous light blue net covered the entire sky. Then the golden-armored man slapped his hand together and separated them while chanting. A golden light appeared, and with a spin, densely packed golden rays suddenly shot out from it. Each ray was only about an inch long, and they all fired towards an area of about 600 square feet below. There were instant poof sounds coming from the ground, and countless needle-like holes appeared. The golden rays were actually solid and appeared to be incredibly sharp. They easily reached deep down into the earth and continued to rapidly move around as if they were alive, crazily puncturing anything that was suspicious underground. But after a cup of tea's time, the golden rays had basically cut through the entire 600 square feet of area, yet still obtained nothing. Seeing this, the golden-armored person raised his eyebrows and, using one hand to make a hand sign, all the golden rays shot out of the ground like a storm, converging into a golden ball of light again. With a blur, it appeared above another area nearby. After a muffled sound, the same thing happened again. The golden ball of light burst open and the golden rays pierced into the ground below, the area it covered still being about 600 square feet in size. Around 2,000 feet away from this area underground, Ming, with his eyes tightly shut, was still enveloped by the underground river, clearly not knowing what was happening above the ground, and also not knowing that his whereabouts were about to be exposed. At the same time, the battle between the human race and sea race was about to end. Although Ming and the others were unable to take away the perfect tier totem that the sea race was relying on, they still damaged the crucial formation on the square. Even though the formation was repaired by the sea race in the floating city, the strength of sea race on the battlefield had still decreased greatly for a period of time, and they had lost much manpower during that time. Thus, even with the support of the seawater, the repaired formation was supplying, the sea race army was at a disadvantage later on in battle. But on the contrary, on another battlefield that was only over 100 miles away, the crystal-level experts of the human race were in an unfavorable situation. Deafening noises continued on, and gigantic balls of colorful light exploded without stop. Simultaneously, sword chi and the light of blades danced in the air, with huge waves and clouds of flame rising in one place and subsiding elsewhere. There were also figures of people moving about in the air, so quick they were like ghosts. Every move was as fast as lightning, and occasionally they would collide, emitting earth-shaking noises. As intense as the battle was, the situation was very obvious. The human race had the help of 3 crystal-level experts from the other sects, including the principal demon sect, and were equal in number with the sea race. However, the sea race used several secret treasures of shocking power, and the crystal-level experts of the human race had already revealed their treasures, so the sea race used items that specifically restricted them, thus the situation was extremely disadvantageous. But Yi Tianmei's silver flying sword was changing constantly and had pinned down 3 sea race experts who had turned into a half-man half-fish form by herself. It was why the human side was still able to strenuously sustain themselves. At a marshland that was covered in small rocks over 1,000 miles away from the 2 battlefields, the rainbow-robed woman who had previously easily defeated Ming and the others' combined attack in the sea race's floating city was standing on top of a green rock on the ground, her face revealing an expression of deep thought. In the air, several dozens of feet behind her floated a glittering bubble the size of the surface of a desk. A slim figure with enchanting facial features quietly floated inside, the genius sword cultivator of the human race, Jianghu. But at this time, her eyes were tightly shut, appearing to be in an insensible state. There were milk-white clouds floating over 100 feet in the air above and around the rainbow-robed woman. They appeared to be extremely thin and very average-looking, but they were very densely packed and seemed to have trapped her inside. Which fellow is joking with me, trapping me inside this small entrapping formation? My patience is almost up. If you still don't appear, don't blame me for forcefully breaking out, said the rainbow-robed woman suddenly. There is no need to be angered. I am only using this formation to keep fellow here for a bit longer. Once the time is up, I will naturally let you leave. A light man's voice was finally transmitted through the air, but it roved and was impossible to locate. "Are you fellow Yuan Mo?" asked the rainbow-robed woman upon hearing the man's voice, suddenly narrowing her eyes. Chapter 278, The Sea Demon Emperor. After hearing the rainbow-robed woman's question, the man's voice immediately became silent. After a while he slowly said, "How does fellow know me? I believe that this is the first time we've met." The man who had appeared for some reason was actually Yuan Mo, the great elder of the Yuan Mo sect, the #1 cultivator of the Yunchuan continent. Why is that hard to guess? Even though this minor profound mystic formation is powerful, only people of the same level can unknowingly cause me to fall into it. As far as I know, fellow Yuan is the only one that have reached the fake pill level in the entire Yunchuan continent. The rainbow-robed woman's eyes flashed. Speaking of the Yunchuan continent, it's actually just a large island. You can call it Yunchuan Island. But if you said I'm the only fake pill cultivator in Yunchuan, you are looking down upon us. There is at least one other person in Yunchuan who has the same cultivation level as me. But he has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, and he doesn't belong to any sections. That's why very few people know about him. Yuan Mo's voice faintly resounded. What? Yunchuan also has another fake pill cultivator. Fellow Yuan, are you lying to me? The rainbow-robed woman was startled at first, but she immediately revealed a look of doubt. Fellow don't believe that? We will see. Yuan Mo was still calm. Maybe he has gone to another battlefield and interfered in another human country's war. After hearing this, the rainbow-robed woman immediately understood. You have already fought your way onto the land, and this has even affected the survival of the human race. Even if that person has always living an idle life, how could he just sit around doing nothing this time? Yuan Mo replied. Do you think that our race has only sent one fake pill-level master? This time, since the 3 great clans intend to surrender to us, our support for them will naturally not be too small. The rainbow-robed woman thought for a moment and regained her composure and spoke coldly. Of course I know that you have 2 fake pill-level masters. Otherwise, how could I have broken out and appeared here? With the 2 of us holding you back, I'm afraid the 3 clans will have to give up on their attempts to sack Yunchuan. Yuan Mo's voice was extremely calm. The rainbow-robed woman asked with a gloomy face. Are you so sure that we only has 2 masters? If you are not afraid of that sea demon emperor coming to kill you, perhaps you might send more fake pill-level masters, but now, Yuan Mo said non-committally. You actually know about the sea demon emperor. The rainbow-robed woman's expression changed drastically. No matter what, since I have the title of the #1 cultivator of the human race in Yunchuan, how can I not know the truly powerful existences of the surrounding seas? Even though the number of subordinates of the sea demon emperor is far less than yours, he successfully advanced into the golden pill-level cultivator not long ago. I heard that he formed a low-grade golden pill with the help of some external objects, but he was a genuine golden pill cultivator. How could an ordinary fake pill cultivator compare to it? After he consolidating his cultivation base, the first thing he would do probably be eradicating all of you. In order to protect yourself, you had been desperately trying to recruit other clans in order to fight against him. If it was before, how could you accept those 3 clans that you never took seriously? After all, even though they have quite a few people, not a single fake pill-lever master has appeared. Yuan Mo's voice drifted over unsteadily. With every sentence he said, the rainbow-robed woman's expression turned uglier. Since fellow Yuan truly knows about the Sea Demon Emperor, you should also be very clear that if we were to be defeated by this demon, you humans would be enslaved by him one day. So why don't we unite against the enemy? With each one's help, we will have a greater chance of success. As for your current struggle with the Silver Scale clan, I can leave it alone, and even suppress them to give up their previously occupied territories. The rainbow-robed woman thought for a moment and actually started to persuade Yuan Mo to become their ally. Haha fellow, you are worthy of being the master of your race. You actually intend to persuade me. However, there were many fake pill-level cultivators in your race. I don't think you need our help. And I need to protect the humans on the island. I'm afraid that I won't do as you wish. Besides, Yunchuan was so remote, the Sea Demon Emperor might not be interested in this island. Yuan Mo rejected her emotionlessly. The rainbow-robed woman became enraged. If fellow refuse us, wanting me to stay here obediently is a bit wishful thinking. You wouldn't really think that a mere small entrapping formation would trap me. If fellow don't hesitate to use your Yuan Qi strength, this temporary formation will naturally not be able to trap you. However, you have to think it through. Even if you are able to escape, do you really think that you will have the chance to rush to the battlefield? In my opinion, the outcome of the battle isn't really important. The only thing that can determine the victor between the two races is still you and me. How about we make a bet to decide the victor of this battle? A bet? The rainbow-robed woman's eyes narrowed. Yes, a bet. I can remove the formation and let you out in a moment. You give 3 moves. I only defend and don't attack. If I resist your attack successfully, you leave here immediately. If I don't, I leave. How's that? Yuan was serious. We can make it easier. If you are still safe after my 3 moves, I can order the 3 clans to retreat. But no matter who wins, we cannot interfere in the territory that they have had occupied. The rainbow-robed woman rolled her eyes a few times before replying. All right, it's settled then. But if I win, the female disciples of the Heavenly Moon Sect caught by you must be handed over as well. Yuan promised without any hesitation. Sure, no problem. The rainbow-robed woman nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the white clouds that had originally surrounded the area began to shatter one after another after a strange fluctuation passed by. And then the space above began to distort and blur, and a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe with a white jade belt appeared out. The man had high cheekbones and a clear face. His eyes were bright and seemed to be able to absorb everything, and his long black hair reached all the way to his shoulders, giving off an indescribable feeling of oppression. His palm was holding onto something that looked like a brocade handkerchief which glowed silver with a glimmer of white air came out of it. You are Yuan, really extraordinary. I am Zhen Tian from the Jinnan Palace, a member of vast ocean royalty. The rainbow-robed woman looked at the black-robed man for a while before speaking slowly. With a movement of her body, she appeared up in the sky like a ghost and they were far from each other. The glittering bubble containing Zhang Xionyang followed closely behind this woman without falling even a step. So it's fellow Zhen. I've long heard of the blue ocean great art. I wonder if I can see it with my own eyes today. Yuan said with a faint smile as he put away the brocade handkerchief in his hand. Fellow Yuan, I'll do my best to make it clear to you, Zhen Tian replied with a sneer. All right, shall we begin? Yuan nodded. At this moment, the rainbow-robed woman raised her hand violently. There was a sudden flash of lightning in the sky and countless silver arcs of lightning surged out from her body. A silver thunder spear appeared in her hand. The spear was surrounded by lightning bolts and had been densely engraved with silver inscriptions. Each time a silver arc shot into the spear, its volume would increase rapidly. In a short moment, the spear became 50 to 60 feet large. So, with a shake of her wrist, the huge spear disappeared from her hand and shot out of the lightning, piercing toward the black-robed man's head. Seeing this, Yuan shook his sleeve in an expressionless manner and a crystalline shield immediately appeared in a flash. Bang! The lightning spear stabbed into the shield and disappeared without a trace. In the next instant, 100 feet or so behind the man, the spear sped out, turning into countless electric arcs that burst forth, covering everything within a radius of a few hundred feet. Small teleportation technique. Fellow Yuan actually has such a mysterious magic item. No wonder you're so confident. However, if you think that you can win me with it, you are truly wrong. Zhen Tian was surprised. However, in the next moment, her eyebrows twitched and she reached her slender hand out again. Boom! The ground suddenly shook and countless nearby large and small rocks shot toward the top of the woman's head. They instantly condensed into a faint blue light and in a moment, turned into a 300 to 400 meter tall stone mountain. I'd like to see how fellow Yuan will move this thing away. The rainbow robe sneered. Then she whipped her sleeve toward the stone mountain in the sky. After a humming sound from the stone mountain, countless blue inscriptions immediately appeared on its body. With a whistling sound, it flew quickly towards the man. Chapter 279, The Blue Ocean Great Art. When Yuan saw this, his expression changed slightly. There was some kind of restrictive force hidden within this enormous stone mountain. Even if the small crystalline shield in his hand was incomparably profound, he would absolutely not take the attack head-on. The black-robed man suddenly put away the small shield immediately and rotated his body in his original position like a spinning top. Wisps of gray, misty demonic energy gushed out of the blurry shadow and simultaneously swept into the air. And then there was an incredible scene. As soon as the stone mountain came in contact with the gray demonic energy, it actually slowed down. At the same time, the blue light on its body flashed wildly, starting to erode it at an astonishing speed. After a while, the entire mountain had become the same gray color as the demonic energy. Its entire body was covered with small holes of different sizes. At this time, the blurry shadow below suddenly stopped spinning. Yuan Mo stood up straight, and with a sudden movement of his arm, a punch immediately flew towards the stone mountain, which was still entangled with the demonic energy. Bang! With a loud noise, the stone mountain exploded, causing a large amount of gray dust to fly down from the sky. He then turned to the woman in front of him and said with a smile, "There's still one more attack left. Fellow Jin, could you show me the legendary blue ocean great art now? Although it is the first time that I have been here, I have long heard of Yuan Mo Sect's #1 demonic aura, the diffusion art. It is indeed worthy of its name. Now you deserve my best attack." Faced with this scene, Zhen Tian unexpectedly did not reveal a dejected expression. Instead, her eyes flashed with a stern look as she said. As she performed a single-handed technique, the 5-colored robe on her body immediately began to shine with a bright light. Several pale golden scales appeared on the surface of her skin. She had transformed into a half-human half-fish fairy. However, different from the average sea race, the moment she completed her transformation, countless blue dots of light sparkled in the air. Then, with a rumbling sound, thousands of waves of pale blue sea water appeared out of nowhere and completely submerged the woman within. Zhen Tian's indifferent voice rang out from the sea, "Our royal blood is different from those ordinary cultivators of the sea race. When we recover our true body, we can gather the nearby water elemental Yuan Qi without any external forces or magical equipment." It was as free as the humans breathe on land. Thus, although the blue ocean great art was extremely famous, only the sea race with the royal blood could truly display its might. Fellow Yuan, experience its terrifying power now. The blue light continued to flow into the woman's surroundings and the seawater kept transforming into more blue light that shot in all directions, disappearing into the air. When her figure reappeared, she raised an arm slowly. Yuan Mo was slightly startled. Just as he was about to say something, his face changed greatly and he quickly formed a one-handed seal with his hand. The demonic energy on the surface of his body screamed out and swirled around him. At almost the same time, all the blue light gathered violently in the sky and once again transformed into a huge wave that rushed toward him. As it approached him, Yuan could hear a huge force emitted a wung-wung sound and pressed down on him. It was as if the wave could crush the man into mincemeat in an instant. However, the next moment there was a continuous loud sound. The immense power and seawater were blocked by the gray demonic energy. The demonic energy didn't seem to be very thick, but it contained a great amount of power. Under the tremendous impact, it was actually able to maintain and not dissipate. When the rainbow-robed woman saw this, a trace of malevolence appeared on her beautiful face. She stretched out her hand and only separated her 5 fingers before slowly closing them again. Bang! The blue seawater surrounding Yuan Mo suddenly rolled upwards, forming a huge water ball that wrapped the gray demonic energy and Yuan Mo into it at the same time. Following that, the outside of the water ball seemed to be extremely calm, but the seawater inside began to wildly rotate, instantly forming a huge whirlpool. An even more astonishing strength surged out from all directions as it desperately squeezed towards the center. Under this situation, the demonic energy that had also transformed into a gray light barrier began to flash erratically. It unexpectedly trembled and immediately became unable to endure the pressure. Yuan Mo's complexion became serious. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. It instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist that entered the light barrier. A layer of bloody light appeared on the surface of the light barrier. It stopped tremble and got back to a stable state. Seeing this, Zhen Tian let out a sneer and slowly closed her 5 fingers. A loud sound rang out from the water ball in the distance, and a faint silver light appeared on its originally calm exterior. The huge whirlpool in the water ball started to make hundreds and thousands of silver arcs hacking towards the center. At the same time as the whirlpool rotated faster and faster, the power it generated became even more shocking. With this, the gray light barrier that had just stabilized once more began to shake and crumble. However, this time, Yuan Mo no longer continued to defend with the demonic energy. He suddenly slapped his hand on the top of his head as a bloody light flashed in his eyes. Pooh! The top of his head opened and a ball of black flew out. A face of an extremely pale man appeared from within the black gas. It looked exactly the same as the face of Yuan Mo, but when it rose up in the wind, it quickly got to 3 feet tall. When it opened its mouth, a plume of grayish-white demonic flame that seemed weak came out. After it curled up, it actually ignored the gray light barrier and struck directly the thick silver arc that shot towards it. A strange scene appeared. As soon as the seemingly fierce silver arc hit the demonic flame, it disappeared in a flash. After that, the demonic flame no longer had any enormous power. With a single movement, it easily landed on the whirlpool in the seawater. A sizzling sound was heard. The blue seawater unexpectedly began to burn vigorously like oil. It ignited the entire water ball, turning it into a huge gray fireball. However, after the face blew out the flame, it immediately returned to its original size. So, it disappeared on the top of Yuan Mo's head. Zhen Tian let out a cry of surprise, and her 5 fingers suddenly shrunk back. Hong! The huge fireball exploded with a flash and Yuan Mo flew out under countless sparks. With a smile, he said to the rainbow-robed woman, "Fellow Zhen, I have taken your 3 moves. I believe that you will keep your promise. I'll take the girl behind you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the air in front of him. In the next moment, the air behind the rainbow-robed woman's back rippled and the figure of Yuan Mo appeared once again. With a slap of his hand, the glittering bubble transformed into a mass of black gas that soared into the sky and rolled away. Zhen Tian stared at the black gas and did not try to stop it. She looked rather upset. After a while, she turned her hand around and glanced at it. A small piece of burnt scar was on her originally white palm. She could also smell a faint smell of burnt flesh from it. I have long heard that this generation's Yuan Mo cultivators not only cultivated Yuan Mo Sect's art, but also cultivated another great and secret art. It once helped him easily kill the existences of the same level. It must be this demonic flame. Given how powerful this flame is, even if we were to summon reinforcements from the race, we probably won't be able to easily kill Yuan Mo. The rainbow-robed woman frowned and sank into deep thought. Forget it, the Sea Demon Emperor was currently the greatest threat to our race. For the time being, we would give the humans of the Yinchuan Island a break. After we are done with the Emperor, we'll pick them up. It's a pity that he had taken that girl. She was the best sacrifice to bring to the race's sacred beasts. After a while, she took out a white formation plate from her sleeve and quickly made a few strokes on it. Then she turned around and flew back toward the floating island. Not long after, the great army of the sea race, which was fighting with the humans thousands of kilometers away, suddenly blew their retreat horns. Immediately, both the army and the sea beasts began to retreat like a tidal wave in the direction of the floating city. Although the disciples of other sects had the upper hand in the earlier battles, they did not dare to rashly chase after the retreating sea race army. They could only watch as they gradually left. The same scene was happening at the place where the crystal-level cultivators were fighting. In their battlefield, the sea race experts already had a great advantage. If they took the initiative to leave, Master Yen and the others would not chase after them. However, their victory was so inexplicable that all the experts were puzzled, not knowing the reason behind it. However, when Yuan Mo's figure suddenly appeared not far away from them, someone from the Yuan Mo sect cried out 2 words, "Senior Yuan," with a startled face, and the others suddenly came to a realization. A cluster of golden light once again burst apart at the edge of the mountain range. A dense golden light immediately shot down like a storm. When a flash of golden light shot out from the riverbed, it immediately collided with a transparent object. Immediately, it transformed into a ball of golden light that exploded. The golden-armored man, who was controlling the golden light with his arms crossed in the air, immediately had a cold glint in his eyes, revealing an expression of great joy. At the same time, Ming, who was sitting in the water, slowly opened his eyes.